Hello. So I won't be deterred from what I've been doing. I know a lot of people like commentary on other content creators and stuff, but uh, I just feel like, hi Snow. Yes, not only frogs though, not only frogs. Um, Not only frogs. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because, hi, Rainbow. I like to do like research. Like, if somebody, I'm watching a video and they say something, and I find out, oh, really, that's kind of interesting. And they kind of like shrug it off and be like, oh, conspiracy theory or something. I like to look it up. I like to look it up and see. And amazingly, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's true. It's facts. And it was shrugged off by, people whom I like. So now I've always thought, with this opioid epidemic, which I want to delve more into that as well. Because I feel like I've seen people who don't want to come up with any kind of, so first of all, like, I really think it would be important and advantageous for RFK Jr. to tell us about, like, I think it would be advantageous for all of them. What do you mean stopped a whip of your song? What does that mean? I don't know what that means, um but yeah, it's a real problem. It's a real problem. It's not a conspiracy theory. So to accuse him of being, oh, that's a conspiracy theory, when it's not, it's a real problem. Like an overwhelming. Oh, really? I didn't see it. I'm sorry about that. I try to just stay away from him. you know, we're not friends. We're not friends. So it's nice that, you and him have a music, in common. But I'm not friends with him. So, um, but music is, worldwide and brings a lot of people together. So that's nice. Um, he certainly doesn't have the hands of a piano player, but whatever. That's just my opinion. Uh, yeah, he's gross. Thank you, Rainbow. Yes, my thoughts exactly. I second that. At one time, I thought he might. Hi, Drowsy Doll. How are you? You're so funny yesterday. Believe in me. I don't lie, really. I don't lie. I was just trying to be funny. I guess it was lying, but I was just trying to be funny because they kept saying that, and I didn't say I had flat feet. I said I had weak ankles, not flat feet. So even with weak ankles, I really couldn't be a ballerina. I tried. I tried. I did dance, when I was like 8 or something. Thank heaven for little girls, which now looking back at it is really kind of a weird song. Now that I look back at that, that's kind of weird. But my sister, she was a good dancer. My sister, and and she was. They always did dancing machine, like the Jacksons. Automatic system at ooh boop 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 boop. I don't know the words, but she was good. Then she went on to Fred Astaire, the ballroom dancing. She became a champion. I was the only double bladed ice skating wall gripper awarded for the best gripping of the wall on the side of the rink. I gripped like no other with my double blades because, I was convinced I would fall down, someone was going to skate over my fucking finger, and that was going to be the end of it. So, yeah, that's how that went. Yes, yes, and it was white knuckle award. Hmm. My sisters were always like, "Come on, let go of the wall. They're double blade." And my ankles would be all cockeyed and shit. When Nanette said she was like fucking in the ski club and everything, I was like, "Damn, Nanette, little Susie Chapstick," you know. I do think it's pretty gross about Trump. I'm going to say that. I'm not showing hatred, but I am thinking it is awfully gross, awfully gross about disclaimer, I do not own all of the audio contained within this video, but I am using it within the Fair Use Act guidelines. It's been altered in speed and is being used for commentary, entertainment, educational purposes only. I just, I'm just doing this as a lead up to where I'm going with this. So
let's talk about the facts and let's talk about.
So, I'm not hating on anybody, just putting out some current events.
About Donald Trump's awful cover-up attempt inside the Oval Office caught.
Disclaimer, altered in speed, used within the Fair Use Act guidelines for commentary, educational purposes only, and just, a matter of opinion. Me too, Drowsy Doll, me too.
On camera. Now, what we're learning from the New York Times is that in Washington, D.C., at the time of the horrific and tragic plane crash, staffing was not normal at the airport tower, according to a preliminary FAA report. This followed.
I guess they had forced the head of the
The news last week that Elon Musk forced out the head of the FAA. There was also a hiring freeze.
He did that because they wanted to fine SpaceX. I mean, I believe those two astronauts are still there. They were only supposed to be up there for 7 days. They've been there for 9 months. 9 months.
Within the FAA. Also, Donald Trump gutted the key aviation committees, safety committees. He fired the head of the TSA as well as the head of the Coast Guard. Also, a black.
The head of the Coast Guard. No, they needed them last night. They needed all of them.
Black Hawk helicopter was involved as well. That falls under Pete Hegseth's chain of command, and Pete Hegseth was apparently too busy yesterday talking about how he wanted to remove a star from the 4-star General Milley, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, even though Hegseth never even commanded anybody in the military before, as petty retaliation on behalf of Donald Trump. So those are the facts. So
e-beggars who says, you know, yay, we finally have an experienced person in there. Yeah.
What did Donald Trump just do in the Oval Office moments ago? Insanity, folks. Donald Trump signed an executive order blaming former President Biden and DEI for all.
Can you even do that? How do you even do that when the investigation? I mean, my God, the audacity.
All of the flight dangers that led to the tragic crash. Folks, this is as banana republic, dictatorship, authoritarian crap that perhaps you wouldn't even expect of Kim Jong-un, but it is here in the United States, and we will report on it. Here's what happened. Let's play the clip.
Sir, thank you. Second for your signature, we have a presidential memorandum titled Immediate Assessment of Aviation Safety.
Immediate assessment. Immediate assessment.
In light of the damage done to aviation safety by the Biden administration's DEI and woke policies, what this presidential memorandum orders is—
And woke policies. I believe the woke policies affect some Republicans as well. That, you know,
for your Secretary of
and
Transportation.
woke, I mean, woke. And what is it even like? I don't know.
And FAA administrator, in this case, acting FAA administrator, to basically ensure that we are actively undoing all of that damage, that we are assessing how much damage was done, and that we're—
But you don't assess it by firing them all with nothing else in place. Thank you, Drowsy Doll. With anything, you know, no other things in place.
ensuring that people hired within the FAA, in keeping with your memorandum of January 21st, are only the most outstanding, capable people for the jobs that they're being hired into.
Now, here's the thing. He has no political background. I'd say 14 years of heroin use, probably, in my opinion. Now, in that aspect, I do think somebody who knows now, but I think they need to go, you know, that needs to be looked into further, which I intend on doing. You see, an opioid crisis like that doesn't, it's not only the poor or the homeless that, you know, have those issues. There was quite a few that were like district attorneys of New York that were friends with him. His own cousins, his own brother passed away at 28 of an OD. It's also a problem of, you know, the rich. And I think being honest about that is one thing to, you know, think about, but it bears looking into.
In other words, competence.
Yes, sir. Elevating competence over everything.
Now, let me show you what Donald Trump.
But he's never been in a political office. Trump, whom I'm speaking of, never gone to school for politics and keeps talking about profit and wealth. Wealth is not something, I think we're more concerned with our health. There's a question that we've all had. Would you rather have wealth or health? I think health. What do you guys think?
Posted, though, on January 22nd, 2025. Fact sheet. President Donald J. Trump ends DEI madness and restores excellence and safety within the Federal Aviation Administration. He's saying,
No, he didn't do that because he just fired him. There's a hiring freeze, isn't there? I mean, thank you. Yeah, thank you. And I think that wealth means nothing if you don't have your health. And sure, you might be able to get healthier the wealthier you are, since he's raising prescription drug prices. But you know, yeah.
it's been restored. But what I see happening right
What
now,
I saw happening was they wanted to privatize the air traffic control. That's what I saw.
now is over 60 individuals lost their lives on this tragic plane crash, where the plane from Kansas crashed into the Black Hawk helicopter in Washington, D.C., as we now learn that staffing was not at normal levels at a time where Donald Trump is gutting federal staff. So let's be very clear about that.
I do want to also add that another of the January 6ers is back, in jail because of their previous 2022 charge and conviction of, hello, Rick James, bitch, of their drunk driving where they did kill someone. They only got 10 years. I find that kind of ridiculous, but opioid addiction is a very serious topic. And I think somebody who's had some past experience with it might be able to empathize possibly more with the problem, which is a very widespread problem and very serious. But I want to look into his kickbacks from pharmaceutical companies, because that would be a very, big conflict of interest there.
Facts, folks. Now, also in that ridiculous and heinous Oval Office appearance, Donald Trump then attacks Canada and Mexico with 25% tariffs. Let's play it.
Cities that we're giving to Canada and to Mexico in the form of deficits. And I'll be putting the tariff of 25% on Canada.
But those tariffs are definitely going to be higher prices for us. So,
and separately 25% on Mexico. And we will really have to do that because we have very big deficits with those countries. Those tariffs may or may not rise.
And very big tax cuts, says the man who paid $750 in taxes, because he's smart. That was his response, because he's smart.
With
when can I retire? At Fisher and an easy planning guide.
Now, folks, do you find it odd that Donald Trump spends about 23 of the 24 hours in the day on TV cameras while corporate media just parrots what he says as though they were gospel, just copying and pasting it? Basically, well, Donald Trump said, well, how about you actually report what the facts are? Perhaps we should say that if Donald Trump does that, he's about to crash our entire economy. And what Donald Trump saying?
In my opinion, I agree.
And all of this, here he talks about how he's setting up, and let's use the real words, a concentration camp in Guantanamo Bay. And he goes, I don't expect it to cost much. Let's play that clip.
Guantanamo Bay. You want 30,000 new beds there. Is there a possibility that will increase? So 30,000?
It could increase, yes.
What would be the maximum?
It depends, but countries that won't take back their criminals that they sent into us, they sent them to us. They put them into the caravans and they came in. As sure as you're standing that they were sent by those countries. Then
there's a big difference between refugees, migrants, and immigrants. All three words mean something different. All three words mean something different.
And they're going to be met very harshly with sanctions, etc.
Hey, Trump on sending migrants to Guantanamo Bay. Migrants. A good point, Rick. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. And Reagan said, tear that wall down. And this guy says, build that wall up. I know they're two different walls, but yeah. Migrants come to work and then they go back. Immigrants, were somewhere when they wanted to move to another country. So they immigrated. Refugees have nowhere to go back to. There's a huge difference. He's just blanketing every word of it as criminals. And I don't think it's okay.
I want to obey this new facility up and running.
It'll be up pretty quick.
How much do you think it's going to cost?
Not very much, which a lot of the structure is already there, as you know.
That confidence may have played a role. Are you
A reporter asked Donald Trump about his plan, or to use the words of Donald Trump, to just clean out all of Gaza, just to cleanse it, to get rid of it.
Now remember, Kushner there said Gaza is prime waterfront property. And there's already a sign there, the Golan Heights, with underneath it, Trump Heights. That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
Essentially what Donald Trump said as he mused about building condos or building apartments and building it himself or rebuilding it himself. Isn't that what Jared Kushner said? So the reporter says, oh, well, you said you're just going to clean it away, just get rid of the whole thing and move people to Egypt. But the king of Egypt or the Egypt's president and the king of Jordan said they're not doing that. So what are you saying? And Donald Trump's like, they'll do it. But they'll do it. Play this clip.
Egypt's president and the King of Jordan have both said that they won't take in displaced people from Gaza, like you suggested. Is there anything you can do to make them do that? I mean, tariffs against those countries, for example?
They will do it. They will do it.
I'm sorry, he makes me sick.
What makes you say that?
They're going to do it. Okay,
Makes me
we do a lot for them, and they're going to do it.
Mr. President, you've offered.
I mean, folks, this timeline is that of idiocracy on steroids. I don't know how else to describe what it is we all were witnessing here. It certainly ain't leadership. Let's show you the next clip. Do you have plans to go and visit the crash site? Trump says no, because it's water. It's water, he says. Play the clip.
Families of the victims of the plane crash.
I don't want to comment on that.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site or meet with any of the?
I have a plan to visit, not the site, because what did you tell me? What's the site? The water?
Or to meet
Want
with
me to go
first
swimming?
responders?
Wow. We're going to go swimming. That's what he said. We're going to go swimming. Jesus. So he has no comment on all that, but after his immediate, investigation, he signs an executive order.
There's down there.
I don't have a plan to do that, but I will be meeting with some people that were very badly hurt with their family member, obviously, but I'll be meeting with some of the families. Yeah.
This is what Donald Trump says about air traffic controllers. Play this clip.
Talking about that, we're talking, but air traffic controllers, maybe in particular, they have to be.
Oh, Nancy Kerrigan went there? She wasn't on the plane, though. But she went there. Yeah, there was a whole, ice skating,
Brilliant with computers, brilliant with graphics. They have to be psychologically really, really smart.
Okay, so he's none of those things, and he's the POTUS.
And, there are a lot of people that wouldn't be able to do that.
And Donald Trump refuses to talk about when the last time he spoke to Putin was. Play the clip.
You said earlier today that you had not spoken to Putin about this. When was the last time you spoke with him? And has President Xi responded to you or asked to help put pressure to end the war in Ukraine?
I won't comment on either of them, but we're doing very well with regard to both.
There are some reports that Xi.
Well, folks, to our international audience,
There's so many people petrified, Rick. So many people petrified.
is watching the Midas Touch Network, let me be very clear. There's about at least 75 million of us here in America that look at this with horror, that despise, detest this despicable dictator who has taken control of our once incredible nation that he is destroying. We hope to restore the promise of what America is. Until such time, we stand in solidarity to all of those who want peace, who want democracy across the globe. That's what we stand for here at the Midas Touch Network, and we don't support, condone, parrot the ridiculous words of this dictator, this authoritarian, this despicable human being who we watch in the Oval Office. And I'm
United we stand, divided we fall.
not going to mince words when I say the reality, what we've just watched and witnessed. Hit subscribe, check out MidasPlus.com.
Extremely sad.
Watch how coconut oil affects is both, depending on how you're using it.
Donald Trump just cracked a disgusting joke and nobody is laughing. Though a few folks might want to punch a wall, or something else, or someone. Welcome back to Occupy Democrats. I'm David Reddish. As you probably know, Washington, D.C. was the site of a horrific plane crash last night. Now, be advised, we're going to show some of the footage from the accident during this report. To give you a brief overview, American Airlines Flight 5342, a regional jet flight that originated in Wichita, Kansas,
I don't know if you guys have heard about, the circumstances, but
made its final approach toward Reagan National Airport last night. As it did, a Black Hawk Army helicopter lifted off with 3 soldiers aboard. The 2 aircraft.
thing is, though, we don't even know about those class 1 food recalls because he made it so they can't even tell us about them anymore. So
Collided just 300 feet off the ground, causing a massive explosion. All 3 Army personnel, who at the time of this report have yet to be identified, died in the crash.
wow, it
All
just
60
came
passengers.
straight up right behind and just, it's just incredible. They were just right on the same path in the video. It's just wow.
4 crew members of Bloward Flight 5342 also died in the accident.
Yeah, but
Given
do
the
you want to
magnitude-
eat eggs? Right before he stopped all the notices coming out, there was all those, the bird flu there. She probably knew some of those people.
of the crash. The Trump administration has already begun deflecting blame, especially after it came to light that there was only one air traffic controller working at Reagan Airport at the time of the crash.
One air traffic controller. One.
Furthermore, the Trump administration placed a hiring freeze on the already understaffed FAA. In fact, on January 20th.
So how could he have made it better already if there was a hiring freeze? Hi, Grandma Betty. I mean, that does this, and to force that guy to resign because Elon Musk insisted because he'd been fined. He has such conflicts of interest. I don't know why he has anything to do with anything.
The day he took office, Donald Trump actually began pressuring the FAA personnel to resign. The same day, Trump fired the entire Aviation Security Advisory Committee along with 100 other FAA officers. FAA Administrator Mike Whitaker resigned under pressure from Elon Musk on January 20th and has yet to find a replacement.
Insane.
By the way, why is Elon Musk, who does not even oversee the FAA, firing people or demanding they resign? Now, if that offends you...
Because he had been, that particular guy wanted SpaceX to be fined.
What Trump said is going to offend you even more. Immediately after the crash, Donald Trump posted to Truth Social this awful statement. Take a look. The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night, all caps. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. Not good.
Gee, do you think it looks like it should have been prevented? Dude, you fired everybody.
Now, remember, Trump said this before the investigation had even begun. Earlier today, he also, you know what? Just look at the clip.
Do you know they've come out and said that they were the ones who put the drones up? He lied and said he didn't know anything about the drones or anything. I don't hope he buys anything more in the world. He has to lose his contracts with the government before he can do anything, in my opinion.
Look
But
at
why? That's not even good for freedom of speech. I mean,
Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that?
no, you didn't, buddy.
Only the highest aptitude have to be the highest intellect and psycho.
Then why are you president, in my opinion? Yeah, he lied and said that was them doing that.
Psychologically superior people were allowed to cooperate.
I don't understand why he's president. He has no political experience.
Qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there when I arrived.
But he's assuming that anybody who was Black or disabled or a woman wasn't qualified.
2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job
He
that
wanted to privatize them.
had to be superior intelligence. And we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before.
Dude, I think it's pretty apparent what you just did made quite a difference in you're creating chaos with no plan. And I think it's a way to just confuse the American public of like, we're overwhelmed with everything.
I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first.
Where's the safety that you put in? Where's the safety measures, bud? All you did was fire people.
And they put politics at a level
In fact,
that no.
one was forced to resign because of the unsafe practices of SpaceX, like the astronauts that have been up there for 9 months. They were only supposed to be there for 7 days.
Nobody's ever seen.
Somehow, that's even more offensive than the Truth Social post. Now, be warned, it gets worse. Later today, Trump also took questions from reporters in the Oval Office. When he asked if he planned to tour the site of the accident, he had this to say.
Families of the victims of the plane
I
crash.
don't want to comment on that.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site or meet with any of the
I have a
first
plan
responders?
to visit, not the site, because what did you tell me? What's the site? The water?
Or to meet with the
We're gonna
first
go swimming?
responders down there?
We're gonna go swimming. Why, you don't have there's no boats? Like, seriously, dude? What does he know about air traffic control? I mean,
I don't have a plan to do that, but I will be meeting with some people that were very badly hurt with their family member, obviously, but I'll be meeting with some of the families, yeah.
And there you have it. Trump thinks touring the site of the wreckage is stupid, and he thinks it's appropriate to make jokes about the crash just 24 hours after it happened, while the victims are still being identified. Now, maybe all of this begs a question. Does he think we're stupid? Does he
Yes. Yes. Yes.
think he can blame diversity and Barack Obama, who hasn't even been president for 9 years, and who was president before Trump's first term? How is diversity to blame for this crash, not the ridiculous budget cuts and freeze and understaffed FAA? He says people with severe psychological disabilities are air traffic controllers. Does he have a
Severe psychological disorders.
psychological disability? Or does he
Yes.
just think we're stupid? You know what? Let me answer that. The only stupid people here are the people still standing behind Trump, absolving him of any negligence in this mess. The only stupid people here think that the FAA can run itself without management. The stupid people here don't have a problem with Elon Musk, who is not a politician or a cabinet member that was approved by the legislature, forcing major government officials to resign. The stupid people here are those still getting duped by the scripter. So many Trump voters voted for disruption. Well, here's a newsflash. They got their wish. Disruption is not a strategy to run the government. Disruption is not leadership. It is confusion and chaos, the likes of which the American people have had to endure for the past 2 weeks and will likely have to endure for the next 4 years. Disruption
It's a shame. It's a shame.
is the illusion of power. And now it's costing lives. It's costing the lives of our servicemen and innocent civilians, including children. So how much more disruption do we need in our government? How much more chaos, the kind of chaos that costs lives, do we need in this country? I warned you at the beginning of this broadcast that you may want to.
This is why I decided to carry on with doing this. Yeah, but in the meantime, we'll also be affected. They need to use, is it Amendment 28? They've got to realize that he's not meant, he should have had to take an aptitude test. Hi, my wisdom.
Want to punch someone or something after seeing it. But that's not productive. You know what is? Demanding answers, spreading facts. So continue to spread the word and continue to pressure your elected officials to demand Trump take responsibility. Elon Musk needs to be fired from whatever it is that he does. But you know what? So does Donald Trump. In all sincerity, my heart goes out to the victims of this terrible accident and their families. God be with you all. I'm David Reddish.
My name is Natalie Ledwell.
That's why I decided to carry on, even though I, got some bad feedback. From it, but I think that it's important.
The right, terrible decision at the beginning of his Trump chose to pardon. His quick and terrible decision at the beginning of his presidency to relieve of legal accountability, the full legal accountability, the January 6th rioters, because you can break the law if it's for him in his America, of course. Now, this story is,
but it isn't his
is a
America.
tragedy.
It isn't his America. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Drowsy. I feel like it is, and I find more passion within myself to do this because, I have always said, think globally, start locally. Well, I did start locally with, the people that were harassing me and my friends. And now I want to move on because I care about the world. I care about people. I care about animals. I care about the environment. I care about truth. I'm a patriot and I care.
But because I've been updating you, I'm going to continue to. Here you have the latest example of someone being sentenced for something separate now that they're pardoned. Newsweek reporting woman given January 6th pardon is sentenced for death by drunk driving. A woman pardoned less than 2 weeks ago by President Trump has been sentenced to 10 years in prison after pleading guilty to
Only 10 years, though. Only 10 years. That's just not, I don't think that's enough time.
killing a person while drunk driving. Emily Hernandez was driving at double the legal alcohol limit on the wrong side of a Missouri highway in 2022 when she struck and killed another driver and injured the driver's husband, who was also in the car. Following.
Isn't that terrible? Like, and she lived. I'm not saying it's terrible that she lived, but the irony of the fact that she had took part in something where they shit and pissed all over a historic building, and were prepared to murder 2 people if they had gotten a hold of them. It's just crazy that, you know, it's like we see bad people succeed and good people because they have, you know, morals and character and ethics and a moral compass. You know, there's some things that they will not do. So they get, you know, now everybody's petrified because we, you know, oh, we know that they're not, nothing is beneath them. Nothing is beneath them. Nothing is beneath them. And it's insane to me that people who are put in office to enforce the law are now being fired for doing their job. Just crazy.
Her federal pardon for her role in the Capitol riots, where she stole a sign from Nancy Pelosi's office. She was taken back to court in Franklin County, Missouri for her pending drunk driving charges and sent back to prison. And so the tragedies of the law and the lives of people, it's not just her post-pardon. We already talked about these, but Matthew Huddle.
We have the humanity and it's being tromped on because we act like humans. And I'm not seeing, I myself, I would never go somewhere and piss somewhere or shit on someone's desk or something. You know, I'd be like, that's against the law. You know what I mean? I just would be, I can't do it. Trying to beat people with American flags, spraying bear spray and WD-40 into, you know, Capitol officers' masks and then putting them back on their face and holding the filter. That's attempted murder.
Who assaulted law enforcement on January 6th, was killed by a police officer during a traffic stop that went wrong. Andrew Take, who attacked police with bear spray and a whip on January 6th, is on the run from police right now as we speak and is wanted for...
He's on the run from police? I didn't even hear about that one.
A child sex charge, which was filed against him in Texas in 2016. And then Daniel Ball, who allegedly threw an explosive at the police.
Well, they had a statue for 1 week put up outside of... It wasn't like me. It was, it looked like it was made out of bronze, but it wasn't. It was just spray painted that. Yeah, but they did shit and piss inside the Capitol building.
During the riot. This is the riot that they tell us was peaceful, remember. Was rearrested on federal gun charges from 2023. And going back to the woman at issue here, a GoFundMe set up by Victoria Wilson's sister at the time said she had a 10 and 15-year-old son. The person that was killed by Emily Hernandez while she was drunk driving. I know this is not necessarily something that...
They were going to kill them. I can only... That is the most worst scenario in my mind if they'd have gotten a hold of Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi. The scenario is disgusting.
That needs to be said, but hopefully all of you already understand this, but please, please don't misunderstand the importance of not drunk driving. I just want to make sure that that is acknowledged separate from the individual instance here. And as we continue to talk about the January 6th rioters, I am still not over some of the defenses we've seen from Republicans of this decision by Donald Trump. Remember that Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, had one of the most absurd explanations when asked that I've ever seen.
DataBank is a process automation and data solutions provider focused on partnering with clients to understand, unlock.
Republicans have long said you guys back the blue. How do you justifiably say that when Trump just pardoned a bunch of violent January 6 rioters who attacked Capitol Police? And if those rioters come to the Capitol, will you welcome them back here?
So look, everybody can describe this however they want. The president has the pardon and commutation authority. It's his decision. And I think what was made.
Okay, buddy, but you know what? His decision. But is your oath to the country or to people shitting and pissing on, what if they did that into the White House? What if they stormed the White House and stole all of those portraits and all of the what?
Clear all along is that peaceful protests and people who engage in that should never be punished. There was a weaponization of the Justice Department. There was a weaponization of the events, the following, the prosecutions that happened after January 6th.
Did you hear there was a certain level of excitement in his voice when he...
December 12th, the Proud Boys, there was 4 stabbings. Okay, drowsy now. 4 stabbings, vandalizing historic Black churches, burning of BLM banners. I mean, come on.
He came across the word weaponization. He was like, I just think that there was a weaponization. Oh, that's what I'm supposed to say. There was a weaponization of the events of that day, which means that technically I'm not saying that the people who beat cops shouldn't be held accountable, but because of a weaponization, that means that maybe they should. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It was a terrible time and a terrible chapter in America's history. The president's made his decision. I don't second guess those. And yes, it's kind of
a lot of his people that were working for him, including his own daughter, said that he was sitting there for 187 minutes ignoring their pleas.
ethos, my worldview. We believe in redemption. We believe in second chances. If you would argue that those people didn't pay a heavy penalty, having been incarcerated and all of that, that's up to you. But the president's made a decision. We move forward. There are better days ahead of us. That's
the inconsistency. That's my point. I know we've looked at it before, but I don't get how you can be that hypocritical.
Especially when one was like killed people with, driving double the legal limit on the wrong side of the highway, or killed a person anyway. The other one with child prawn and a felon with guns. I mean, come on.
Because the president has pardon power, true, that means you shouldn't second guess it. But you second guessed Biden as you can whenever he made certain pardon decisions. No, but I don't second guess because Trump is my daddy king. And then he said,
I'm gonna look something up here, if you guys don't mind, just so we can fact check. Got the computer right here. Let's just fact check. May as well, right? May as well fact check. I'm sorry if this isn't as exciting as the Oh, thank you, Wisdom. I'm sorry if this isn't as exciting as the well, I'm gonna fact check because I want to. um, just a few of some of them. I'm gonna fact check some of them. Um, some of the so some of the pardons that he has done, other than the January 6ers. Okay, so this guy Christopher Collins, an American politician and businessman, he resigned his seat in 2019 after pleading guilty to insider trading and lying to the FBI. It just seems to me if you're a criminal, you're a criminal, and that's just the way it is. um, this one here, accepted bribes. He was accepted bribes from defense contractors. And I wonder if when they get pardoned, do they get their retirement back again? Like from us taxpayers, do they? Like, that's just so crazy. So crazy to me. He also pardoned the I can't even. Little Wayne. what was he even? I don't understand. What was he? Uh, what was his? What was his? Okay. Oh, smoking marijuana. Oh, and then he had a 40 caliber pistol. Uh, charged with criminal possession of a weapon. Um, stopped by Border Patrol agents with an AK-9, 105 grams of marijuana, an ounce of cocaine, 41 grams of ecstasy, and $22,000 in cash. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's crazy. Uh, he was arrested in Florida for transporting a loaded handgun on his private jet from California, but he was a convicted felon, so he didn't have the right to do that. Just crazy. Little Wayne. And so Trump pardoned him on his last day in office. Jeez, oh, Pete. That's crazy. This guy who was a New York art collector and dealer, uh, he was operating an illegal gambling business. He's a millionaire. Like, whoa. That's really crazy. That's really weird. I don't know why. Like, it's, um, Charles Kushner, uh, tax evasion and witness tampering. And of course, that's Jared Kushner's father, so he got pardoned. And then became the United States ambassador to France. Now he's the United ambassador. Now, now, now he is. Wow. how odd that this Joseph Kushner, who was his father, was initially born Berkowitz. Hmm. I think the guy from Son of Sam. So, but he's from Poland, and I get it, you know, okay, he's Jewish, but so he got his own business, which was funded by the GI Bill and the Federal Aid Highway Act. That's strange, but wouldn't that make Jared Kushner's birthright citizenship null and void? I'm just curious. I'm just asking. I don't know all the answers. I'm just asking. So that was just a look at some of the people that he pardoned. I'm not. So I want to get on the topic of what the atrazine. Okay. So you know what brought me to do this, which was the RJK. Sorry, RFK, not RJK. Here we go. Disclaimer: don't own all the audio. Fair Use Act guidelines.
How are our prices up to 40% less than other meat delivery companies while providing better quality meats? Number one, it's our mission.
RFK Jr. is a danger.
Now, I just want to say that he was an environmental lawyer. So Trump absolving the environmental protection thing should really be against his standards. So, but I guess it's not. I don't know. And what I don't really understand, though, is that I thought Trump didn't like him. That's what I really don't understand. I thought Trump didn't like him.
That Karen and Mike Pence had game. I mean, I did not have that on my bingo card for this year whatsoever, but Karen Pence famously snubbed convicted felon Donald Trump at Jimmy Carter's funeral. She refused to go to the inauguration. And just this morning, I believe, former vice president and target of the January 6th insurrection, Mike Pence.
This is, I just want to, I like going over these things and doing commentary on these. Jeez, oh, Pete, buddy, my elbow touched your blanket. It's not a big deal. No, it's really not. My blanket. Whatever. It's really my blanket. It's really my blanket.
Pence drops this.
FK Jr. is a Democrat plant, a radical left liberal.
Now, that was on May 2024. Actually, I don't need to grift for a battery. My landlord does.
A lot of people think that Jr. is a conservative. He's not. He's more liberal than anybody running on the Democrat side. Jr. is totally anti-gun and extreme environmentalist who makes the Green News scammers look very conservative by comparison. And he's anti-military and he's anti-vet. He's an...
This was less than a year ago.
extreme liberal. He's radical left. And so don't think you're going to vote for him and feel good. He's a radical left Democrat. I'd even take Biden over Junior because our country would last about a year or two longer than it would with Junior. It would collapse almost.
Can anybody explain to me what changed? I'm not understanding. I can't really comprehend.
Almost immediately.
Mike Pence tweeted that. Yeah, I'm shocked. Yeah. I mean, in my opinion, he did it for the wrong reasons, but he did it. What reasons would you say he did that? I think he did it because he thinks RFK is too liberal. Like,
Yeah. No way. Really? Wow. That's interesting, wild wisdom. I'll have to look at that one. I'll take a look and see right now. That's wow. That's are you sure that like it was real? Like that's okay. That's really that's disclaimer. I do not own any of the audio contained within this.
Finally, homemade Manjaro makes your pants drop in just 1 week.
Jesus.
I've developed a.
Everybody wants
I just
their
saw him,
pants dropping.
saying, I'm like, oh my God, he's amazing.
Paris Jackson has always been synonymous with the legendary Jackson family, but recent revelations have raised questions about her true origins. If Michael Jackson wasn't her biological father, who is?
Hi, I'm Mark Lester.
Well, people do donate their sperm, though, you know.
I'm godfather to Michael Jackson's children. I'm talking to the news of the world about when Michael asked me to become a sperm donor.
Why does she want to cut all ties with the family? And what does this mean for Paris as she navigates her identity and legacy? Let's find out.
I mean, it's really not a bad thing because, you know, I mean,
The Jackson family dynasty. Paris Jackson, as the daughter of the most famous contemporary musician on planet Earth, has been through a lot. Recently, though, she came forward with the results of the DNA test that said that Michael is actually not her father. But to understand the gravity of the situation, we must find out why she took
what a pretty girl.
the test in the first place. Now, this takes us back a few decades into Michael's childhood. As you know, the Jackson family is a name synonymous with music.
Yeah, he looks really sad there. That father, I don't think that father treated him right, in my opinion.
Talent, and an extraordinary legacy that has influenced generations. Emerging from humble beginnings, they have grown into a global symbol of success in the entertainment industry. At the center of it all was Michael Jackson, the king of pop, whose stardom goes beyond any boundaries.
I watched that documentary, you know, This Is It. And he was very, very, very nice, you know.
Solidifying the family's status as cultural icons. The Jacksons hail from Gary, Indiana, a small industrial town where the seeds of their remarkable journey were sown. Joe and Catherine Jackson,
That Joe Jackson, man, he looks like a mean one.
patriarch and matriarch of the family, had 9 children. Joe Jackson,
Wow.
former steel mill.
He looks very mean. He looks so mean.
Worker with a dream, realized his children possessed unique musical talents. Under his strict guidance, 5 of the brothers, Jackie, Tito, Jermaine, Marlon, and the youngest Michael, formed the Jackson 5. The Jackson 5 burst onto the scene in the late 1960s with an infectious blend of pop, soul, and rhythm and blues. Their debut single, I Want You Back, shot to the top of the charts, followed by a string of hits like ABC, I'll Be There, and The Love You
ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Save. Their success established the Jackson name in the music world, paving the way for individual careers and solidifying their influence on future generations of artists. Of all the Jackson siblings, Michael emerged as the most extraordinary. Even as a child performer in the Jackson 5, Michael's charisma and vocal abilities captivated audiences.
I think he was ready to, do they say do re mi?
His solo career
ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3. Do re mi, baby, you and me. You guys are so nice to me, giving me the lyrics.
however, propelled him to unparalleled fame. In 1979, the release of Off the Wall signaled the start of his reign as a solo artist. Songs like Don't Stop Till You Get Enough and Rock With You marked his evolution into a global superstar. Then came Thriller in 1982, a cultural phenomenon that remains the best-selling album of all time. With groundbreaking music videos for songs like Billie Jean, Beat It, and Thriller, Michael redefined the music video as an art form. More and more albums followed, with Michael demonstrating his ability to innovate while staying true to his roots. His performances, marked by the signature moonwalk and unparalleled showmanship,
I could do the moonwalk. And socks on a vinyl floor.
became legendary. Yet despite his success, his life was fraught with challenges, including relentless media scrutiny, personal insecurities, and controversial allegations. Family dynamics, a complex bond. Behind
Do you guys see where that family from, you know, that show Wife Swap? And they had swapped with like a family where, you know, they didn't put any like really restrictions on the kids, and they swapped with a real like religious family that had a band that one of them ended up killing multiple people in the family. One of the sons killed multiple people of his family.
Behind the curtain of their public success, the Jackson family experienced the complexities of fame and familial bonds. Michael shared both love and tension with his siblings, while their collaborations and shared history created a deep connection. Jealousy, competition, and Michael's exceptional spotlight.
You do? Did you hear about that? That he killed his mother and stuff?
Often stirred conflicts.
Yeah, crazy, right?
Jackson, the family's ambitious yet domineering leader, was a figure of respect and fear. His unyielding drive for perfection came at a cost, as several of his children, including Michael, later spoke of the emotional and physical pressures they went.
That's what I feel like those kids from that wife swap went through. Like, ABC. Now you got me into that.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers,
Aw.
floors, couches, mattresses.
Thank you, MJ. Thank you, MJ. I appreciate that. Those are encouraging statements, and encouragement means everything. They really do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Be sure to thumbs up. Just kidding. No, but seriously, thank you so much, because encouragement is high on my list of necessary things in people's lives.
Stockdales are devoutly religious. Praise the Lord, for he is kind. Amen.
I don't think my parents would allow me to listen to pop.
I've never been on a date. There's better ways to find out about girls than dating. I have not kissed a girl.
Just flipping through this, and then I'm going to go back to my original thing, because I do think that atrazine is important.
On a romantic way.
In 2008, the popular show Wife Swap featured two families. Two families couldn't have been more different than these two.
I think both families were kind of a little off, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion.
Stockdale family lived in a small town in Ohio, while the Tonkovic family lived in northern Illinois. Kathy and Tim Stockdale raised their 4 boys on a farm in the country in Ohio. They taught the boys at home and were very talkative.
Didn't allow any cussing.
Aw, rats.
I think the dating.
I think the homeschooling thing really causes a lack of social skills. That's just my opinion. Doesn't mean I'm right. It's just my opinion.
Has physical dangers like pregnancy. It's not worth it.
And the boys are also homeschooled in order to control their influences.
It's important we have control over their character and their education.
In order to earn privileges, the boys must gain tokens by completing a chore they must then check off on a chart.
On the other hand, Lori and John Tonkovic had a lot less structure and rules for how they raised their children. In fact,
high heels and shorts, not a good look.
Lori's son's girlfriend and daughter's boyfriend were both part of the Tonkovic family. Kathy gave Lori
That's fucked up, man. Letting your kid's boyfriend and girlfriend live at the house. Like, it's bad enough to think of your kids doing stuff like that, but under your own roof.
guide to running her house. Lori was shocked by how strict the rules were at the Stockdale home.
Have you ever thought about dating? I think I should wait for time when
Too strict, bad. Not strict enough, bad.
I can settle down.
If you saw a beautiful girl walking down the road, wouldn't you think, oh man, I'd like to take her out on a date?
That might be a first reaction, but second thought, no.
How do they find somebody to marry without dating? Unless it's an arranged marriage, and the way they're living, I wouldn't be surprised.
The boys, who were between the ages of 11 and 19,
Their band was pretty good, in my opinion.
were not allowed to date and had never been in a romantic relationship with anyone.
The boys pay 20 tokens to listen to a radio show.
It's important to instill in our children that you need to work and not expect to have a handout.
The work I
mean, come on. People aren't kids forever. You know, let them be kids. School develops social skills. That's why I believe, during the shutdown, a lot of kids lost their social skills. I wonder what was going through this kid's mind when he finally did snap. He probably couldn't function because I don't even think he lived at home anymore,
have to do is sweep the porch, sweep all the downstairs, clear the table, unload the
I think their mother was just lazy and didn't want to do any housework. Just kidding. But she's got like all these kids, and then they've got them out working doing the band thing too. Like, it's the Stockdale family.
It's kind of boring after a while.
All 4 boys were in the Bluegrass Stockdale family band. Kathy was proud that she taught her kids conservative values and morals. In contrast to the Tonkovic family, where the kids didn't do much to help Mom Lori, they had to do chores to earn privileges.
Listen to the radio?
Yeah.
Who picks those?
Mom does.
Oh, this is great. This is 100 tokens, right?
Yeah.
And that's okay with you?
I would rather.
How much work do they have to do for fucking 100 tokens to have, the mother pick what they get to watch too?
Rather not have to do the tokens to get like a radio show.
Lori was very upset about how Kathy and Tim raised their kids. She said, "They're slaves." In an episode of Wife Swap, Kathy said, "It's important that we have a say in how they grow up and what they learn." On June 15, 2017, almost 10 years later, a 911 call came into the Ohio County of Stark. The person who called quickly ended the call. Following the rules, the police went to the place where the call came from. It was coming from the Stockdale's farm in the country.
How could they figure out where the 911? I heard that they really have a hard time figuring out like where a 911 call comes from. There was like 4 kids or 5 kids, maybe 4, and then 2 parents.
When the police came, the door to the house was already open. They heard a gunshot as they got closer to the house. The police had to stop and call for help to make sure they were safe. James, who was 21 years old, was found by the front door. James, who was 11 years old when the show aired,
It was 11 when the show aired.
had been shot and killed. Upstairs, the dead body of Kathy Stockdale was found by the police. She too had been shot. They quickly found the second-to-last son, Jacob Stockdale, who had shot himself in the head. He was barely alive. He was taken to the hospital right away. Even though it was clear that Jacob Stockdale did it, it wasn't clear at all why. A 20-day
10 years after the show.
shotgun that was always kept in the house was used to kill the people. Jacob had never been in trouble before, and the police had never been called to the Stockdale home. Even though their older brothers had moved out, Jacob and James still lived with their parents and played in the family bluegrass
Oh,
band.
so they did still live there. Okay.
Down with my guard, and that's all we play. I'm playing to the moon, the stars, even breeze and sing.
Yesterday afternoon at about 4:36 p.m., our office received a 911 call from the residents. It was a landline call, not a cell.
Oh, a landline. They just showed a cell phone being dialed. Okay, landline. What do you mean beat?
Phone call. It was a hang-up call. At that time, after we received the hang-up call, which we do in a number of cases on a daily basis, we responded deputies to the residents. Upon arrival at the residence, the deputies noticed that the front door was open. They gave verbal commands. There was no response. And at that time, there was a gunshot that went off.
Makes you wonder what happened. Oh, neat instead of nair. Okay.
After the gunshot went off, they tactically approached the house when some backup arrived and discovered that the suspect, Jacob Stockdale, had attempted suicide and shot himself when they arrived. They also discovered 2 victims in the home, 54-year-old Catherine Barbara Stockdale and 21-year-old James William Stockdale. Both were deceased as a result of a gunshot wound. Deputies continue to investigate the case along with the Stark County Coroner's Office. Once we have more information available on the case, we will provide it to you.
Some people really have weird tics or whatever. This guy bounces up and down while he's talking.
Currently, the suspect, Jacob Stockdale, is in Cleveland Metro in critical care.
Any run-ins with Jacob prior to this incident?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
You haven't been there, no run-ins, anything. It seems like a really nice, wholesome family. What are you looking at from any motive yet?
It's hard to, kind of surmise what the motive may have been.
Makes you wonder.
There's some speculation. We don't really want to get into that part of it, but we'll continue to investigate this case and try to determine if there's a motive. Just do not know.
Father indicate any issues that have been leading up to this?
None at all.
Mental health?
Never mentioned anything of that nature.
Have you been aware of this family? I know we're hearing a lot that they were performers. They would travel around a lot.
We're learning that as well. We were not aware of that when we responded. As was asked, we had never had a reason to be called to that residence in the past. So we don't have anything in our CAD or any information that we'd been there in the past. So.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of money selling yoga.
In fact, the band had gigs all summer long.
here to sing and play for you. Play, Tom. Peaches in the summertime, bananas in the fall. If I can have the
They were actually very good looking kids too.
one I love, I'll have none at all. Oh, walking in my sleep, boy, walking in my sleep. Up and down this country road, walking in my sleep.
It's a sad world. But if you guys want to look more into that, it's the Stockdale family murders. Back to the happy politics.
Like, not that he's incompetent and that he's wholly unqualified. I think he thinks he's too liberal. You're probably exactly right. But I just think that people are craving counter-programming so desperately right now. And we're craving a reality-based fight and a little dirty. And
I'd just like to know why less than a year later, Stockdale.
this kind of shit needs to be, the optics of this and the duplicity and the breathtaking hypocrisy and the double standards needs to be broadcast all the time. And I think so many people in the United States right now are feeling like out to sea. You have corporate media bending the knee, LA Times.
Yeah, they are bending the knee.
Washington Post. And then Paul Krugman recently on his Substack said that he left the New York Times because of the micromanaging and huge rewrites of his editorials. And so you see that.
And I hope these people aren't going to leave their careers. I hope they're going to continue to speak out and, not just say, okay, fine, I just won't talk anymore. Because, come on now,
corporate news failing us. And then Mike Pence comes out with that banger. Are you kidding me? Do you think Mother got to him? Do you think she said, Mike, grow some balls? They tried to kill you. I think that maybe this is the thing. We've always asked, you and I off camera, like, what will it take for somebody indoctrinated in the Trump cult to get out of it? And I think it is attempted murder. I think now we know the answer. It is attempted murder. And once they try to kill you, then you find Jesus and you put out counter programming on your Twitter. Now,
I don't understand. If I was Mike Pence, I think I would have pressed charges on the attempted murder. Do you know what I mean?
I want it noted for the permanent record, viewer and listener. We here at I've Had It Podcast and iHip News still believe with every molecule of DNA in our bodies that Mike and Karen Pence are batshit lunatics, right? But even batshit lunatics have moments of clarity, and they are having a moment of clarity as to how idiotic, dangerous.
I mean, pardoning people who were going to kill you should be a subject of contention.
And stupid Donald Trump is. Right. And so both of those things can be true at the same time. The Pences can be having a moment of clarity, but also the Pences suck. They totally suck. He's trying to atone with this little tweet. I appreciate it, Mike, but you're still a dick. You've always been a dick. You're always going to be a dick. You just have a little bit of clarity. But speaking of my guy that I think fights the good fight, and he is not afraid to stand up to bullies. Let's hear Governor of Minnesota, former vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz.
Those folks are in there and they're making, they put out tweets from the president's fail son who threatens people like, we're coming for you. You think this is bad or whatever. So I would tell people, stay focused. Don't take the bait on the distractions. Surround yourself with people who understand this and recognize the things they went after today are basically a big chunk of what society does. And people like to have clean water and hospitals.
Damn straight. People like to have clean water. What I learned about this one I'm going to get to, and it's taken me forever to get to it, already an hour and a half. I realize that I do get a little sidetracked. Sorry.
And safety and roads and airports, all the things they're going after. And you summed it up. There's societies that function like this, where the rich and the oligarchs do everything. And there's some fabulously wealthy people who are are above the law. And the rest of us are here. And I think we have to find that voice. We have to push back. We have to be organized. We do have to use the courts. But I just want to caution everyone. I don't know what tends us to believe that Donald Trump cares what the courts say. I think there needs to be more to that. And I think it is taking it to the individual people. Show what each of these programs does and what it means to people's lives.
I couldn't agree more. I have a real concern regarding the illegality. And even if it
I think we all have a real concern regarding the illegality. And yet, do something. Start impeachment process. This guy was impeached twice. I mean,
judge says, okay, you're breaking the law. What you're doing is illegal. He and his administration, and thank you, Supreme Court, for allowing this, you're going to say, I don't give a fuck. It's an executive order. I'm the executive. I can do what I want. So we're full-blown dictator. And the consolidation of power, like I think trying to depend on the court all the time, number one, it takes a lot of time. And number two, I have zero evidence of Donald Trump caring about the law or caring what a judge says.
Well, I mean, he has to go to court right before, right before he's supposed to be in, and they convict him with no penalties. I mean, come on now.
About the law. This is a man who has been held in contempt 11 times. And
Okay,
that is,
Rick.
you cannot behave appropriately. So we are going to have to hold you in contempt. It is unbelievable how he will disregard law. So that's my fear. What's going to happen when he says, screw you, I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway. And everybody around him is like, oh yeah, me too. I don't care. He said it was okay, so I'm going to do it. I mean, that's where it gets really scary for me. I think.
Not to mention that everything he does too is like fear tactics, so that, when that guy, resigns because Elon Musk is saying, oh, I want you to resign or get fired because you tried to, fine me. And the conflict of interest, the American public, if we're the people who had to vote somebody in, then fucking speak out, man. Like, and our politicians that have taken an oath to represent the country, that went to school and became. I'm so sick of seeing people go, well, it's good that he ended the diversity and the equal, because now the people will have to be qualified for their jobs. And what qualifications does this guy have? What qualifications? American businessman and reality TV show host are not qualifications. They're not qualifications.
That he's absolutely going to recklessly disregard the law. There's no question about it. And the minute it goes to court, he will send his MAGA digital army to demean and investigate the judge. And just like he's done with Marshawn, I mean, this is literally, we're entering into an lawless oligarchy with a man that wears a diaper and can't blend his makeup and has to.
I've even seen, people say, people who their jobs would be in some way, shape, or form, they're going to be affected by these things. And yet they're still sitting there defending these actions that they know down the line they're going to be affected.
Dementia, and then his co-president, co-wife, whatever he is a Nazi that sniffs ketamine. I mean, I can't.
And he admits it. And now, instead of calling, you know, the Nazi salute, to get out of that, they're referring it to as the Musk salute. I mean, please, man.
I can't believe that I'm saying that and I'm not joking, but that's where we are. And then always, every time Trump is in power, he has these lying liars. And the press secretaries just really get to me. Last time he had that little Sean Spicer who came out, came out hot about the inauguration crowd, totally lying.
Now he's got a 27-year-old that looks good in a bikini. I mean,
and then he has Kellyanne McEnany. What cracked me up about Kellyanne McEnany is she stood there and lied while wearing a cross because, she's a good Christian woman. Right. Well, enter Trump 2.0. Here is the first press secretary that we have. And I want you to notice what's dangling around her neck when you're listening to her lie. Kylie, play the clip.
Folks that you mentioned have a right to have that legal opinion, but it is in disagreement with the legal opinion of this administration. This administration believes that birthright citizenship is unconstitutional, and that.
Well, then I guess there's quite a few of them that are going to have to go because that's the way it is. Like all of us, I guess.
When can I retire?
Like she cares what's
Fisher Investments,
unconstitutional.
we know a lot goes into that question. An easy planning guide.
It's literally
actually in the Constitution, though. The 14th Amendment, it's actually in the Constitution. That birthright citizenship is protected by the Constitution. So, for reals?
Constitutional. Right. It's in the Constitution. In the Constitution. So my question to you is, do you pray to Jesus, the guy whose cross you're wearing around your neck with that same lying mouth, or is that a different mouth? Because I want to know. I want you to sit down and explain it to me like I'm fucking 5. I want these MAGA Christians to sit down and explain to me like I'm 5 years old how this motherfucker is somehow Christ.
Well, here, I'll let some of them explain it to you. There's some. I'll let some of them explain it to you.
For good, like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
As long as he went through the proper, as long as he came here legally, as long as Jesus
This is them.
Christ came to this country legally, we would let him in. Gentlemen, thank you. No, thank you.
Friend of the network, Walter Masterson, is trying his best to convince MAGA that they should practice the actual teachings of Jesus instead of hijacking them to justify their bigotry.
Pretty intense. Yeah, I feel like Jesus was kind of like a big open border socialist.
Well, that's interesting that you say that. Well, there are some things that,
saw we the a stranger and took thee in, or naked and clothed thee, as ye have done it unto one of the least of these, my brethren, ye have done it unto me.
While the Bible contains some of the most unhinged things you'll ever hear, it has many truly valuable and universal lessons that apply equally today as they did thousands of years ago. Religion is a tool that can be used for good, like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Civil Rights Movement, or bad, like justifying the slave trade and manifest destiny. It just depends on who's wielding it and their intentions.
What do you think it's about?
The only thing I can say is until we get our own people under control, I'm not worried about anybody outside this country.
We were talking about immigration. There were some parts in it that I thought were like pro-immigration.
They are. Jesus was
an
immigrant, right? Illegal immigrant?
No, he was born in Nazareth. It was like an anchor baby.
Raised in Egypt. He did not apply for visas. He never came into any country legally. If people come to our country and we don't give them home, we don't give them food, we don't give them water.
Shout out to the Jolly Good Ginger. Coming in at the end to put a bow on the sheer cruelty of our country's immigration system and general attitude towards immigrants and migrants. No human being is legal, and immigration status should play no role in how you treat someone whatsoever. But that's a lot to ask out of MAGA. And
some of them did apply for visas, though, with the BPD1 app, whatever. There's a big difference between the definition of the words immigrant, migrant, and refugee.
sadly, far too many Dems and libs.
But we have to realize the deeper meaning behind this election. It's not just politics. This is truly evil. This is a spiritual war in our country. I'm a devout Christian. I do believe 100% wholeheartedly that we are image bearers of Christ. And so in that, we can't...
Church and politics, no. They're not supposed to mix.
Destroy the image of Christ in the womb, out of the womb. You look at other countries and they're doing eugenics. This is going to happen here, and abortion is just step one.
Excuse me, buddy. Do your fucking research. The guy with Kellogg, Battle Creek, Michigan. Check it out, buddy. They were doing eugenics for years. For years, okay? For years. We're going to have it in this country. Okay, bud. I suggest you study your history. These are just like, people who were voting for Trump and somebody's interviewing them. The channel is called TYT Sports.
Plan.
Eugenics? You mean like based on like genes, trying to get people with the same genes?
Yeah.
Did you hear Donald Trump saying 2 days ago that immigrants were people with bad genes?
And please do your studying, do your research. Kellogg's, the cereal. Those guys. Seventh Day Adventists in Battle Creek, Michigan. Doing that since the 1800s. Do your research. The Nazis adapted that from them, from here.
I did not hear that, and I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I would say that all immigrants, no matter where you are, no matter what race you are, ethnicity, you are created in the image of God.
It's all well and good for him to say this about immigrants as a self-proclaimed devout Christian, but what he really believes is more like, yeah, even though I disagree with Trump's thinking that immigrants aren't human beings, not deserving of the same human rights and dignity as
Immigrants and migrants and refugees are three different things.
white native born Americans, I'm still going to vote for him anyways because that's what my version of God is telling me to do. And I trust everything he tells me. The cognitive dissonance and mental gymnastics are spectacular, yet so disheartening to see in real time.
Hey guys, quick break in the action. I have a new show coming out called The Rick Straw. It can all be found in the description box below. Thank you.
Do you think Donald Trump is picked by God?
I believe that everyone is. Just like Joe Biden being in office, I believe that God put him there for a reason. I don't believe in coincidence. And God has everything that happens, he has planned, and he has prepared the steps.
So if Donald Trump were to lose, you'd accept the election results?
I would accept it, yeah. And I think that if Kamala gets in and our country plummets, which it will if she gets into office, I think that
These kids are probably just first voting age right here. And I just...
that'll be judgment on our nation. And it's only a time for us to grow stronger in our beliefs in God, because as we can see, the world is evil. There is truly something anti-human, which is against our human nature. And so we have to realize that this is spiritual. The realm does exist. And so we have
Yeah, those evil people feeding those seniors Meals on Wheels. Oh, and those evil people feeding kids free school lunch. Ooh, bringing back child labor. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that shit's Bye, drowsy doll. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, drowsy doll.
we have to realize this isn't just all shallow like they want to make it seem.
Case in point, reducing elections.
I believe this channel has been touched by an angel. I believe we are in God's good graces, and I do believe that. I firmly believe that. Although sometimes things do look bleak, just passed away. I thought she passed away a while ago, but I could be wrong. But I believe that, we are warriors here.
In politics as a whole to a simple binary of good versus evil misses the forest for the tree.
And I think that everybody who participates using their voices here and is warriors, because it's real difficult. I understand that even more so now. I mean, if they didn't hate me and attack people that came to this channel and spoke out before, I'm sure that they are, giving themselves real reason to now. You know what I mean? But God gave us our voices, and I'm going to use mine. And I hope that we all, relish that. Sick of the lies of what? CW. Is that really CW? Because I want to drop the link of what lies, though. I mean, I'm not lying about anything. I'm just playing what's on there. I thought so too, Rick. I really do. I thought she passed away a while ago too. That's so weird, right? I feel like sometimes, what is it that they do? Oh my God, what is it called when they say like Publishers Clearinghouse wasn't Publishers Clearinghouse, and what is that called again? I want free shit. I worked since I was 15, CW. Don't even fucking try that shit with me. I worked since I was 15 years old and paid my taxes. Don't even try that shit with me. That's the only reason I'm a Democrat. What a dumb fucking thing to say. What a stupid fucking shit thing to say. Is that what you think about all Democrats? Stupid? Is that what you think? That's fucking dumb. Oh, and by the way, I voted for William Well. He's a Republican. I loved McCain. Oh, I don't know if it was because I did block the real one, so she might have made that to come in, but that's okay, Wild Wisdom, because I was just about to myself, because I don't like her fucking acting like all Democrats want free shit. I loved John McCain. You want to say John McCain wanted free shit? Because he was a fucking military hero, and all four sons of his were military. You want to say he wanted free shit, or did he fight for your freedom? I'll actually go to her account and unblock her real account, so if she wants to come back, because I want to hear her say that McCain, his whole military family, going back through time. I want to hear her say they were Republicans. Do you think John Kerry? Do you think he wanted free shit too when he fought for your freedom? Like, do you? Tell me I want free shit, you stupid bitch. Cancer was free. Do you think I wanted that? Your COPD was free. Did you want that? You talk stupid. that you're sick of the lies, but I want free shit. That's why I'm a Democrat. That's a fucking lie, CW. So I just went and unhid you. See, I know you've been going around, you've been harassing Annette too, going in her room, talking some smack and shit. And here you are running around like as if Trump gives a shit about you. So you're unblocked to come in as yourself. But don't come in here and say stupid fucking dumb shit like that. You don't get to be insulting. To have a conversation, that's one thing.
Trees. Yes, there are morally good and morally bad things politicians do and policies they advocate for, but that completely ignores the underlying reasons why the vast majority of our elected officials do what they do. Money and power, which helps explain why Trump's cult of personality among Republicans.
Well, it wasn't that it was a fake account. It's that it was probably a new account made because she's blocked. Because she's blocked. Because she likes to go to Nets and she likes to go to and I wasn't even sure if it was a real account because she is blocked. Right. And she could have made it because she gets blocked from me and Annette because she goes in there and not in a way that, you know, wanting to have a conversation, but in a way wanting to insult. And nobody has to, you know, it's a free country. We don't have to listen to the insults, accusing people of, I want free shit. That's why I'm a Democrat. That's just the stupidity out of somebody's mouth that thinks that they didn't vote against their best economics for themselves.
Officials has gotten to this point.
Before you take this historic vote today, 1 week before Christmas, I want you to keep this in mind. When Jesus was falsely accused of treason, Pontius Pilate gave Jesus the opportunity to face his accusers. During that sham trial, Pontius Pilate afforded more rights to Jesus than the Democrats have afforded this president in this process.
They crucified him because he was a Jew there celebrating Passover and was peaceful. And a lot gets left out that Barabbas or Barabbas or Barabbas. His first name was Jesus as well. And quite frankly, I don't think the, you know, crowds knew one from the other because there was no pictures, there was no photographs. They just know that, you know, what they were being told under duress with fear tactics. Okay. Crucifixion was, hello, Sharon. Crucifixion was a method of, you know, very painful death. Nobody wanted it.
President Trump is joining some of the most incredible people in history being arrested today. Nelson Mandela.
Well, she's going to compare him to Nelson Mandela. No, I'm not live about. Oh, my live about even. Oh, I know, right? I pinned CVX's comment because I thought it was a really good comment. Like, what a weirdo the guy is, huh? According to him, everybody needs to go around naked. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, if this is not one of the biggest idiots I've ever seen in my life, in my opinion, I'm sorry, she is.
Mandela was arrested, served time in prison. Jesus was arrested and murdered by the Roman government. There have been many people throughout history that have been arrested and persecuted by radical, corrupt governments. And it's beginning today in New York City. And I just can't believe it's.
Don't compare him to Jesus.
It's happening. The Democrats and the fake news media want to constantly talk about, oh, President Trump is a convicted felon. Well, you want to know something? The man that I worship is also a convicted felon.
Trump? Because I know this bitch don't worship anything but herself and Trump.
And he was murdered on a Roman cross.
No one, let alone Donald Trump of all people, should be defied and venerated to this degree. And when your leader...
That's just craziness what this woman just said.
are saying things like this, it inevitably makes its way down to the base.
I mean, think about Jesus Christ himself. Everybody went against him because he was preaching love and doing what was right for the people. And Trump's doing what's right.
You think Trump is preaching of love? Buddy, do you even think Trump cares about you in the least?
For this nation, and because he's doing that, everybody is against him.
Number one, he's a godly man. He's working for God, for darn sure.
Oh my. Whoa.
Number two, he really cares about us. He cares about us. He cares about what happens.
No, he doesn't.
To us. He cares about our country. He didn't come in there because he wanted the money. He's got money. He's in there because he is actually working for God. And he wants to help us, and he wants to get us to.
Oh my God, this lady really just. Oh my.
A good. He wants to make America great again, and I, it's true.
I can guarantee you're not voting for Trump. I was just talking to you right now.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, said that Trump is as close to Jesus as anyone she's seen. That he is like, but he's being treated like Jesus. He's being treated.
He's so far from Jesus. I can't even.
Because they are persecuting him. What do you think of that?
I think that's a fair statement. I mean, Jesus was wrongly crucified. He was like Trump. He was a fighter. He was an evangelizer, and the people back in that time and the politics at that time just wanted him out. So they got rid.
I got news for you, buddy. Whether it was Jesus or not that went in there and was kicking over the money changers, tables and stuff, he would have been in trouble. He would have been in trouble for that. He would have gotten in trouble for that. So, yeah, like, according to them, they didn't like that he was kicking over, and yeah, they didn't like that. But yeah. They do need straitjackets. I can't even believe one of them just came in here and said, I wanted free shit. That's why I'm a Democrat. Like, are you, like, they're just, this is crazy people, in my opinion. And I'm not saying all of them. I'm really not. People need to understand that this is no longer Democrat and Republican. This is what they think is Trump's America. It isn't Trump's America. This isn't Trump's America. This is the Americans' America. It's really disgusting.
Give me 7 minutes a day and a chair, and I'll help you lose that beer belly. We start on February 3rd.
Is a dangerous idiot. I mean, it is unbelievable that when you start saying out loud that he says he has a brain worm and he decapitated a whale head and he staged a bear homicide in Central Park, anti-vaxxer, all this crazy nonsense.
Okay,
there's nothing else.
Now, there's an issue that I have with, now I like this channel. I do like it. But I fact-checked something. And I think they should have fact-checked themselves. Because it's a fact.
I love more than watching a fired up Democrat with conviction take on these lunatics. Let's watch this clip from Bernie Sanders.
Out of time.
I think the gist of what you were trying to say today is you're really pro-vaccine. You want to ask questions. You have started a group called the Children.
Now, see, what I'm not understanding though is what happened between May 2024 and now that this guy is, you know, Trump's health secretary nominee. I don't understand what happened between then and now.
Children's Health Defense. You're the originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled Unfaxed, Unafraid. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece.
Now, they're not talking about, you know, the COVID vaccine here. They're talking about vaccinations, you know, that you get when you're a baby. I really think it's up to the individual, but I do believe that schools require kids to be vaccinated before they can even start. I highly doubt any grocery stores are going to go along with that because that would mean that, you know, a big part of their, you know, sales are going to be affected with that. And he really is not allowed to dictate what people get to fucking buy. And that's a fact. And, you know, now he's come out with his own food line that, you know, he has people when they pay, you know, $250,000 a plate, that, you know, they have to eat his food. He's a disgrace, and that's a fact. So, should I say to Chicken Winner, she's only what she is because she wants to, you know, have things unaffordable for herself. It's crazy, crazy, crazy shit.
Piece, by the way. Next one is no vax, no problem. Now you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask.
Okay, you need to be more specific because basically it's been my understanding as a parent that without the childhood vaccines, well, he's also stopped the money for that too. Like, so nobody's, yeah, it's just, you know, I don't know. Like it's overwhelming all the things that he's put in effect. He also stopped cancer research and diabetes research and cap on prescription drugs and, you know, loads of things. He's trying to create a great divide and conquer. But I'm really not understanding because babies, when they grow up, have to go to school. You have to provide them with a record of that they had all the necessary vaccines. So that's
Some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market? Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board. I was just.
He sounds like he's got some real problem. I'll tell you right there. Like talking, he sure does. It does feel like a bad dream, doesn't it? I'm sorry to hear that, MJ. And people who actually have gone through cancer are defending They're defending that. Stopping free lunch for little kids in school and stuff. Sounds like Spartan Dan. You're funny. Why you?
A few months ago, you founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with.
Are you supportive of these onesies?
Let him answer, buddy. I like Bernie Sanders, but I do recollect a time when someone in the community said, "Bet you're a Jew like Bernie Sanders." Bet you're a Jew like Bernie Sanders. Like, I just was blown away by that. Now, this guy, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., was an H addict for 14 years. Exactly, M. Joe. So being against it, or people being against it, is like, I don't think that them being against it means that they don't have to have it if they want their kids to go to school. I do think that this guy here, if his job was to try to help in the opioid crisis, that somebody who's had a past addiction would be somebody, if he's truly beat that and everything, that he would be more apt to be able to relate. His past is also as an environmentalist attorney. So, I mean, I want to do more research on this guy, because I know that the president doesn't care about the environment. That's for sure. So I don't understand how he goes from his passion of being an environmentalist attorney to wanting to do anything for somebody who stops the, and gets out of the, the Paris climate thing and stuff,
Supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that.
Well,
Here's
I
why
don't
you should
understand why
definitely
he should have
publish
to tell
your
them
book.
to
I
not
believe this quote
keep
by
selling
Toni
it,
Morrison
because
sums it up.
the fact is that nobody can go to school without being vaccinated. So whether or not they sell it, doesn't mean that, yeah, well, Swiss took down the live stream, so.
Okay, Bernie Sanders is an icon. Yeah. When he says, "Are you supportive of these onesies?" I mean, that needs to be blown up. And I'm sitting there watching it, and then you see Elizabeth Warren sitting next to him, and she's like, "Yeah, but yeah." We need a rapid response team. Do you remember when Kamala first announced her campaign, and there was the accounts called Kamala HQ, and Kamala HQ.
Yeah, but the thing is then after Kamala lost, she gave up too easy, and now they're coming out with all these things, these proof of using government numbers that there was votes purged and thrown away and stuff, and nobody's doing anything. So I mean, sure, okay, these people are this way, that way, this way, that way, but these people need to step up for the American people.
Would just immediately, rapidly respond and give influencers, creators, podcasters these sound bites that they could then re-platform. And we don't have anybody doing that right now, because that whole thing, are you supportive of these onesies? It's like a total A Few Good Men moment. Did you order?
Well, okay. As I said, I like these ladies. I do. Now, would you have to be like, would you be fired now at this time? I feel like some of the executive orders that he signed would definitely have affected your job then.
Order the code red. It's like, it's great. And Elizabeth Warren sitting there going, yeah, suck on that. Like, this is good stuff. Like, the Democrats really shined here.
Okay, but there's going to be a moment that comes up where I don't think it's shining. And I do like these ladies.
And this just gets buried in the heaping pile of shit that are all the stupid stuff that Trump does. Before I turn it over to you, and I'm teeing this up for you perfectly, do you think that Donald Trump did JFK Jr.'s makeup for his hearings? Did you notice? I mean, it's awful. I don't know if they share a makeup artist, if Trump does his own makeup.
I don't care about the makeup artists. I don't care about any of that. I care about what gets trudged off in a couple of minutes here.
And then he did JFK Jr.'s makeup. It's embarrassing that anybody would go out in public like that, much less to a congressional hearing. But everything about RFK Jr. is embarrassing, especially, and you know, we've talked about it so much on the conviction. All he's done for years, RFK Jr., who I'm referring to, is talked about how evil vaccines are.
He's allowed that opinion. But kids can't go to school without it. But when they break down the education system, then they can.
That's all he's done. Conspiracy theory. I mean, if there's not a conspiracy that he hasn't left. And then
okay. But coming up, what he says is a fact, and you call it a conspiracy theory. You call it a conspiracy theory when it's a real issue. It's true. It's true to life. Because I fact checked it. All different resources. Reading, not looking for videos on YouTube. Reading studies on it and everything. And it's a fact. It is not a conspiracy theory.
Gets up there and says, oh, I support vaccines. It's like, you're lying. If you are so convicted.
Okay, when I want to know what the change was between May 24th, I'm sorry, May 2024 and now, I mean.
You think your conspiracy is so real, then tell us why you say that. Instead of flip-flopping and selling your onesies and getting your ass chewed by Bernie Sanders. If you're so worried about transparency and good science, tell us what you rely on that's not a conspiracy.
Okay, you tell me what you rely on. That doesn't make what he says about drinking water facts.
You dipshit motherfucker with bad makeup. Okay, I know that you pumps want to live in a world where it's like there's transparency and all of this stuff. We're post that. Like we're way. Like these people are going to he's going to say I'm pro-vax in front of all of these Democratic colleagues. And they're going to say, oh, now you're pro-vax. Everybody knows he's anti-vax.
I want to know why Trump asked him to run.
And there is a allegation that's been around for quite some
appointed him. I want to know what the difference is in less than a year.
Time since Trump first started running in 2016, that Barron could be on the spectrum, and that Trump believes that vaccines caused this. And there is some video of Trump during his first run for presidency in 2016, 2017, where he says, you know, they have this big needle and they just inject it all in this baby. And then all of a sudden they're on the spectrum or they have autism. And we need to look into that.
Well, I think that they're using the spectrum quite often lately to make money off people with, you know, for their lack of good teaching skills and their lack of you know, not lack of, their desire to prescribe things. for pharmaceutical companies to, I think that they're diagnosing people, everyone, way too much.
Into that. So Trump has left breadcrumbs for him to lead himself with an anti-vaxxer. Trump's a conspiracy theorist. RFK Jr. is a conspiracy theorist.
He's not talking about that vaccine, Wild Wisdom. He's talking about what you have to get your babies to go to school.
I mean, like beyond. And he has like just incredible arrogance and hubris and thinks he knows more than like researchers and doctors. Everybody else, they're all.
But
conspiracy theorists like this, that's just where we all are. But I think if you all look into this, my mother, who follows politics religiously, is the one like in 2016, 2017, was like, I think Trump's an anti-vaxxer. Look at this, look at this. And I think there's some truth to it. Now, I don't want to disparage Barron. I don't think there's anything.
I think that term got, but you probably did. If you went to school, Sharon, you got vaccinated against, chicken pox and smallpox and polio. Yeah, they are, Rick. Yeah, they are. Yep.
Wrong with being on the spectrum. And if he is, then that would be, a great way to platform outreach for this. But because of autism or being on the spectrum or Asperger's, it has been debunked. It has nothing to do with vaccines. Okay.
Where has that been debunked? Where has that been debunked? I never take the flu shot, and I've never gotten the flu. So
next up, we have from our best friends, Angie's algorithm boyfriend, Ben Mysalis. Here is a fantastic clip that they made yesterday at RFK Jr.'s hearings.
Did you say that exposure to pesticides causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that. I think a lot of the problems we see in kids, and particularly boys, it's probably underappreciated that how much of that is coming from chemical exposures, including.
Now they're going to call this a conspiracy theory. That cooch bank. I don't know what that even fucking means. I'll put you in timeout, and then when you can speak English and logical and make sense when you come in a room, then you can conduct yourself properly. This is not a lie. What he's saying right here, I fact checked this.
A lot of the sexual dysphoria that we're seeing, they're swimming through a soup of toxic chemicals today. Many of those are endocrine disruptors. There's atrazine throughout our water supply. Atrazine, by the way, if you in a lab put atrazine in a tank full of frogs, it will chemically castrate and forcibly feminize every frog in there. And 10% of the frogs, the male frogs, will turn into fully viable females able to produce viable eggs. If it's doing that to frogs.
He's not lying.
There's a lot of other evidence that it's doing it to human beings as well.
Can I really be compensated for caring for a family member? Yes. Eligible caregivers can earn up to $1,500 per month.
It's a great clip. I mean, it's the receipts. Yeah.
And show us receipts. Look for them. They're there. Show us receipts.
RFK Jr. it's incredibly dangerous, especially considering you have everybody that knows him, like his cousin, the daughter of.
Okay, now you're going to go into grinding up baby chicks to feed a hawk. Okay, but there's a bigger problem there that you want to just brush off. And why? Why do you want to? Why don't you have a computer in front of you and you can fact check it yourself? Oh, he won't come back in. And if he comes back in rude and doesn't know how to conduct himself in a manner that, is like logical and says something. I didn't even know who he was talking to when he said that. We'll get rid of him. Who was he? I don't even know who. I couldn't make sense of what he was even saying because he didn't write proper. So I didn't know if he was talking about me, the people on TV, someone in the room. But oh, okay. Well, you can block him if you want. If you can see his name still here, Wild Wisdom, you can block him. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, my focus was on, because it was getting to the point of the Atrazine, which is my. Oh, thank you, Danny Lynn. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I have no. It wasn't written like in English. Thank you, Danny Lynn. I appreciate you. I think you were here the other night. I appreciate that. Just don't block anybody randomly that you think might be I noticed that this CW didn't come back in because I did unblock their actual account so we would know it was them. So possibly that was a troll clone account that came in. But okay. Atrazine exposed males suffered from depressed testosterone, decreased breeding gland size, demasculinized, feminized laryngeal development, suppressed mating behavior, reduced sperm, and decreased fertility. Okay. Now, there's many, many, many different reports. Many different reports. Most of the world has banned. You're right about that, Sharon. Yeah. Drop the link would be a weird thing for a troll to do. Yeah, you're true. That's true. You're right about that. Unless they were going to prawn bomb me. Atrazine. This is from 2010. This is from 2010. This is from the National Institute of Health, government agency. It induces complete feminization. I mean, these are studies that were done. And those ladies called him a conspiracy theorist and told him to show receipts. It's the most commonly detected pesticide contaminant of ground, surface, and drinking water. It is a potent endocrine disruptor. It clearly says here that with the test done on the frogs, they were demasculized, chemically castrated, and completely feminized. You didn't hide. What account did you hide? Not that Danny Lynn one, right? What one did you hide? You think it too? Screenshot what, Drowsy Doll? Jeez, dude, I just touched your blanket. 80 million pounds are applied annually in the United States alone. Oh, okay. You think it too. Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. Oh, that comment. I really cannot believe that they pushed that off to, I just can't even, that they just pushed it off. This is in 2018 by the government agency, you know, the NIH. Okay, but this is about like Atrazine and contaminated water. They're blocked. They're gone, okay? I'd like to block Atrazine. Yeah, that's why I don't want to have like this whole big thing about, you know, one comment. They got blocked. They're gone, you know? I mean, they're gone. I'm really, you know, fretting the fact that, you know, somebody mentions Atrazine and that they're called conspiracy theorists by, you know, two people that I like and take their, you know, their YouTube content to heart. And right, but they're black, so they're using it on the crops. And those two ladies called that a conspiracy theory when you could see like government studies on it. It's crazy. It's Atrazine, a common water contaminant in the US, has been associated with adverse birth outcomes in previous studies. This study aimed to determine if atrazine, I'm sorry, I said Atrazine, it's atrazine, concentrations in drinking water are associated with adverse birth outcomes. So they're checking in the this is crazy. So were they doing tests on pregnant women? I mean, like, huh? That's so crazy. This study included 14,445 live singleton births from Ohio community served by 22 water systems enrolled in the U.S. environmental. This is so crazy. So between 2006 and 2008, they were testing people like involuntarily. Pregnant people? Is it even legal? Can you imagine? That's crazy. It's unbelievable. It's an endocrine disruptor. And while some aspects of the toxic mechanisms are unclear, Atrazine disrupts the hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis by inhibiting hormone production, increasing aromatase. I don't even know what that is. I'd need like a this was back in 2018 where, yes, he was president then too. And, so there you go. I need like a research assistant tell me what aromatase production and disrupting ovarian function. Reducing sperm, alter gonad development. This is just so unbelievable. Delayed puberty, decreased testosterone, reduced sperm counts. Oh my God. I mean, so when he said that it does all this, and those two ladies are like, receipts, conspiracy theory. I mean, oh my God. But he was right. He wasn't lying, MJo. He's not lying, though. He said that's because he was an environmental attorney. And they laughed at him and said he's a conspiracy theorist. In 2017, atrazine, a harmful weed killer, taints tap water. Contaminates supply for about 7.6 million Americans. World Health Organization and the Environmental Protection, these are all, they're going to show receipts. Like, okay, there's some receipts. I can't even, you can't call everything. 2011, demasculinization and feminization of male gonads. These are all research done by government agencies. The potential health effects for the exposed persons include congestion of the heart, lungs, and kidneys, low blood pressure, muscle spasms. He's not lying, and fucking they're calling it a conspiracy theory. That's really disappointing. And I like the channel. Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, I just, and someone writes in there, is that voice from Toxic Chemicals? What the fuck is he talking about? Did he swallow a frog? I mean, so water made me gay. But there's fucking reports and studies on it. And I just can't even.
President John F. Kennedy, she says something that I think we haven't given enough attention to, that Bobby Kennedy Jr. takes live chicks and live animals and puts them into a blender and blends them while they're alive to feed to his birds of prey. So this administration just gets weirder and crazier. As it goes on. I mean, this is the bottom feeder conspiracy theorist administration. And we live here.
Okay, but hun, that wasn't a conspiracy theory. That he just said. And the feeding his birds of prey. I mean, people buy live mice at the pet store and feed them to their snakes. People buy live fish and feed them to their, you know, their other fish, Oscars and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, why couldn't what she's saying be a lie and what he's saying about the drinking water, which can be, you know, fact checked, be true? I mean, I get it that he has, you know, not the best past, but I don't understand, like, how fact checking something to do with the drinking water was so difficult there.
Like they're in charge. Like, we live here. And so what Midas Touch did with that clip, that rapid response, I think that type of messaging is going to be so important. And I'm calling on leaders within the DNC or Democratic leadership to revive that old Kamala HQ account and just really start messaging, number one, the insanity of these MAGA Republicans,
This isn't Trump, though, that they're talking about, Wild Wisdom. It's Bobby Kennedy's son.
these cabinet appointees. And number two, when Democrats are shining, when Democrats are messaging who the problem is, and it's not the scapegoated immigrants or the scapegoat.
Well, yeah, shining would be one thing, but not fact checking what's going on with our drinking water and just pushing it off to a conspiracy theory, I don't think is shining. Oh, okay. Thank you, MJ. Oh, okay. Wild Wisdom.
LGBTQIA plus people, it's people like Bobby Kennedy who invest in pharmaceutical companies and make money while at the same time bashing them. That's who's harming you.
Well, can we fact check that?
Well, and here's the thing. I appreciate that Robert Kennedy Jr. has educated himself to some degree.
I'm sorry.
To some degree, he's
I have to push back on that.
Let me finish.
Okay.
He is not a scientist. He's not an expert. He's not educated in endocrine.
What all you're going to do is type it in. Type it in and look it up, and you can find like some real valid, you know, valid reports on the drinking water.
Technology or any of the things that it would take to make him an expert. And for him to sit there and word vomit all these words, it's dangerous. It's gross. If you are going to be a head of an agency regarding health, I think you should be a scientist or have some medical experience or.
Well, I agree with that, but you know, I don't know what changed between you know, May 2024 and now. That's what I'd like to know.
Or at least acknowledge facts and scientists and research and not some bullshit conspiracy. It just makes no sense to me. That would be like if I said, I'm an attorney, so let me do your hard
You know,
search.
everything is a conspiracy. When 3 people get together and make plans to go out to dinner, they're conspiring to go to dinner. I mean, really, I mean, if you look up the definition.
Surgery. It doesn't make sense. Nobody would let anybody do that. And the fact that we're all sitting around and entertaining the fact that this man would have the expertise to manage America's health is ridiculous.
Well, Elon Musk has, you know, astronauts up in space that were supposed to be there 7 days. They've been there 9 months. I mean, there's way more stuff to be going on about than you know, something that's actually true.
The whole premise from soup to nuts is ridiculous.
It's from appointee to appointee to appointee across the board.
Across the board.
Wildly unqualified people that traffic in conspiracy theories. And they,
I mean, I don't think anything to do with Donald Trump is good, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
they're educated in conspiracy theories. That's what their
No,
qualification
but
is.
it's not a fucking conspiracy theory. It's there. It's just not. It's not. It's not. It's true. Anybody could look it up.
And because we have a low information voter as president of the United States that also traffics in conspiracy theories, you have the biggest consolidation of conspiracy theorists leading this country off a goddamn cliff, literally off a cliff.
But
You're absolutely right.
but please educate yourself on the pesticides in the drinking water. I mean, did you like Erin Brockovich? She wasn't a doctor either. Okay, so this person says, more truth coming from RFK Jr. than both of you combined. Stop the slander. He is an experienced environmental attorney with tons of knowledge and experience. And that is true. I'm buffering. Am I buffering?
There's just no excuse for it. It's alarming at best.
Okay, we'll see you all later.
Oh, okay.
The most affordable 12-month GLP-1 program with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy for one payment upfront, 12 months of.
It's common sense. It's just a coincidence. 2 days. Signing orders, reinstalling the Diet Coke button, grabbing Panama by the canal. But it was only a matter of time until he had to start presidenting for real. This morning, he held a press conference to address the tragic plane crash in Washington, D.C. last night. And remember, one of the most important things a leader can do in a rapidly developing, difficult situation is to calm people down, stick to the facts, and keep your uninformed opinions to yourself.
We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now.
I mean, or we
Very strong opinions and ideas, and then signs an executive order blaming Biden.
can just speculate wildly. Why not? I get a little bit nervous when Trump has a strong opinion. You know, it's never something unifying, like sunsets are beautiful or love is the answer. But this is a new term, and he's only a few days in, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt. What's Trump's opinion about what happened in D.C.?
The FAA's diversity push, a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program.
Blaming diversity on it is just so crazy.
The agency's guidance on diversity hiring, the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan.
Damn you, diversity initiatives. Why are you responsible for every historical tragedy? The fires in Los Angeles, DEI. The bridge collapse in Baltimore, DEI. The Irish potato famine, DEI. Slavery, DEI. Did you ever notice how many minorities were at slavery? It's all DEI. Just to be clear, Mr. President, you have evidence that diversity initiatives are responsible for this tragic crash. You're not just saying this, right? Right?
I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense.
There you go.
Or women or disabled people.
No. There you go. There you go. He has common sense. It's just a coincidence that his common sense happens to align with his long-held prejudices. So let's spin the big wheel of blame to see which minorities are responsible for this crash. Who will it be this time? Black people, lesbians, trans Armenians?
The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities.
He's such a fucking idiot.
Psychiatric problems and other mental and physical conditions
He is a fucking idiot, in my opinion.
under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative. They include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis.
Holy shit. First of all, I don't think they're hiring people that can't hear or see to be air traffic controllers. Really, I don't. I really don't. But if you're missing an arm, it's their fault that I can't. He makes me feel sick to my stomach. I mean, oh my God.
Complete paralysis, epilepsy, and dwarfism.
Oh my effing. Oh my God. Dwarfism. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm completely shocked right this second. But you know what? People shouldn't be laughing about that. Laughing about it makes it a joke, and it's not a joke.
Dwarfism? I can't believe it's only day 10 and Trump is already this far down his list of scapegoats. He's blown past race and gender, and now he's hitting dwarves? Is he really suggesting there was a plane crash because someone with dwarfism worked in air traffic control? Does Trump
He should be fired.
think they couldn't see the control panel and they were just reaching up and pushing buttons hoping it would work out? I just want to say that people with dwarfism are just like everyone else. In fact, their penises.
Yeah, the joking parts of it is what really gets me, because it's not a joke. It's true. He said it, and it's just not a joke. You know what I mean? Like, this guy is off the chain right now. That's gross what he just said. I mean, absolutely just gross.
It's a shame that so many people gain weight with metformin, especially when a homemade trick lowers blood sugar levels in just a few days. What if I told... And we'll have to see what happens next.
David Jolly, the White House knew the judges would block this. What's going on here?
I don't think they did.
Freeze has been changing and evolving all day long. Here we are, 11:04 Eastern. Where are things now?
Well, I think the latest stuff is that it's been put on hold by a judge, and that
A freeze on Meals on Wheels.
will sort of roil things for the Trump administration for at least a few days while they deal with that. But in general, it was a day of chaos and questions. And that was exemplified in the White House press briefing by Caroline Leavitt when she wasn't at first able to answer whether or not the freeze would have an impact.
I don't know why they're not being fired. And that's a good point there, Rick, because I think it does that to so many people, so many Americans in the world.
On Medicaid.
In the world.
Memo
in the world, in the US. And people all over the world.
Was put out ended up saying that would not have an impact. But of course, you had Democratic senators that Garrett was just talking about in his piece that are saying that there were impacts in places where the administration and the Office of Management and Budget said were not going to take place. So lots of questions, but in terms of state of play, right now it's on hold, and we'll have to see what happens next.
David Jolly.
No, arrest him. I don't want to see what happens next.
Jolly, the White House knew the judges would block this. What's going on here?
I don't think they did, actually.
Stop it.
No, I don't think they did. First of all, this is spending that was approved by Mike Johnson's Republican House last year.
So what are they saying
This is Republican spending. Well, they're falling in line with Donald Trump. But what Donald Trump did that broke the law and violated the Constitution is that it was how he justified it. This is
So sick.
very much akin to the Muslim ban when he said, we're going to ban all Muslims in the country. He got the constitutional reasons wrong. So what the president has to do is he has to faithfully execute the laws. And under the Empowerment Act, he has to spend the money that Congress has appropriated. And
He shouldn't be in charge of anything, in my opinion, except of his golf courses, I guess. Just my opinion.
Speaking to reporters about the crash today, the president himself did a lot of swearing, which was weird when you're supposed to be like comforting the nation. He was swearing.
He did swearing? He was swearing? Good night, Sharon. Thank you, Sharon. I appreciate that.
From the podium. He also rambled and ad-lib riffed on what the crash looked like to him and what it was like for him to watch the video of it. He scoffed at the idea that he would go pay his respects at the crash site, which after all is just minutes from where he lives. He said, quote, "You tell me, what's the site? The water? You want me to go swimming?" He also today, at length, blamed the plane crash on diversity. Diversity hiring. Literally at the moment, bodies were still being pulled out of the frozen Potomac River. He was insisting that there must be something about this that can be blamed on non-white people having jobs.
It didn't sound like he said non-white people. Sounded like he said people with disabilities.
Right? Said it was just common sense. While we're on the subject of the unquestionably and unerringly excellent performance of white men in their job duties, though, did you see the press conference this morning from Trump's newly confirmed Secretary of Transportation? Here was the very end of that press conference. Here's how that one wrapped up.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there an acting FAA director?
And he just walks away.
They walked away. Oh my God. They just turned, all of them, their backs and walked away. Oh, okay, Rick. Make sure to thumbs up, though, before you fall asleep. It's an encouraging gesture. I can't believe they all just turned their backs and walked away like fucking zombies.
From the reporter there, you can hear pretty clearly. Is there an acting FAA director? And you might think that there is an FAA director, right?
They turned all at the same time and walked away like fucking zombies. Thank you, Rick James. I cannot believe what I just looked at right there.
There's this guy there at the press conference in the black jacket, the guy with the brush cut. When he turns around and walks away, you can see a big FAA printed on the back of his jacket. Despite appearances, though.
Oh my God, the way they just turned all in like unison, like they should be fucking ashamed of themselves.
Oh, is not the FAA director. That is Trump's newly appointed, newly confirmed U.S. Secretary of Transportation, who also was plucked from the elite ranks at the tippy top of the meritocratic pyramid in this country, by which I mean he too was picked off of TV. Like Trump's defense.
Picked off of TV?
Secretary Pete Hegseth, Trump's transportation secretary Sean Duffy, also demonstrated his competence for this cabinet position by co-hosting a weekend show on Fox. Now, I don't want to sell him short. He was also on The Real World on MTV.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh my fucking, I can't even.
The best. This morning, while he was wearing an FAA jacket, he was also pointedly not answering that question about, is there an acting FAA director right now?
He's not even part of the FAA and he's wearing a coat. Oh my God.
Anyone who's directing the FAA right now? He did not answer that question. He just walked away. And that may be because as of this morning when that press conference was happening, as of last night when the crash happened too, there was no acting director of the FAA. The director of the Federal Aviation Administration, like the FBI director, like the IRS director, this is one of those jobs that's not supposed to turn over with each new president.
This can't keep being allowed to happen.
FAA directors are appointed for 5-year terms, which means explicitly they're supposed to span multiple presidential terms. But that did not happen with this FAA director. This one left the job on Inauguration Day. And until this morning, Donald Trump hadn't gotten around to appointing anybody to replace him. Well, why did the FAA director leave on Inauguration Day? Less than 2 weeks ago, even though he had a whole bunch of years left in his term as FAA administrator. Why did he leave early? Why did he leave as Trump was being sworn in? Do you remember this? It feels like this was years ago, but it was only 2 weeks ago today. I don't know if they figured out a way to blame this on DEI, right? If some
2 weeks ago, SpaceX rocket explodes midair, showers Caribbean with debris.
somehow, somewhere, someone interfered with the inherent white male excellence of SpaceX in order to make this debacle happen. I don't know. What was this about? But somehow, Elon Musk's latest rocket ship crashed 2 weeks ago today. It was his huge Starship rocket. It went up a little bit, not far enough, caught fire, broke apart in midair, and showered the Earth with debris. Elon Musk was apparently excited by the crash. He described it as, woo, entertaining.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. These people make me want to fucking throw up, I swear to God. Oh my.
Meanwhile, people in Turks and Caicos are dodging the debris. And the good people at the FAA, in response to Elon Musk's screw up, they had to scramble to emergency divert dozens of commercial airlines.
Oh my God. Holy shit. And he had to resign. Oh my God. Oh.
Including from JetBlue and American and Delta. Spirit Airlines had a plane in the air that had to veer off course. Also, same was true for a FedEx cargo plane. Commercial flights as far away as South Africa and Australia had to be delayed or diverted as they had to put out these emergency warnings over a whole big swath of the Indian Ocean because of Elon Musk's mess.
Oh my God. Oh. This is terrible.
This happened 2 weeks ago today, the Thursday before Inauguration Day. The day after the crash, so the Friday before inauguration, the FAA, unsurprisingly, grounded SpaceX Starship program. You cannot try to fly this thing again until you figure out what went wrong here and you fix it. We cannot have anything like this happen again. You are grounded. That was the Friday before the inauguration. Then 3 days later, Inauguration Day, the head of the FAA administrator, was gone from his job.
So there's some details that are so fucking disturbing. So fucking disturbing. It's
Elon Musk was rid of this FAA director who had grounded his rockets. Because what? An entertaining little crash? Which forced emergency diversion?
so I know that the people who voted for him don't really care, in my opinion. In my opinion, they won't really care about that. They'll want to say people voted against him because they want free shit. As opposed to, safety. And, many other things that that's so criminal right there. And they will find something to justify that. And unless, like, you study this and you look, I mean, this is not some person who's, some shitty person. This is Rachel. She has integrity. This is disgustamundo, is what it is.
Versions of dozens of passenger planes packed with humans.
Yeah, they had to divert dozens of passenger planes packed with humans. And in the meantime, they'll just say their nasty comments. I'm sure you'll see loads of nasty comments directed towards me or anybody else who feels this way, because they don't want to just say, they don't even have to say it. But don't try to debate the fact that you weren't doing your research. You were thinking, oh, well, I'm a Republican, so I'm voting Republican. This is not Republican behavior. This is criminal.
In September, while Elon Musk was busy spending the $250 million that he dumped into Donald Trump's campaign to make Donald Trump president again, Mr. Musk had posted a picture.
There's supposed to be a cap on that shit.
Online of the head of the FAA and had demanded his resignation. He needs to resign. He posted that because even before the FAA had to ground SpaceX altogether because of this most recent crash that Elon Musk thought was so awesome, even before that, the FAA...
So he was already doing it because they wanted to fine him $633,000 for alleged safety violations during 2 Florida launches. So this motherfucker's been breaking the fucking law repeatedly. And they think it's fucking okay that, 64 people lost their lives yesterday. 67, I'm sorry. 67. And more could have that day had that guy not been in charge then, when they had to divert all those commercial planes filled with people. Right there, he was gone. And there's a crash.
The FAA had already issued a bunch of fines to SpaceX for ignoring safety rules and other requirements. Elon Musk had adopted this as sort of one of his personal causes. This was one of his crusades. Get rid of the FAA. Get rid of this guy at the FAA who's in the way.
This motherfucker can't be having government contracts. That is a conflict of interest, man.
Of my SpaceX company. He's been personally demanding that this guy be gotten rid of. And so he got it. FAA chief was out on Inauguration Day. And then 10 days later, we had a horrific mid-air plane crash whereupon one of the cable news hosts Trump hired for his cabinet wore an FAA outfit to a press conference, which made people wonder if he was running the FAA, which made reporters...
Wore a fucking outfit. Oh my God, the guy from the real world. I'm gonna say it again, that if you want to keep fucking defending these behaviors and keep saying, Democrats just want free stuff, this, that, and the other fucking thing, because you want to just try to insult people. That's how you operate, I guess. I guess you're fine with somebody wearing a fucking outfit and pretending.
Asked, hey, who is running the FAA? To which there was no answer, which apparently prompted Donald Trump today at a press conference to surprise name a new head of the FAA for the first time because he'd never bothered to do it before. And yes, it is the FAA that is one of the agencies that will now be in charge of figuring out what went wrong in this devastating plane crash that killed dozens of Americans last night. But don't worry, Donald Trump says he has already figured out what happened. What happened here was diversity. And he's eliminating diversity. And so we can all feel safe. All our problems are
eliminating diversity and promoting racism. That's sad, Rick. That's really sad. Thank you, Joe. And I'm proud of you guys too, because I know people who have been here and have participated in my chats when and I'm talking about the drama going on in the community, but I care about the world. I don't care what Swiss Piss says. I don't care about, we all know what they are. They're fucking, this bitch thinks you got to do a bag of meth to talk about politics. Apparently I'm on a big bag of meth talking about politics. Like, is that what they think it takes to care about politics? That's ridiculous. These are people who have called me methy for years. I've never seen meth, but only on Breaking Bad. Sorry, that's a fact. That's the truth. That is the truth. E-baggers calling me anti-religion, pro-communist, this and that, because something about yarn, cloths or something, crosses, I don't know. I mean, he brings up, just their thought processes are personal. Where, yeah, mine are personal too, but broad. I know that something as much as, our voices affect the world. Like, our votes affect things. These things affect things. And with a platform like, YouTube, for as long as I possibly can, I will continue to be shocked that, and hope and pray that, man, I mean, just think about it. If that lady who, in the 2020, attack on the Capitol building, if she'd been in jail, she wouldn't have, killed a woman driving, with 2 times the legal limit down the wrong side of the highway, and that person would be alive. It's so crazy. Yeah, because I care about real life and I care about the environment and people in the world, and I'm so glad you guys do too. And we are warriors, and we must stand united. Now, in Chicken Winter, I know you always had a problem with that "United We Stand" term. But I don't know if it's because you just didn't understand it. And I don't know how you couldn't understand it. Yeah. Yeah. And even if at the end of the day it goes the worst way possible that we want, cataclysmic, it won't be for lack of trying. If in my last breath I will know that I did not go silently.
Are all solved.
We
Because,
will know that we fought the good fight.
Look at all the cable news hosts. The one guy's got the little jacket, and the other guy's blurting out information on service members who've been killed. The president himself says he thinks he might get wet if he visits the crash site because it's a river. So no, he's not going to do that because wet. Just excellence through and through, right? Just look at these guys. Can't you see the excellence?
I can't believe he's dressing like he's an FAA. I just can't even.
I mean, at least Elon Musk is getting what he wants and what he needs from the U.S. government.
Walking around with that kid on his shoulders still. Walking around with that kid on his shoulders. Dude, get that kid out of there.
Are we? That word oligarchy seems to stick in everybody's craw. It sounds like somewhere between like an ancient word and a foreign word. People don't like the word, but people who study how oligarchy works around the world would tell you that this is like a perfect case study, a textbook case. Man with tons of money effectively purchases politician. Politician then changes the government, so it means...
Yeah. And I really thought that was supposed to be illegal.
It's the personal and business needs of the rich guy to whom he belongs. That change in government is bad for everybody else. Like, for example, times like this, it might be good if we had an FAA. But even though
these people voted against their best economic interests.
What the politician is doing is bad for all of us, bad for everybody else in the whole country, except for the rich guy. We're supposed to think we can't do anything about it. Because after all, it's this rich guy who's buying the elections now, and so our voice doesn't matter.
But it does.
That's what we're supposed to think, and that's how this is supposed to work. But in our country, it is not working out the way they hoped. Because the American people, broadly and deeply, say they dislike this eccentric right-wing billionaire who's getting his own personal government while the
Look
rest...
at him fucking on the stage like that. Fucking bastard. Really use our voices really loud and clear.
of us get the shaft. The American people, broadly and deeply, say they do not want our government leaders taking direction from billionaires. And the American people are pushing back pretty broadly and pretty deeply at what this new administration is trying to do. For the first time in 70 years of Gallup polling, there are more Americans who say they oppose the new president than support him, even this soon after his...
Get rid of him. Arrest him. I do believe it is Amendment 28 in the Constitution. Get rid of him.
Inauguration.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
This is the latest razor developed by Gillette, a super sharp and portable razor. It features German diamond.
I'm joined now by the U.S. Senator from my state, the state of California, Senator Adam Schiff. Senator, thanks so much for taking the time.
Great to be with you.
So in the immediate aftermath of the Kash Patel hearing, I do want to turn your attention to a moment that was especially striking in terms of your exchange with Kash Patel.
I want you to turn around. There are Capitol Police officers behind you. They're guarding us. Take a look at them right now. Turn around.
I'm looking at you. You're talking
No, turn around, buddy. You ballless bastard. Turn around.
Look at them. I want you to look at them if you can, if you have the courage to look them in the eye, Mr. Patel, and tell them you're proud of what you did. Tell them you're proud that you raised money off of people that assaulted their colleagues.
Do it, Cash. Do it.
Pepper sprayed them, that beat them with poles. Tell them you're proud of what you did, Mr. Patel. They're right there. They're guarding you today. Tell them how proud you are.
That's an abject lie, and you know it.
No, turn around and do it.
Never, ever accepted violence against law enforcement. I've worked with these men and women, as you know.
But you didn't contest it.
I did not make it. So what did you make of the fact that he wouldn't turn and face the people who were attacked by the very insurrectionists who he helped glorify with a January 6th anthem? The same anthem, by the way.
He did. Oh my God.
That he pretended to be completely unfamiliar with.
Well, he couldn't look them in the eye. These officers who were protecting him even in that moment, whose colleagues at the department were viciously attacked by people in a choir that he was promoting. And earlier in the hearing, he had tried
Holy crap. They should be fucking ashamed of themselves.
to distance himself from it by saying he didn't know anything, he didn't have anything to do with this. But of course he did. And he had been very proud of it. And he had gone on Bannon's show to talk about how he and others had gone to the studio and made this recording and digitized it, and it was going to hit #1 on the billboards.
Holy shit.
And he was so proud of promoting this thing, of people who pepper sprayed police on that day and beat them and threatened them with knives, among other things. He was proud of it, but he wasn't so proud in the committee room today. And he wouldn't turn around to these officers. He wouldn't tell them he was ashamed of what he did.
Yeah, why wouldn't you, buddy?
He wouldn't tell them he was proud of what he did. He didn't have the courage to even look him in the eye.
There were numerous instances where Kash Patel did appear to lie under oath, chief among them by pretending that he was unfamiliar with the January 6th insurrectionists who created that anthem, but also pretending not to know who a podcast host was, who he appeared with 8 times.
Oh my God. How many fucking lies can they get away with?
refusing to answer whether or not he said he wants to turn the FBI into a museum to the deep state. Do your colleagues on the right have so little regard for their own advice and consent role that they're willing to just be lied to, all because this is a Republican nominee?
Well, I guess time will tell whether a sufficient number of them will reject this plainly unqualified, disqualified person.
Yeah, but every time we think they're going to reject something, we're shocked and they don't. And we all wonder what happened behind closed doors. Were they threatened? Were they bought off? What happened behind closed doors?
I tried my best at the end of the hearing to appeal to my colleagues by saying, how is it that we even got here where we're considering someone so clearly unfit for this job when we've had other people like Chris Wray and others in the past who had great experience, who had integrity? How has it come to this, the Kash Patel?
Yeah.
And the reason it's come to this is he rose with lightning speed through the first 4 years of Trump because he was the guy who would say yes to Donald Trump when everyone else would say no, can't do that. That's unethical. That's unlawful. I won't participate in it. I'll quit before I'll do that. Kash Patel's the guy who said yes. What else can I do for you? That's why he's risen so fast.
Still, I don't even understand why every time we think there's going to be a no, there's a yes.
That's the ticket to progress in Trump world, which is the bigger the sycophancy, the faster you rise. And we'll find out soon, because in addition to Patel, there was Tulsi Gabbard today and RFK Jr. Is the Senate going to say yes to these patently unfit candidates for high office? If they do, it will bode very poorly for what the future is going to look like.
Can you give us some insight into what's happening behind the scenes when you had someone like Kash Patel, someone like Tulsi Gabbard, someone who is so aggressively anti-science like RFK Jr., who are speeding their way through these confirmations?
He's not anti-science. RFK Jr., he's not anti-science. Come on, man. He's not anti-science. He's not anti-science. Something had to have fucking happened there, that there was a switch like that between such less than a year. There's more to that story. I really got to research more on that. Like, what the fuck happened there? But there's something going on. I mean, there's got to be threats going on, in my opinion.
Hearings among your Senate Republican colleagues, because I understand why they're not going to say anything publicly. For the same reason that these people got nominated for their positions in the administration by kowtowing to Trump, by proving their fealty to Trump, these Republicans are in the same boat. None of them want to be primary. They all know that they have to kiss the ring and grovel at his feet.
Yeah, then why do take me, for instance, or this guy, Brian Taylor, or the guy who's talking, from California. We're not kowtowing. They don't have to kowtow. If Kamala would have said, no, we would have been behind her. I think that was more devastating to the country. And we're not saying Kamala was the best candidate. She was the only one there's been so many limited fucking candidates in the last couple of elections. We're like in shock. I'm in shock. But the biggest letdown was how easy you handed over us. You left us. You let us, and then you fucking slunk away.
But at a bare minimum, are you hearing anything behind closed doors from these people, or are they just so bought into this bit that they couldn't dare utter a word, even in private, something that might go against the grain when it comes to Trump?
Look, I think privately some will acknowledge their deep concern over these nominees. But
what's privately do? You're serving the public.
I think what they're watching is what happens to those who stand up to him. Right. And Trump has been very successful since he got into politics.
Yeah, because from that moment, we were left in the dust. When Kamala just took so long to come on stage and then said, So we're gonna, when they go low, we go high, and it has to be the way it is. Like, fuck that. We know that this guy is a fucking criminal and a liar and a thief. And a prevert.
Punishing his enemies, of ginning up primary challenges to them. And, Steve Bannon and his ilk are out there riling up the MAGA base to go after anyone who doesn't approve, everyone. And so that's what they're dealing with.
That's even within our own realm here of, the chosen one community. You've seen, I only vote Democrat because I want free things. How fucking that can be further from the fucking truth?
Well, I think at the end of the day, all of us in elective office have to ask ourselves, why are we in this job? If we're not willing to stand up and say, hey, your firing of these inspector generals violates the law. If we're not willing to say your effort to amend the Constitution by executive order violates the law. If we're not willing to say this guy you've nominated to run the FBI, I wouldn't trust him to walk my dog.
Yeah. Where's your backbones? Like the head of the FAA. Why did you resign? Did Elon give you a buyout? I mean, why did you resign? Because somewhere in where we're blaming, Trump and Elon, we got to blame you too, buddy.
Then it's good luck for us with our democracy. I mentioned at the end of the hearing today that history is littered with countries that saw their democracy disappeared and didn't seem to be noticing it while it was happening. And we should witness what's happening, and we need to do something about it.
Senator, you were mentioned in Kash Patel's book where he spells out his enemies list, the same enemies list that he pretended not to have written about, not to have published.
Who the fuck writes out their enemies lists?
Do you, A, buy his assurances that he won't weaponize the DOJ, and B, buy his assurances that he won't weaponize it against you?
Yeah, you know what I'd say to that?
No, I
if
don't
I
think
was
anyone-
in his position, I'd say, oh, I don't buy his assurances, but I could tell you that ain't fucking happening.
Us can take anything he says, frankly, for granted or accept it. He contradicts himself all the time, denies saying what he said before, claims not to remember it. No, this is not the guy you want to trust to have a truly independent FBI. And the reality is, of all these positions, FBI may be the most unreviewable as the
I want to know where he was born, Kash Patel. Was he born here? Was he born somewhere else? Birthright citizenship? I want to know, does he have any kids that need to be deported?
director. We're not going to get to see what cases he declined that should have been investigated by the FBI, but got declined because they were pals of Donald Trump or family members of Donald Trump or friends of Donald Trump, or maybe friends of Elon Musk, or who knows. We're not going to see, those kind of decisions to protect Trump world.
To just resign. I want to know why the guy resigned.
Going to see potentially actions taken against the president's enemies, but we can count on one thing with Kash Patel, and that is he will tell the public whatever Donald Trump wants him to say about why someone was investigated. So no, we can't trust anything he has to say. That's why he is being chosen by Donald Trump to lead the FBI. He wanted his own Roy Cohn at the Justice Department or the Bureau, and
all those cops that were behind him should have stood up and walked around and stood in front of him and said, then we'll look you in the eye. But you know what is so disgusting? Is that the police supported Donald Trump even after all that.
Senate, he will have that at the FBI.
Taking a step back, in the lead up to the election, one of the issues that I focused on especially was Schedule F, the Schedule F portion of Project 2025. The reason being that if Trump can be successful...
Trump said, I got nothing to do with Project 2025. And here he is.
Eliminating career civil servants and replacing them with political appointees. Then
865-page document. I tried to read it to you guys. I mean, it was a lot, but you know, everybody was just. I was speechless. Just, I couldn't. It's so gross. It's all so gross.
Then you have the whole government basically becomes an apparatus of one man, of Donald Trump. So do you have any worry that with folks like Kash Patel as FBI director, with somebody like Russ Vought as OMB director, that Republicans will be able to rig the rules of government from the inside so as to...
Yeah, if people don't fucking arrest them. If the people don't speak, the longer we sit there, the longer we're putting ourselves in jeopardy.
Prevent Democrats from even having a fair shot to ever succeed at winning again in the future. I'm not talking about the damage that they'll be able to wrought against the government from the inside right now during these 4 years. I think that's somewhat of a foregone conclusion. But just in the aftermath of that, by basically remaking the government in his mold, that it won't leave us with the opportunity to have a fair shot moving forward.
No, he wants to take that away too. People need to be. We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. I mean, come on, man.
Forward if the entire federal government apparatus, the entire executive branch is just a political arm of Donald Trump.
That is certainly the goal, which is not even one party rule so much as one man rule.
That's what I'm trying to say when I say there's nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. This guy just thinks he is.
Want to do exactly as you're describing, convert the whole federal workforce into his political arm, into an arm of his agenda by pushing people out, by purging people at the top levels of these agencies who are getting notices your services are no longer required, or just being outright fired because they were doing their jobs properly. And that's not what Donald Trump is interested in. This effort to get federal employees to quit is so that he can replace them with more sycophants.
I want that head of the FAA to come on and tell people from his mouth why he resigned from a job that he worked his way up and obviously did a good job diverting all those commercial planes when Elon Musk didn't give 2.5 craps. Why? Should he be wearing a jacket that says PUSSY now? I mean, seriously.
It is all part of a broad strategy. Sadly, I think that Trump and his minions learned from their failed experiment 4 years ago how to do it better this time. And
I agree.
The question is, will the Congress stop it? Will the courts stop it? Is our democracy strong enough? And we're about to find out.
Not if the people don't have a voice.
We're about to find out. Now, I happen to think that this week may be an illustration where this freeze on federal funds was so ill-considered, so ham-handed, that the opposition was immediate. Ordinary people saw that it was going to affect their lives, whether they could get their health care, whether they could get their housing, whether they could get their financial aid. And
I don't care what Trump says about, oh, we rescinded it. No. All they said was we rescind the memo. We're not rescinding the action.
They were forced to backpedal. How often they're going to overreach like that, we'll find out.
And the pause on it, is only temporary. No, fuck that. That's not his money, okay? That isn't his money. Some rich billionaires don't get to fucking decide if people can eat or if little kids can have school lunch, or what's going to go on with people's Social Security or their fucking insurance. No.
But we're going to have to pick our battles. We're going to have to fight them hard. We're going to win some of them, but we have to hold on for 2 years until we can take back the Congress of the United States and put a real check on this.
Yeah, that's why the midterm elections are so important too. Very, 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 very important, the midterm elections. And my God, wait 2 years. We'll be fucking done. We'll be done by then.
This rogue administration, but that is exactly what he's trying to do, is turn this into one-man rule.
Let's finish off with this. I know that you of all people are under no delusions about the extent to which Republicans in the House and the Senate will offer no bulwark to Trump's worst excesses. But do you think that there is a red line for these people? And again, these are people who are so groveling right now that they are even ushering through, shepherding through aggressively unqualified people like RFK to oversee the health apparatus of...
Okay, buddy, why do you keep going back to RFK? Because he's the only one who made a actual valid point about the pesticides in the drinking water. The rest of them don't even know their ass from their elbow.
Of the entire country that their kids have to grow up in too. So they're on this plane that they're trying to crash at this moment in time. So, I'm wondering, even for people like that, people so overtly deferential to Trump, is there a red line even for them, realistically speaking, where you think that they would actually have the spine to stand up to somebody like Trump?
Big Pharma tried to silence me when I said lemon contains a nutrient that naturally controls blood sugar. This changes everything we know about.
I think so. I hope so. Matt Gaetz was a bridge too far for the Republicans in the Senate. I hope we see other indications that there's a willingness to say, okay, you've got to be kidding. There's no way we're going to go there.
Yeah.
But we will find out, what we've seen, and this is like the boiling frog phenomenon of the water in the pot going up.
If I was fucking, I can't even believe that.
And up and the frog not noticing that he's boiling to death. If you look at the beginning of Trump, the first year or years of his first administration, there were some people of stature, the Secretary Mattis's, the Christopher Wrays, and others who either held things together or they resigned. You had others, frankly.
Who resigned? So they fucking bowed out like little PUSSYs?
Like Bill Barr, who auditioned for the job as Attorney General by trashing the Mueller investigation. This was his job application. Even Barr, who crossed so many ethical lines, finally found one he couldn't cross, which is he wasn't willing to lie about the election. But that looks kind of quaint now. If you watch the hearing today of Kash Patel, very few of the Republicans had any problem with Patel's inability to even say that Joe Biden had won in 2020.
Well, here's something. Why the fuck was that January 6th song getting any airtime play?
Correct. And so the bar has gone lower and lower and lower and lower. Is there a point at which my colleagues will say, okay, that's enough to protect myself and our kids and their kids and our country, our planet? I can't go along with this anymore. Is there a point where they'll...
Is there a point? Is there? I'd like to know. Hillary, Obama, Bush, Bill, Biden. Is there a point?
They'll get to that showing of courage. I hope so. I hope so. And I would be more optimistic about it if...
McCain was a real American hero. It's unfortunately, it's unfortunate he passed away.
Experience hadn't been such a sad guy because we have seen the floor lower and lower and lower.
Well, from your lips to God's ears, unfortunately, I think we're gonna be put in a position where we're gonna see where that thesis is kind of tested out. So, with that said, I appreciate what you did in that hearing and your willingness to fight, to go toe to toe, to not roll over. I think that's exactly the kind of energy that we need moving forward, especially in the...
It certainly is.
The Kash Patel confirmation hearings in the Senate have begun. Let's discuss. I'm Dave Ehrenberg, former state attorney for Palm Beach County, aka the Florida lawman here on Court Authorities. Let's talk about Kash Patel. I knew Kash for some time until around 2017. That's the last time I saw him. He's from South Florida. He's a fellow Florida man. At least in part, he was a assistant public defender down here and was pretty much on Team Normal. He was not an ultra MAGA. He was more like MAGA curious. But he was not the person he is today. And if you want to know how he has changed. Let me give you an insider's view about it, because Kash Patel, according to his detractors, his villain origination story is that back in 2020, when he was high up in Donald Trump's national security team, he was flagged by the CIA for allegedly mishandling classified information. His national security clearance was flagged. In fact, the CIA referred.
Well, in my opinion, I think Trump should be taking all those files. I mean, come on now.
Kash Patel to the Department of Justice for a criminal investigation. Patel was outraged by this, and it really hardened his views. It made him more MAGA, more anti-deep state, and these feelings that he's had.
Okay, but did he do it?
Towards the national security community, the CIA, the FBI, they only got worse when he found out a couple years later that back in 2017, that his Gmail account was subpoenaed by the Department of Justice, and they got, without Patel's knowing, his personal emails. Now, it is pretty normal.
Okay, so they did the same thing to Hillary. But what was in his personal emails that set off the alarm?
For law enforcement, when they seek someone's emails who's a target of an investigation, that they send a subpoena to Google, and then Google's not allowed to reveal that until the investigation's over. So it wasn't until 2022 when Patel learned that back in 2017, his emails had been given to what he considered the deep state. Now, the Department of Justice that...
What the heck is the deep state? Can anybody tell me?
...was investigating Patel did so based on an alleged leak of sensitive information, and they were trying to find out who did it. They even subpoenaed media sources, but they also subpoenaed Patel, and Patel never forgot about it. In fact, Patel,
so who was it? Was it Trump who really did it? I mean, who knows?
2017 was the senior counsel to the House Select Committee on Intelligence investigating the origins of the Russia probe. So he was already like knee deep in looking into the so-called harassment of Donald Trump. But as he progressed in that role, and as his views for Trump, for MAGA started to harden, then his records were subpoenaed. His emails were.
Okay, buddy, but if you didn't do anything wrong, what do you care?
Subpoenaed. Now, he said this is not a coincidence. This is something that was done because he was asking the wrong questions, or maybe the right questions in his mind, about the FBI's investigation. So he saw this as the deep state fighting back against him. He saw the subpoena as the deep state going after him.
All right, what's the deep state? I mean, I don't understand. So it's okay to do it to Hillary?
Retribution. So his response was to take retribution on them. So what he did in 2022, he sued Christopher Wray himself, the director of the FBI, Republican appointee. He sued Robert Hur, the U.S. attorney, the prosecutor in Washington, D.C. That's the guy who ended up investigating President Biden. He sued a bunch of officials, Republicans, because he wanted to take him down for getting his emails. And as you would expect, because government officials have immunity.
Qualified immunity.
And also because Kash Patel couldn't prove that he was at all damaged by their getting his emails, the case was dismissed. So a judge threw out the case. That only radicalized Patel more. That only made him angrier and more hell-bent.
Strange to me. Why would there be people who need to be pardoned, or how can they prosecute the DOJ prosecutors of the January 6th thing when all government officials are given qualified immunity, covered under the qualified immunity doctrine? Government employees are
to go after these people. That's why he ended up with a enemies list, 60 people long. The enemies list that includes government officials and members of the press. So he calls.
Now, wouldn't that be considered like kind of like a hit list? I mean, you're gonna make an enemies list? That's kind of strange.
The FBI and the CIA deep state, and he calls the media mafia. And that's what is so concerning to a lot of people, that he's now about to head the FBI. I do think that he has a high chance.
That's disgusting. That's really disgusting.
Chance of getting confirmed, because the background check on him did not find any smoking gun, unlike RFK Jr., who there's so much on him. But what they found on Kash Patel is just the stuff.
They're really out for RFK Jr. Not the guy. I can't even. Why? Why? Is it because the pesticides? Is it, what is it? I mean, I get it. Is it because he's been honest about his use? Yes, he was accused of sexual misconduct, like most of the people in that cabinet, including the president. But why? Huh. I don't think they trust him. I don't think they trust him to not do the right thing. You know what I mean? Like, to not do the right thing. Like, they don't trust him to sit idly by. If you sadly see, yeah, there's something up there. There's something. I gotta research that more.
I mentioned what's already been known, that he's a loyalist to Donald Trump, but loyalists to Donald Trump don't get rejected by this Republican U.S. Senate. There's got to be something more. So unless he tanks in his confirmation hearings, which have already begun, I think he's likely to get confirmed. Now, RFK Jr. is another story. I mean, my goodness, he imploded. And maybe that also is good for Kash Patel, because
here's why you should definitely publish your book. I believe this quote by Toni Morrison sums it up.
There's a finite number of these nominees who can be rejected by Republican Senate. Matt Gaetz had to withdraw. Maybe they've got one more in them to try to block, but I don't see them going beyond maybe one more, maybe two. But I mean, Tulsi Gabbard, I think, is going to be the worst. The other thing is this: the Republicans in the Senate don't like to reject their own. It's different when they're going after.
Yeah, I really gotta know.
Joining me now, Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky. Senator, long time no see. It's so good to see you in your. Is that a heated vest that you're wearing? I just want to ask
It is
that.
winter. It is winter. I mean, and I've just come in from killing deer for my dinner.
Oh,
skinned
okay.
venison.
Oh, great. Lovely.
And
Got
it. Being the great hunter that I am.
Perfect. I was just wondering, just checking. Senator, I don't know if you caught some of the out of hearing hyperbole today about RFK Jr., but does he have a chance of convincing any of the Democrats?
Any of the Democrats care about the pesticides and shit?
Who scolded him today?
You know, I had hoped so, but you know what's so disappointing is RFK spent probably 30 years of his life cleaning up the Hudson River. It's a big deal. I mean, he should be part of his, memory and his biography is for having been a great environmentalist, and not one of them.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Rand Paul.
Complimented him on that. Not one of them gave him a break for spending a lot of his career doing that. Instead, it was sort of, oh, we know the science. Well, not one of them has a degree in science. You know, they've got like.
Thank you, Rand Paul. And you know why I like Rand Paul? I get it. I know he's a Republican. I know he is. Because now I know that, now after, God, I'm going to say it was good, maybe even 10, 15 years ago. It was a U.S.-backed war headed by Saudi Arabia against Yemen. And he was in, the Senate, or, like where they're making a plea. And he was making a plea for the civilians of Yemen saying that, they were starving. They were starving babies and, civilians because we were blocking the food. He said, in 10 days, this many people are going to be dead of starvation. And the room was just about empty and nothing happened. They died. But he was so passionate about it. And after that, I started looking into, what was going on in Yemen, and I was disgusted. And when you'd say to anybody, what about Yemen? They didn't even know about this US-backed war that these people were just starving to death. Like they are in Afghanistan now. I mean, because right before Trump left office before, he handed it over to the terrorists. And people are dead now. They're dead. Over for them. So I like what he just said, because I find it really hard to believe that they all keep going back to RFK. Why? Because they hate that this guy is the only one with fucking actual experience?
Like public education or public policy, not one of them is a scientist, and yet they want to say he's not following the science when all he's asked for really is transparency. He just wants the science to show the facts, but we should have it without the presupposition of the conclusion. And that's been the problem with science in recent years, is they start with a conclusion, then they look for facts to match the conclusion, and it hasn't been objective.
Well, and then you got people going, no, this was a long time ago. Wild Wisdom. It had to be 10 or 15 years ago. It had to be, no, maybe not even, because I don't think it was 10 or, but I'd say within like the 10 years, maybe 10 years ago. But, and it doesn't help when, this RFK is talking about pesticides in the water, which it clearly is. There's been loads of studies on it. And you got people calling it conspiracy theories.
Well, Senator, Bernie Sanders asked RFK Jr. a question that we hear a lot from progressives. I guess he couldn't come up with a new one. Watch.
Healthcare a human right? Is healthcare a human right? In the way that free speech is a human right, I would say it's different, because if with free speech doesn't cost anybody anything.
Come on, Bernie, shut up and let him fucking answer. I like you, Bernie Sanders, but let the guy answer.
Healthcare, if you smoke cigarettes for 20 years and you get cancer, do you?
What are your thoughts on his answer there?
What do you mean? You just cut him off in his answer. You didn't even fucking play the rest of his answer, you fucking bitch. Are you kidding me right now? What do you think of his answer? I don't know. I didn't hear it.
Well, I've had this debate with Bernie before. We've been debating this for 10 years. And I try to explain to Bernie, there's a difference between a right and an obligation. As a Christian, I have an obligation to help my fellow man and to provide health care. As a physician, I have an obligation through the Hippocratic Oath and also through my use of the hospital. The hospital asked me to treat people for free in the ER in exchange for the privilege of being a doctor at that hospital. But those are obligations. But a right implies that someone can knock on my door and say, hey, I want free cataract surgery because
No, nobody's stupid, buddy. Yeah, he got interrupted definitely right there. Then she just shut him off. Nobody's going to knock on your fucking physician's door and ask for free cataract surgery. No. But I can guarantee you that a lot of places are not treating people for free. So, so they're going against their Hippocratic oath. And no, that's not what a right. The question was, do people have a right to health care?
I have a right to health care. No one really has a right to someone else's service. And he doesn't quite understand this, and they misinterpret it to mean that we're somehow mean
What
or
do you mean he doesn't quite understand it? Who doesn't quite understand it?
selfish? No, I've traveled the world helping people and removing cataracts for free, but I do it as something I voluntarily, and I feel good about because I chose to do it. But
He does or a doctor does?
someone made me do it, then it wouldn't be charity anymore, and it wouldn't be of any kind of source of or resource for the soul. It just wouldn't be the same. And he doesn't understand the difference between charity and taxing or coercing somebody to do something.
Being up there now with the Republicans in the majority, can you just take us behind the scenes a little bit, Senator, on what the mood is like with your colleagues across the aisle?
Democrats just want a political scalp? Really? Okay.
Are they in need of help? I mean, should we send fruit baskets? Only organic, of course.
Well, you mentioned in your opening about depression.
Are they in need of help? Should we send fruit baskets? What kind of fucking question is that?
Oh my goodness, there's some serious depression. There's some scowls. There's some petulance. They're all so upset that they're protesting against Department of Interior, the Secretary of Department of Interior.
I believe that the whole country is feeling a bit depressed while you're out killing deer.
They're going to stop them or commerce. No, they're just being
petulant. Buddy. Do you think you have a right to free food? To go out and kill a deer? I highly doubt that's your hunting vest, first of all. So you have a right to just go to this deer's, where the deer's just fucking eating and then you have a right to just kill it and skin it and gut it and then come on TV and talk about it? I mean, I don't even understand, like, what it goes back to is this bitch just cut that guy off in mid-sentence, and we still don't know what his answer was.
And they have been so defeated. But the one thing I've noticed in the last 100 executive orders that have come out, I don't see a lot of people protesting in Boston when they arrest murderers, rapists, thugs, assailants, and say you're leaving the country and put them on a plane. The whole thing with Colombia, having the president there back down and take the people that he was obligated to take by treaty was a...
I don't think he was obligated to take them. I think there's a lot more behind all of that. I mean, you're living in a country run by the cartel that's RAPing the women, and just people are petrified.
Huge victory, not only for our country, but for the rule of law. So I see so many victories coming down that I think the Democrats are going to need some kind of intervention. And
those aren't victories, buddy. None of us think that's a victory. Victory would be lowering the rent prices.
I'm willing to sit with them and hold hands and try to make them feel better about their losses. But the American people, I think, are with us.
Yeah, you help remove
It's going to cost almost, he wants to use the military. But, I mean, come on now. Come on.
Cataracts, you do that out of your Christian charity, and you can help remove depression and anxiety. Is there nothing?
Come on now.
You won't volunteer to do out of the goodness of your heart, Senator? It's great to see you.
I am up for a humanitarian of the year, so I'll...
No.
True.
I'm just joking. The one thing that I would say in conclusion about RFK is that the biggest problem we face in our country is too much food, and it is obesity, and it is diabetes. You said 38 million.
It's too much food.
People with diabetes in your opening. That's 10% of our country. That's an enormous number, and that's all.
What do you care? They just cut fucking diabetes research.
Weight loss cures 70 to 80% of type 2 diabetes. Amazing. And somebody needs to talk about it.
Oh, you bet. Senator, as always, thank you very much.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the...
Stay safe on the road with the 1080 PHD 360D rotating mini ADAS dash cam
Texas Senator Ted Cruz is with a senator. Well, I watched this and I watched.
What is he fucking giggling about?
I watched him literally school Dick Durbin, which I enjoyed every minute of, but and Adam Schiff as well. But as I was watching this, and he spoke about the erosion of trust with the FBI. Then Kash Patel did something that he made a commitment to never weaponize the FBI and to never politicize the FBI. And
I don't believe him.
It became very apparent to me, and tell me if this is your conclusion as well, that the Democrats are afraid that which they stood silent on and allowed to happen under their watch, they don't want to have happen to them. And meanwhile, not one of those people on that committee, not one Democrat ever spoke out about how the unequal use of our justice system against Donald Trump or the valuation.
There was no unequal use of the justice system on him, in my opinion.
Of Mar-a-Lago or FISA warrants or not rating Hillary. And
hold on, buddy. He took classified documents home.
And Biden's home, but raiding Mar-a-Lago and on and on and on. So I think they're afraid.
Look, John, I think you're absolutely right. Let's first of all take an assessment of what happened today in the hearings. And I got to say, watching the Democrats' ridiculous behavior in the hearings, it reminded me of a line from Shakespeare's Macbeth. It was a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury and signifying nothing. I think the Democrats, they try to put on a circus. They scream, they yell, they stomp their little feet, they beat the table. But at the end,
they stomp their little feet.
End of the day, what is really striking is none of them made a serious argument that Kash Patel is not qualified. He's spent nearly 2 decades working in law enforcement. He's been a federal public defender. He's been a federal prosecutor. He's worked in the National Security Division of the Department of Justice.
Why don't you list off Trump's credentials in politics? Try that.
He's been a senior national security staffer on Capitol Hill. He's worked in the national security apparatus in the White House, and he's been the chief of staff at the Department of Defense. I mean, his experience is extensive. What they are afraid of is that Kash Patel will do exactly what Donald Trump promised. They are afraid.
Oh, because he had an enemy list?
It's striking. If you look at what President Trump campaigned on across the country, one of the core.
He didn't pardon them. He's trying to prosecute them. He fired them. He fired them.
Promises Donald Trump made to this nation is that he would end the politicization and the weaponization of the Department of Justice and the FBI. He would bring integrity back to DOJ and the FBI. And the Democrats are terrified. That's exactly what Kash Patel.
But they seized her emails, her personal emails. So.
Will do. Not weaponize it against Democrats, but bring the FBI back to its core mission of stopping bad guys and enforcing the law regardless of party. And they're freaking out. Here's the good news, Sean. They didn't score a single blow today. Kash Patel will be confirmed as the next director of the FBI.
And maybe.
Nice that you have some possible insider information.
Maybe one of the most dramatic moments is they seem to.
Trump, yeah.
Obsessed with January 6th, and then he turned it on them. And he said to Dick, I believe it was Dick Durbin, what about the 2 people that at point blank range murdered 2 FBI agents and Joe Biden pardoned? Didn't hear a peep out of him.
What about isms?
About that from that point.
Yeah, look, the pattern of politicization and weaponization, you saw it in Joe Biden's pardons, which were absolutely shameful and disgraceful, pardoning violent criminal after violent criminal.
Okay.
You saw it in terms of the FBI and DOJ going after pro-life protesters, showing up at their home with drawn machine guns. You saw it in terms of repeatedly going after.
I never heard of them showing up at their homes with machine guns. I never heard of that, but I have heard of pro-lifers bombing abortion clinics and killing people. I have research stories that in Texas they're finding dead babies because people who would have had abortions that couldn't and know that they don't want these babies, just dumping them. Research it, it's there.
President of the United States, Donald Trump. In more than 200 years, we'd never indicted a president even once, and yet Democrat prosecutors did so 4 different times. That weaponization, every Democrat in the Senate remains silent.
Well, maybe he's a criminal. you know, maybe allegedly.
They were perfectly fine with, and Donald Trump campaigned to the American people, said, we're going to end this garbage. And Kash Patel has been nominated to do that. And by the way, one of the consequences of weaponization, if you're chasing every little old lady who on January 6th was waving an American flag and singing God Bless America, and yet Joe Biden,
They weren't.
Justice Department was trying to throw her in jail. You know what you're not doing? You're not catching bank robbers or serial killers or terrorists. And 4 years of open borders, I believe Kash Patel is going to go after the terrorists, go after the criminals.
He's got an enemy list, and that's not who's on.
Put him in jail and keep America safe. And the Democrats are unhappy because that's what the American people want, the director of the FBI.
I'll just give him one last hint. Even though Joe Biden pardoned his family members, Joe Biden did leverage $1 billion taxpayer dollars to get a prosecutor in Ukraine fired for his son, who had no experience in Ukraine or energy, oil, gas, or coal. At a time he was addicted to drugs and got paid millions. And according to his own laptop,
Elon is professed user of drugs, in my opinion. I mean, he said it, so.
$1,500 a month if you also take care of a friend or relative at home? No way, right? Most people.
Something when you talk about authoritarianism, Chris.
Federal funding this week, Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont warned the order is a dangerous move towards authoritarianism, writing, if President Trump wants to change our nation's laws, he has the right to ask Congress to change them. He does not have the right to violate the United States Constitution. He is not a king. Senator Bernie Sanders, independent of Vermont, joins me now. Senator, you know, it's striking to me that members of your august body, who say whatever you want about them, generally like their own power, would willingly move to confirm a man in Russell Vought, who's before the Budget Committee, to head OMB when it is the position of that individual that the president has every right to completely bypass the Senate and the Budget Committee on matters of spending. What do you think is going to happen here?
I think everything being equal, Vought is going to win. I suspect all or virtually all Democrats will vote against him. I think all Republicans will vote for him. You know what, Rafi?
I don't think it's no longer a Democrat, Republican.
Warnock was just talking about a moment ago about the devastating cuts to programs that working families, low-income people need is absolutely correct. And I'm glad that we fought back and for the moment, at least, we have managed to get that freeze rescinded. But the key point here is that what Trump
for the moment
did is illegal and unconstitutional. The power of the purse rests with Congress, your point, and not with the executive. You know, the founding fathers were pretty smart about that. They divided up the power. But I'll tell you something, when you talk about authoritarianism, Chris, it is not only Vought and the power of the OMB and what Trump is doing, it is also, I'm sure you have noticed, his lawsuits against the media when they do things that he's not happy with. So you got a suit against ABC. You got a suit against the Des Moines Register. You got Meta apparently gave him $25 million today.
That's disgusting, giving him $25 million. Just because that's not freedom of speech. That is not freedom of speech.
So what goes on? You know, if you say something tomorrow that Trump doesn't like, maybe he will sue NBC. And maybe your bosses will say, hey, Chris, you got to calm it down a little bit. We can't afford $50 million to Trump. So this is a real movement toward authoritarianism. And when you add on top of that the movement toward oligarchy, three richest guys in America standing beside Trump at his inauguration, we got a lot of problems facing our country right now.
I just want to know, since you brought it up, one thing that has been amazing to me is all of the encouragement we've gotten from the folks here that run this news organization, that we're going to do what we do under the First Amendment, fairly and precisely, with neither fear or favor. And I'm confident in that. I really am. And I think your point about the suing is wild. I want to actually stay on that for one moment.
I've never seen cases go through so fast, in my opinion, either.
I don't think
we've ever seen president as plaintiff before. It's a very bizarre situation that I don't think everyone's gotten their head around. There's a bunch of Supreme Court precedent about whether the president can be sued. But the idea of the president doing the suing and other people paying him settlements, that seems kind of odd.
Oh, it's not odd. It is extraordinarily dangerous. That is, if that's not undermining the First Amendment, I don't know what is.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So if you think that, people in media are not going to be looking over their shoulders, worrying about a lawsuit from Donald Trump, you are mistaken. So we are in a dangerous situation. We are in an unprecedented situation. But here's what I want to say to listeners who are just...
Well, if it's unprecedented, then don't let them set the precedent of letting it go.
Justifiably very worried. Do not forget that while Republicans control the House and the Senate, their margins are slim. Slim. All right. They don't have 60 votes in the Senate. They got, what is it, a 4-vote majority in the House. That ain't a lot of votes. And a number of Republicans won by a small margin in Democratic districts. They are susceptible to citizen outrage.
Citizen outrage. Remember that.
So get on the phone. If you see these guys doing something like wanting to give huge tax breaks to billionaires while they cut Medicare, if they want to go drill, baby, drill while we have been facing an existential threat of climate change, if they want to deport 20 million people in this country, stand up, fight back. We can beat them. So let's not act in a hopeless way. Oh my God, we can't do anything.
Yes, please do not act in a hopeless way.
We can. Longer term, obviously, we need to do what the Democratic Party has not done, has become the party of the working class, develop a strong grassroots movement with labor unions, with young people, with people of color, and organize and fight back. The progressive agenda, and I say this over and over again.
United we stand, divided we fall.
Again, is the people's agenda. It is wildly popular. People understand the current healthcare system is broken. They want universal healthcare. Healthcare is a human right. They want to raise the salvation minimum wage.
Can I ask you about healthcare?
To a living wage, yeah.
I mean, you've got, and it connects to your first point, which is that it's not like all this is a fait accompli. Robert Kennedy Jr., who you interviewed and you asked him about those onesies, which was an instantly iconic moment.
But yet, you didn't talk to him about cleaning up the rivers and stuff.
And I'm not going to play it now because I want to get your answer here. I don't think it's a sure thing that he's going to be confirmed. And I thought the concerns from some Republicans were quite persuasive, including Senator Cassidy, who used to be a doctor. What do you think?
Well, I sit next to Senator Cassidy. He was the ranking member, and I was the chair. Now I'm the ranking member. He's the chair. He is a doctor, and he's nobody's fool. He is concerned.
Well, let's talk about the drinking water and pesticides.
About Kennedy's absurd attacks and lies about vaccines and autism, and we will see what happens. What we should appreciate is there'll be an enormous amount of pressure on Cassidy, on other Republicans, but his line of questioning was, I think, very commendable.
Yeah, Senator Bernie Sanders, who asked Kennedy if he could just say whether vaccines and autism were linked, wouldn't answer his question. Thank you so much, Senator. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
Do this 7 minutes a day until March 1st. We start this today. In a week, you'll feel better. In 2 weeks.
Okay, so he played rugby and he ran track at West Point. He also did 2 master's degrees and got an MBA on top of that. Rifle platoon leader, scout platoon leader, then company executive officer, battalion commander, and then brigade commander in the 82nd Airborne. He helped lead the initial invasion of Baghdad in March 2003. He rolled his mechanized division straight from the Kuwait border overland right into the center of Baghdad. Won a Silver Star for his valor in that operation. Then to Afghanistan, where he led the 10th Mountain Division. Then he became chief of staff at CENTCOM. Then he was the top U.S. commander in the Iraq War, in the whole war. He was actually the one who wound down U.S. forces at the end of the Iraq War. He was then named vice chief of staff of the United States Army. Then he went back to CENTCOM, this time as commander of CENTCOM. Then he built and led the force that waged the war against ISIS. And then, and only then, was he considered for the really big job, Secretary of Defense. And that is the man who just left office as Secretary of Defense. The man who just arrived to take his job, he was a platoon leader in the National Guard, but now he too is Secretary of Defense.
A platoon leader in the National Guard. What was that, like 1 weekend a month or something?
Both of them, obviously, honorable records of service. Not equivalent, though, I think you'd say, in terms of demonstrated leadership, experience, complex organizational management experience in particular. I mean, 4-star General Lloyd Austin.
So, King of Chaos, are you saying that the guy who just left, I noticed you said, finally, we get somebody in there, is less qualified than Pete Hegseth?
Had led like a whole war or two. And he had been chief of staff and then commander at CENTCOM just before being named as defense secretary. CENTCOM is the part of the US military that has as its area of responsibility the Middle East and Central Asia and South Asia. That was what he was in charge of. I mean, that was his experience heading in to be.
You're saying this guy is less qualified, King? I mean,
defense secretary. That's who has just left as defense secretary. The guy who has just arrived, well, just before he was named as defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, he led 1/3 of the famous Curvy Couch on the Fox and Friends Fox News Channel weekend show. I have to say, it may be that he led fourth of the couch, not 1/3. I'm not totally sure how many hosts they have, but we could only find these pictures of him sharing with 2, so maybe he held down a third. That said, prior to his time at the Fox News Channel, Mr. Hegseth also ran into the ground 2 small right-wing veterans groups amid allegations, which he denied.
Wow.
Of wild financial mismanagement, nepotism, sexual harassment, public drunkenness, and even drinking on the job. For one of those organizations, an independent forensic accountant found evidence of gross financial mismanagement while Pete Hegseth was administering that organization.
From the veterans, the findings were appalling.
And so then they made him Secretary of Defense. 2 guys, same job. And, you know, maybe he got the job based on merit and demonstrated capability. Or maybe it was some other factor. I don't know. Your call. Last night's horrific plane crash at Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. was caused by the collision of an American Airlines regional jet carrying 64 people in a flight from Wichita, Kansas. It collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter that was carrying 3 crew members. And tragically, there appear to have been no survivors of the crash on either aircraft. And in the aftermath of this terrible incident, newly confirmed Trump administration Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth screwed up. When a service member, any service member is killed while in service, there is a strict policy at the Pentagon. The Defense Department gives no information about any service member who has been killed until at least 24 hours has elapsed since their death. They do not give their rank, their name, they do not give their age, they do not give their rank, they give no information about the service member in question. And the reason they do that is because the Defense Department, sadly, but also obviously, has to deal with delivering terrible news like that way more than any other element of our government does. And so they very much know how to do it, and they have very strict rules about it. They are irreducibly strict, for example, about that 24-hour rule. Specifically, so they can be absolutely sure that the next of kin have been notified and have had time to absorb the information before any public announcement is made about the death of a particular service member. So that's the rule, hard and fast. No names, no ages, no ranks, nothing for 24 hours. And that's not just for service members killed in combat. It's for any service member killed while in service, whether it's a health incident or an accident or a crime or a tragic plane crash, right? That's the rule. Nothing for 24 hours. And it's a rule for good reason, for reasons of bare human decency, but also just competence at dealing with something very difficult. Nevertheless, Pete Hegseth today just went to the White House and blurted out that it was a captain and a staff sergeant and a chief warrant officer who all died. He just blurted it out this morning. And I don't know, maybe.
Wow. I watched a movie with Ben Stone, I think his name is. He was in Alpha Dog. I feel like Tommy Lee Jones was in it too. And it was about, notifying family members. It was a really good movie.
Maybe he is not cut out for this job. Maybe he was hired for some reason other than merit, experience, temperament, character. I don't know. Maybe there was something else about him. I don't know. But that is how it's going so far.
That's really disgusting, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, but, that's,
When Trump came for our rights, the ACLU showed up.
See you in court. The ACLU already making good on that promise.
Currently engaged.
Welcome to the Ken Harbaugh Show. We've got Chris Goldsmith back. He leads Task Force Butler, which is an organization that tracks and exposes extremists in our midst to hold them accountable socially, financially, huge track record of success. But you got your work cut out for you, Chris, because there are 1,500 more back on the streets with Trump's pardons. I should say 1,500 minus one, because we just got reports that, and I shouldn't be flip about this, but one of them got into a standoff during a traffic stop with a police officer and was shot and killed, making the point that these are not all good people. These are not all innocent bystanders who were caught up in the moment. They're going to seed chaos across the country.
Yeah, I mean, what is most concerning to me is that Donald Trump specifically named so many members.
Oh, you did? You watched the movie yesterday? What was it? What was them?
Of the Oath Keepers and of the Proud Boys in his order granting clemency and pardons. That is a presidential seal of approval for domestic terrorism. I think that one of the big mistakes that the Biden administration made, and Merrick Garland, in hindsight, I think was a poor choice for Attorney General. I think that
I remember a couple of people being in my chat that were really concerned about the drones, and now they're not really talking about the drones because, as it appears that, the drones were okayed by these people. It's sad to me that there's not
the Biden administration should have defined what happened on January 6th as terrorism, as Ted Cruz did in the immediate aftermath, right? This isn't a word that I'm just pulling out of nowhere. The definition, the federal definition of terrorism is the use of force or the threat of force to coerce a government or civilian population for political ends.
So if you felt that way then, Ted Cruz, why don't you feel like that now? I mean, come on now.
January 6th was. And Donald Trump just gave two terrorist organizations, the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, the presidential seal of approval for committing terrorist attacks.
What are you hearing through your intelligence contacts in this world about their morale, about the state of thinking of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and these organizations that you track?
And Proud Boys wasn't a scary one, My Bloody Valentine. I think I saw that a long time ago.
They are, everyone from the far-right neo-Nazis who don't think of any political solution. They like Trump because he's a chaos agent and they hope that he collapses the United States so that they can engage in their rape war.
Proud Boys wasn't even put together till 2016, which I find kind of odd.
Race war to, the MAGA grandmas who just want to see Democrats, have miserable lives. They are filled with energy right now. All of these extremists who
it was a newer one. Oh, okay.
Core of their belief is not really they want to make America great again. They want to hurt other Americans, right? That's the core of MAGA is I want to take things away from everyone else. It's not I don't have enough and I need to work for more. It's they have too much and I want it. right? That is the MAGA ethos. So everyone who subscribes to that MAGA ethos is seeing what Donald Trump is doing. Granting freedom and pardons to felons, granting freedom to people who not only coordinated the violence on that day, but engaged in doing things like attacking police with intent to kill. Again, the core of MAGA being trying to take things away. Is consistent with the MAGA bomber from the first of the year, the veteran who blew himself in a Cybertruck outside the Las Vegas Trump Hotel that, you know, the media seems to have forgotten about. Just 3 weeks, less than 3 weeks after a MAGA terrorist blew himself up with the explicit purpose, he wrote this down and police released these statements, that he wanted to start a war, a purge of DC, of Democrats.
Seems odd to do it in front of the Trump hotel there.
Donald Trump goes and pardons 1,500 terrorists. I mean, it is crazy to me that I have not heard people in the media connecting these two things. You have a MAGA terrorist blow himself up in a high-profile event, calling for a literal purge. He used the word purge to kill Democrats. And then less than 3 weeks later, 19, 20 days later, we have Donald Trump pardon 1,500 more MAGA terrorists. So we are going to see more MAGA terrorist attacks in this country because of Donald Trump creating this permission structure.
It's not just a failure of legacy media to identify the threat and make people aware of it. It feels like there's a significant lack of leadership among the opposition, the political opposition, maybe not the opposition in the streets, but among the political opposition. The energy you describe on the right doesn't seem to be provoking the necessary response. Am I
agree.
Just a jaded Democrat looking for excuses, or do you feel a little bit disappointed as well?
No, I think you're right. I mean, I noticed from, I'm all over social media, right? I've noticed from engagement, from watching other content creators, from watching consumers of content like we're creating right now, a massive drop off. I mean, the TV ratings said that like MSNBC, which is heavily associated with the Democratic Party and Democrats watching, like their ratings plummeted, right? I think it was okay for people to lick their wounds. And the content that I was producing was saying, hey, if you need to step back and stop watching me, you know, I make, to be clear, I make money on TikTok. That's why I want people to watch my videos. I was saying, if you don't, if you can't handle this right now, rest up, because we're going to need you after January 20th, right? I think there are still some people who are experiencing the shock and awe that Donald Trump is waging against our democracy, against our country, against our fellow Americans. And it is understandable that some people are just still keeping their heads down. But I do think that the tide will shift when things start getting more kinetic. The ICE raids have already, you know, a veteran last week was detained. Someone who served in uniform was detained because he was brown, right? That type of thing is happening when it's cold out. There's not a
Doing physical therapy for your dog's arthritis actually makes it worse. Here's what to do instead.
This is the most natural way. You said that Donald Trump has every right to tell the world that in 2020, 2016, and every other election in between was rigged by our government because they were. Yes or no? Did you say that?
I don't have that statement in front of me. But
okay, that was from August 27th, 2023 Thrive Time show. I'll put it on the record. These claims made in that statement were rejected by courts, including by Republican judges. Is that correct?
I don't have enough of the facts in front of me to make that assessment.
I will put that statement on the record, but I think everyone in this committee, including the
I don't understand why they get to keep answering like that. That's just crazy.
Republican members knows that these statements were rejected by courts. You were asked about the police officers in the Capitol who testified in the January 6th hearings, and you accused them of lying. Is that correct or not correct?
I don't think that's accurate.
Okay, Joe Peck's podcast, March 2024, we'll put it on the record. I was there. The police officers were heroes that day.
Yes.
Did you post on your personal social media account in May of 2024, January 6th, never an insurrection, cowards in uniforms exposed. They broke the chain of command.
I believe you're referencing a post that was shown in part earlier. I don't have it in front of me.
You posted it and it was on your account, and we will again put that out there once more. as we go on. I don't want to lose any more time on this, but every one of these, there's a record of it and you haven't answered. You promoted a COVID vaccine reversal or detox supplement. One scientist said, I quote, "None of these substances in any form would minimize side effects from a COVID-19 vaccine." That is preying on innocent people. Did you perform clinical trials before you made that claim?
I'm not a doctor, so no.
But you did promote this supplement and told people that it would reverse or mitigate the side effects from COVID vaccine.
Did I give people an opportunity to make an independent choice for what's best for their families? Yes.
You did that last year, correct?
I don't have it in front of me again, Senator.
Mr. Patel, the FBI tackles some of the most complex threats that we face: terrorists, hostile foreign powers, violent gangs, fentanyl, criminal organizations. Your mission, though, has been to go after people. I've looked at it. I've read this stuff. Yes or no? When Trump wins, did you say this? When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials for an actual RICO statute violation for criminally organizing the United States government to break the law to rig presidential elections. Did you say that? Yes or no?
Again, Senator, you're reading a partial statement, so I'm unable to fully respond.
Okay, again, we'll put it on the record. X22 report podcast 20. That is from, I'll get you the date, about a year ago. One of the names on your list was Bill Barr. Chairman Grassley has called him one of the most capable cabinet officials I've ever been able to vote for. Senator Graham has said, "I have nothing but total respect and admiration for the job done by William Barr as Attorney General of the United States." Is Bill Barr on your list of whatever you want to call them, what's been referred to as an enemies list? You've called them deep state after serving his country as the Attorney General of the United States. Is he on your list because of a personal vendetta?
Well, it's not whatever we want to call it, Senator. With all due respect, it's not an enemies list. That is a total
You said it was an enemies list.
mischaracterization.
I asked you, I actually used the words you used for the list, which was deep state, right? That's what you put at the
It is a
top.
glossary
Against
in
the
the
Attorney
back.
General of the United States. Is it because of a personal vendetta that he's on the list? You're under oath.
I have no personal vendetta against him.
Okay, he said about you, you would never be able to command the respect necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the Bureau. That was actually in writing in his book. He had virtually, about you, no experience that would qualify you to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency, and that your appointment, as noted by Senator Durbin as Deputy Director to the FBI, would happen over his dead body. Is it, yes or no, why you would put him on the list of deep state as a former Attorney General, Trump Attorney General of the United States, because he wouldn't break the law for Donald Trump? Is that why?
Absolutely not.
As you know, he repeatedly told the president in no uncertain terms that he did not see evidence of fraud that would have affected the outcome of the election. Did you say in February of 2021 that the election stuff was never my job and I stayed all of it all? I stayed out of that stuff.
Again, I don't know what comment you're referring to, but I'm sure you're reading a piece of
Maybe you should know what the hell you say, buddy. Maybe you should be aware of your statements, like a yes or no.
You said it on Pushback on a podcast. Is it true, though, that in December of 2020, you reached out to the Trump acting Deputy Attorney General and asked him to investigate a conspiracy theory claiming that people in Italy had used military technology and satellites to remotely tamper with voting machines in the US and switch votes for Trump from Trump to Biden? Is that true?
What was the date?
That was out of December of 2020.
I was Chief of Staff to the Department of Defense, so I don't believe that's accurate anyway.
That came out of testimony before Congress. I will give it to you. Have you referred to the media as the most powerful enemy of the United States that they have ever seen? Is that right?
Again, you're reading a quote. I take that you're reading it
HTC
accurately.
22324.
Yes or no? Jeez, okay.
You said we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens who helped Joe Biden rig the elections. We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that something you said?
That's a partial statement of what I said.
Steve Bannon's podcast. You also said you would put the entire fake news mafia press corps on your list. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
I don't have that in front of me.
Benny Johnson's podcast, 820.
Jeez, okay, it's this guy just
123. You have said that the FBI, including today, you said that they remain utterly corrupt. This is an agency with agents who have taken down terrorists, taken down bank robbers, taken down crime. And you wrote that the FBI has become so thoroughly compromised that it will remain a threat to the people unless drastic measures are taken. Do you know that under Chris Wray's leadership, he took over at a very difficult time. We all know that. appointed by President Trump, that during his tenure, the applications to the FBI has in fact tripled. Do you think people would be applying to that agency like in those numbers if they thought it was so corrupt?
The American public's trust in it is at 40%. That's an all-time low.
Did you say that the FBI headquarters should be shut down and reopened as a museum of the deep state?
Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to go an extra time?
Let's see, you get a second round. Before I call on Senator
Could he just answer the question if he said that the FBI headquarters where they investigate cybercrime and terrorism should be shut down and opened as a deep state, as a museum? Did he say that the headquarters should be shut down?
Mr. Chair.
I deserve an answer to that question. He is asking to be head of the FBI, and he said that their headquarters should be shut down.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
You got anything you want to say, Mr. Patel, before I go on to Senator Lee?
Simply this. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations, the only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI. I stood with them here in this country. In every theater of war we have, I was on the ground in service of this nation.
Prove it. I want receipts.
Feeling my husband with 8 inches was like reliving our first time. Thanks to the salt trick, he makes me gush like a broken pipe.
Oh, God.
Well, I know one federal government employee that Donald Trump would love to give the axe to. That's Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell. Jay Powell just stuck it to Donald Trump once again, showing him who's boss. In a 50-minute meeting he gives every Wednesday, a briefing, he did 2 things I'm going to talk about here on the Midas Touch Network. I'm Michael Popak. 1, he fixed the falling cryptocurrency market that Donald Trump accidentally, inadvertently, on purpose, tanked after his inaugural speech, and one of his first executive orders failed to impress the crypto bros.
Like poor people can use crypto.
Federal Reserve Chairman put an end to that with 1 sentence. And I'm going to tell you what that is in a minute. Secondly, Donald Trump's erratic and hyperbolic and manic policy making through executive orders on immigration, tariffs, fiscal policy, and regulations has led Jay Powell to pump the brakes, slam on the brakes, and block any further rate cuts. There won't be any more rate cuts. That impacts how much you and I pay for any of our borrowing, our lending, our credit cards, our loans, our mortgages. He has put a hold on rate blocks because of Donald Trump's erratic conduct. I mean, that's not exactly how he put it, but he sort of put it that way. So every Wednesday, the Federal Reserve Chairman, who Donald Trump can't get rid of, did I mention that at the top of the hot take? Takes a look at the macroeconomic issues and microeconomic issues and gives his opinion. He also announces whether, on behalf of the Fed, they're going to cut the prime rate. Prime rate then determines how much you and I pay at the pump, so to speak, or at the bank, consumer credit, credit cards, and the like. All ties off of that rate cut. Rates go down at the Federal Reserve level, they go down at the interbank level, the lending between banks, they then trickle down and go down with consumer lending and loans and mortgages. If the rates stay where they are, or the rates go up, and we have the domino effect, cascading effect going the other way. So every week, Federal Reserve decides whether they're going to heat up or cool down or leave stagnant the economy. Donald Trump almost tanked the cryptocurrency or digital asset sector in global economy. How did he do that? And why was there a drop of over $1 trillion in equity or in value in financial markets devoted to cryptocurrency or digital assets because of Donald Trump? Because he failed to mention cryptocurrency at all in his inaugural address. And crypto bros were listening and said, where's the mention of how this is going to be the golden age of cryptocurrency like your sons told us you were going to say? Wasn't mentioned. Then he doubled down on not protecting the cryptocurrency industry, despite them giving him hundreds of millions of dollars in the campaign. Trump then doubled down by passing an executive order, or signing an executive order that did not go far enough for the cryptocurrency community. They wanted him to set up like a
cryptocurrency. It's cryptocurrency. I mean,
$1 trillion or $500 billion strategic reserve of cryptocurrency. And Donald Trump was like, well, let's take a look. We'll do a study. Maybe 6 months from now, we'll have a stockpile made of the $20 billion that we already have obtained through civil forfeiture actions. And the cryptocurrency community was like, you're going to do a blue ribbon panel that's going to look at something for the next 6 months? And off the cliff went the cryptocurrency community. Powell, seeing that it was in free fall, stopped it, caught it, was a parachute for it. Once again, trolling Donald Trump. All he had to say was the following. He said today in the briefing, I don't see any reason why banks can't have relationships with cryptocurrency holders in traditional banks as long as they manage the risk properly. In other words, big banks can have on their portfolio and get into the cryptocurrency business as long as they manage risk appropriately. Risk management, sorry, it's a big thing in financial services. I worked in financial services. I worked as the
Jermaine struggled for years with dental issues before finally finding Nuvia. Listen to what he wanted most after his smile makeover.
Welcome, everybody. I've been teasing this all week, and now let's actually do it. I want to talk about the slice of America, the Trump voters, who are going to get absolutely steamrolled by the policies of their dear leader in his second term, some of whom are already seeing this firsthand with the brief Medicaid state system freeze out earlier this week and in other ways. As always, the people who cheer the loudest for Trump are often the ones who end up holding the bag when the dust settles. So first, I want to look at the rural working class voters. This is the backbone of Donald Trump's base. And these are some of the folks that if Trump gets his way, are going to be absolutely brutalized. These are the folks who apparently bought into Trump's promises of bringing back manufacturing jobs, revitalizing coal, imagine that, making the United States the economic powerhouse that it supposedly once was. But the thing is that Trump's trade wars, which he's doubling down on in 2025, are already wreaking havoc on farmers and small businesses, and there's only going to be more of it if Trump gets his way. Tariffs on foreign goods, sure. They sound very tough, but they mean equipment will be more expensive, supplies will be more expensive, consumer goods are going to be more expensive. And when other countries retaliate with their tariffs, it's the farmers in Iowa.
Yeah, I saw a truck with a, protect our gun rights, and then another sticker for, protect our farmers. It's like, dude, alrighty.
And the factory workers in Ohio who are going to get hit the hardest. But at least Trump got to tweet about winning again, right? There's some Pyrrhic victory there, maybe. Then we go to the healthcare debacle. Trump has promised yet again to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. The problem is he still has no plan to replace it with anything of substance. The attempt that Trump previously made to do that in 2017 was analyzed. And if it had become the law, it didn't. Even Republicans were like, this is crazy. But if it had become the law, Trump's 2017 plan would have led to 24 to 32 million people losing healthcare coverage. So they didn't do it. August of 2020, Trump said his healthcare plan was 2 weeks away. During debates in 2024, Trump said he had concepts of a plan. Later, he was asked about it again. He said the concepts are developing. But when millions of Americans, many of them in red states, lose their health insurance, if Trump does get something done, who's going to suffer the most? It's not the wealthy elites. They're going to be fine. It's going to be the wealthy, it's going to be the not wealthy, working class Trump supporters in places like West Virginia and Kentucky. If you are poor in Kentucky, do you think you'll get to keep your health care when Trump decimates it because you voted for him? Not the way it works.
No.
And now what we're...
No, you won't. What's your health care? Chicken winner, when you came in here and said, I want everything for free. What's your health care? I mean, let's be for real now,
Do this 7 minutes a day until the end of February.
A lot of parents of Prior Lake High School students are upset after finding out that they are still paying for school lunches. The state's universal school meals bill went into effect last year, but Prior Lake has opted out. Our Corin Huggard live in Prior Lake tonight. So Corin, you heard from the district and several parents today. What did they have to say?
Amy and Kelsey, a lot of those parents here at Prior Lake say it's ridiculous that they're shelling out hundreds of dollars a year for lunches, while parents at just about every other school in the state are paying nothing except for the taxes that go to support this program. Free meals for all students is a core.
There is a disturbing trend going around in MAGA social media. Have you ever waded into the waters? Don't. But if you do, the waters of MAGA TikTok, you'll find this, which is a trend that many of the MAGAs are finding very, very funny. And that is doing the gesture that Elon Musk did. And I know what you're asking. What do you mean, the gesture, Elon? What? I don't know what you're talking about. It's not like that was the most viral thing over the last 2 weeks. Here is Elon, as a reminder, accidentally, apparently, doing this gesture.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Who are you? You mother. Get the fuck out of here. Come on, man. Get the.
All right. Have you guys seen this altercation caught on video where a Trump supporter tells an American citizen to go back to China, go back to your country, and then after the Trump supporter gets put in his place, he drives off, and you can
I hear you, Wild Wisdom. I will right after this.
see written on his van, Trump 2024 MAGA vote. It's not even written. It's like scribbled on his van as if a 3-year-old wrote it, but I guess that tracks with the MAGA movement. But in all seriousness, I would like to break down the implications of Trump's second term and how he emboldens people exactly like this to act on their most vile, racist, and disgusting instincts when, for a while, it seems like these people weren't as emboldened. Maybe in 2014, 2015, they still held these beliefs.
Okay. Thank you for hanging with me, Wild Wisdom. I appreciate it.
But now people are openly recreating Elon Musk's Nazi salute and saying they're just trolling the libs. No, you're doing the Hitler Nazi salute. They openly say vile things about go back to your country, do this or do that. And I know that this all existed in 2014, 2015, but I do get the feeling that Trump's presidencies or Trump's victories in the election have just emboldened people like this to come out of the woodwork.
I think so too.
And say this stuff out loud. So let's break this down. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler channel. Before we watch this, you guys have to watch this video of UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell praising Hitler. Now, I want to send out a trigger warning, trigger alert, one of those two things. He says some vile stuff in this clip, and I really want to break it down and debunk everything he says. Then we'll swap over to the video of this Trump supporter. But let's watch this first clip of UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell on the first episode of his podcast. I've got a feeling he's not going to get a second episode.
Hitler, hell and the Nazis. I really don't think that he was, because I honestly think that Hitler was a good guy based upon my own research, not my public education indoctrination. I really do think before Hitler got on meth, he was a guy I'd go fishing with.
A guy he'd go fishing with. Hi, Angel Baby.
He fought for his country. He wanted to purify it by kicking the greedy Jews out that were destroying his country and turning them all into gays. They were gaying out the kids. They were queering out the women. They were queering out the dudes. They were, you know what her first tranny surgery ever was? Happened to be in Germany before Hitler took.
God, this guy
took over. You know the books that everybody makes fun of Hitler burning? You know what the books was? Queer books. Hitler burned queer books.
Oh my God. Now people should be allowed to sue this guy.
because Hitler didn't want a bunch of queers destroying his nation. They can't produce children.
But what,
Okay.
what about
All right, surprise, surprise. Man who repeatedly gets hit in the head over and over for a career.
And Trump loves UFC, by the way.
Likes Hitler and hates public education. But all jokes aside, that was absolutely vile. It's more vile than the video I'm about to play because this dude is regurgitating Nazi propaganda almost 100 years after Hitler wrote Mein Kampf. So let's just run down and break down everything he said. So number one, Hitler was responsible for one of the deadliest genocides in history, and he led to the death of 70 million people worldwide. And a lot of them were just
70 million people worldwide. I have said that repeatedly, where people keep thinking, you know, just about like the Jews, not about the worldwide numbers. So I appreciate this kid for saying the worldwide numbers.
people who, against their will, were taken to concentration camps. The 70 million number includes all the people who died fighting in the war. Also, Hitler's use of meth was not the cause of his radical ideology. This dude says Hitler was probably cool before he started meth. No. Hitler, in 1925, wrote Mein Kampf. That was long before World War II, long before his drug use, and he laid out his genocidal plans in
He was never cool.
Mein Kampf exactly 100 years ago. So we can debunk that. He was always an authoritarian, reactionary, racist, and also Bryce Mitchell then goes into just straight Nazi propaganda. Jews were not greedy. Jews have never been greedy or destroyed countries. Germany's Jewish population was deeply integrated into the society. They were contributing significantly to science, to medicine, literature, all of the
and a lot of those people dead.
industries within Germany before the Nazis began spreading a bunch of propaganda and fabricating conspiracy theories that said Jews were to blame for Germany's economic problems. You know, it kind of reminds me of Trump.
Does remind me of Trump, in my opinion, too, saying the things that he says.
Trump's rhetoric. Sometimes I think that comparison is too heavy-handed because Trump doesn't want to genocide a bunch of Jewish people, but Trump absolutely uses minorities as a scapegoat in a similar way. So Hitler also didn't just kick out Jewish people. He murdered millions of them. Also, the idea that Jewish
do that to minorities. I mean, like, you heard him say people with one arm, people who are missing a limb, people with dwarfism.
people were turning people gay. There's zero evidence for that. Again, it's just Nazi propaganda. LGBTQ plus people have existed in many cultures all throughout history, long before Hitler, long before modern Jewish communities, or long before Germany was even a country. Also, and it's disgusting that I even have to debunk this stuff, but when Nazis were burning books, they were burning a wide array of books, some of which just happened to be LGBTQ plus studies and medical records and stuff that was important at the time, and it's still important today. So
and now there's like 300 books banned from the, you know, from the Florida even.
Well, this guy, just to summarize it all, gets repeatedly kicked in the head for his career, and then he acts like he has any sort of authority to talk about education. All right, let's move on to this other video, which it's not even that much better. It's still disgusting. Let's watch.
You fucking racist piece of shit. You're racist, dog. I'm racist. You're never gonna go back to China, motherfucker. I'm an American citizen. Fuck you. Fuck you. Not American. Who are you? You motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you racist piece of shit. No, this motherfucker told me to go back to China. Fuck you, piece of shit.
Of course people are going to be mad about shit like that.
Get the fuck out. What?
Sure, if he was standing.
Sir, have time on, man. Security's over here. Don't waste your time, man. Come on. Fuck you, you racist piece of shit. Now,
Guy's just sitting in his van, like I don't think he expected that guy to be that big when he got out.
Sorry, out there. Come on. Don't waste your time. What a piece of fucking shit. I'm sorry.
Honestly, though, it was really satisfying to hear that dude go off on the Trump supporter. I think the icing on the cake is when he drives off and it looks like a little child, scribbled MAGA in Trump 2024 on the side of his van. But you know that this guy is the one who wrote that, because just look at the way that he responds. It is so incredibly racist. So this guy says, I don't really see his face right here, but he says, you know, I am an American citizen. I was born in America. And this guy says, you're not an American citizen. He like mumbles it under his breath. Let me play it one more time.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
He says, you're not American simply because the guy isn't Caucasian. Okay, just to go back to what I was saying at the beginning of this video, when you have Donald Trump saying wild stuff on the national stage about DEI, about all of this, and then you have Elon Musk actually doing the Hitler salute on stage,
And people justifying it and defending it.
not once, but twice in a row, then you get people emboldened, people thinking that they can say whatever the hell they want with no repercussions, because look, the richest, most famous people in the world, the president of the United States and his advisors, like Elon Musk, like Stephen Miller, they're doing all of this stuff. So Trump creates this permission structure for people to act out on their worst instincts. And we need to draw a distinction here. A lot of people need to hear this. 75 or so million people voted for Trump. Not every single one of those people believes this. And a lot of you guys need to hear this, because some people in my comments scare me when they try to write off every single Trump voter. Yes, you likely have bad judgment if you voted for Trump, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that you are sympathetic to some of the worst impulses of Elon Musk. And this isn't me saying washing. I'm just saying, if you ever want to win an election or be effective in the future, you have to understand that many people in the Republican Party are not okay with this type of rhetoric and would not be okay with this type of rhetoric. But
And that's true.
that being said, what Trump does is he brings the worst people out of the woodworks, out of the corners of our country, and makes them feel emboldened to say the most racist, vile, disgusting stuff possible, because look how he talks. Look how he's talked about women in the past, whether it's the Access Hollywood tapes. Look at how he's talked about Obama not really being born in America. And those are just examples from a while ago. We can look at today. He takes the stage in the White House press room, and he's talking about the disaster, and he says it's because of DEI, or it could be because of diversity of some sort. So when a Trump supporter like this sees diversity, he has this instinctual hatred that pops up without even probably fully understanding what he's feeling. But I'm going to leave it at that. If you enjoyed this video, drop a like, subscribe. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. I hate being right about some things, and this is something that I have been right about for years. The Republican Party is the largest, most effective white supremacy organization on the planet. Full stop. Bar none. No equivocation. No like, but none of that. Donald Trump's agenda, his policy objectives for his administration are rooted in white supremacy. They are rooted in white exclusivity.
I've seen somebody have another color support Trump and I'm so proud I voted for him and everything. And I just want to I would like to know, instead of like taking your personal hatred of me and, you know, making that your, I don't know, your starting point of, you know, loving your vote. How do you feel about this?
If they had their fever dream come to fruition, this would be a white ethno state. He put in charge of the Pentagon someone with white pride type of tattoos, celebrating the Crusades.
Pete Hegseth, okay? That's her.
That guy. Look at it. I'm a tough guy. I have a serious face. I'm going to read this article, or part of this article, from Stars and Stripes, a military newspaper. This isn't the New York Times. This isn't the Washington Post. This isn't.
Yeah, they can be wrong regardless of what race they are, but they won't address this because, you know, they have a personal distaste for me. So they'll address, you know, things that I don't know, like to overlook this right here though is really off the chain.
The Associated Press or Reuters. This is focused on the military. These are people who understand the military. These are people who write on exclusively things that impact the military. And here's the headline to prove the thesis of the white supremacy element of Donald Trump's second term. Pentagon agency pauses celebrations for Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Black History Month, and more. Why?
That's true. Look it up. That's a fact. Look it up. I noticed that they made a post that they want to say so much about me, I'm sure. But are you chomping at the bit to say anything about this?
That be? Why would we not want to celebrate?
He did that with loads of other different cultures too, like no celebration of other cultures to celebrate their days.
Martin Luther King Jr. Day or Black History Month in a military force that is made up almost 50% by people who are not white. 49.6%, I think the number is 49.6%. Why would we not want to do that? If not to secure and cement white supremacy as the order of the day, not only in the United States government writ large, but also specifically in the military.
If you're chomping at the bit to say something, make it something about this.
The Defense Department's intelligence agency has paused observances of Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Pride Month, Holocaust Days of Remembrance, and other cultural or historical.
Can you believe that? That's true. Those are facts. Look it up if you don't believe me. So, Tish, I know that you stated that you're a proud Trump supporter, and I'm a racist, and you're chomping at the bit to say something. Make it about current world events, please. Well, obviously here he hates everyone. He paused observances of Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Pride Month, Holocaust Days of Remembrance, and other cultural or historical annual events on his ban on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
Historical annual events in response to President Donald Trump's ban on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the federal workplace. Why have a force, a federal workforce and military that can reflect accurately on our history? Why is that important? Why is it important to have a military force, especially that can relate one with another based on our shared lived experiences and histories? If not for those types of things, I would have been siloed off.
You know, their take on it is, well, he's making sure qualified people are you know, in these jobs. Does that have something to do with banning these?
A white world not being able to understand and have empathy and compassion and build unity with my fellow service members. Come on.
$1,500 a month if you also take care of a friend or relative at home? No way, right? Most people don't know.
The instructions were published Tuesday in a Defense Intelligence Agency memo obtained by the Associated Press and affect 11 annual events, including Black History Month, which begins Saturday, and National Hispanic Heritage Month. The memo's authenticity was confirmed by a U.S. official who said the pause was initiated by the Defense Intelligence Agency and appears to not be policy across the Defense Department. The official spoke on the condition of anonymity to.
But they had to speak anonymous out of fear.
Discuss sensitive matters. Quote, we are receiving questions across the workforce on the way forward, the memo said. DIA, which is Defense Intelligence Agency, will pause all activities and events related to agency special emphasis programs effective immediately and until further notice. It also noted a pause on special observances hosted throughout the year. While Martin Luther King Jr. Day and Juneteenth were included, the memo said the change would not affect those national holidays. The contents of the memo were first reported by independent journalist Ken Klippenstein and posted to X. They mean Twitter. Federal agencies have struggled to interpret Trump's January 20th executive order ending DEI programs across the government and have taken a broad approach due to lack of clearer guidance from the White House on how to comply. They're leaving it murky on purpose, because then nobody can be blamed. White supremacy can be blamed. Donald Trump can be blamed. Pete Hegseth can be blamed. The fascist cabinet can be blamed. On Wednesday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth directed staff to create a DEI task force to ensure no DEI programs remain in the Pentagon. Quote, we're not joking around, Hegseth said in an interview Wednesday with Fox News. There's no changing of names or softly manipulating something. DEI is gone. DEI is gone. Not going, not gonna be gone, gone. Yet this morning, Donald Trump wakes up and blames DEI on the plane crash that took place, yes, last night. You don't get to have it both ways. Are you lying, Pete? Is DEI not gone? Are you just being hyperbolic? Characteristics we don't need in a Secretary of Defense of the world's most powerful military? We don't need that. We want accuracy. Looking downrange at a target and being accurate on the silhouette. That's what we need from you, Pete. Not Fox News propaganda. The other annual events in the DIA memo are Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, National American Indian Heritage Month, National Disability Employment Awareness.
No, I know somebody who is very proud of their American Indian heritage. They voted for Trump.
Awareness Month, Women's Equality Day, and Women's History Month. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked at a briefing Tuesday whether Black History Month would cease to be celebrated, to which she effectively said, all lives matter. I did a video about that yesterday. Here is the thumbnail. You can look for it. Ooh, what do you say? Look, this is something I've experienced with. I spent years in the United States Marine Corps, shoulder to shoulder with brothers and sisters in arms.
People should be greatly offended.
Who weren't white, who didn't grow up in tiny little mountain towns in Idaho. People who grew up in Detroit, who grew up in Atlanta. People who grew up in LA, New York City. People who lived a vastly different life experience than me. And those didn't make us weaker. They did not divide us. They fostered empathy.
Is it possible to eliminate excess sugar through urine? Most people don't know this, but the real reason behind unbalanced blood.
Good. All right, let's get right into this. So this is a program that basically will begin the process of ending Social Security disability benefits. And one of the things that you have to understand is that new technologies are constantly coming out. But if the federal government hyper funds, mega funds, ultra funds, we're talking like 500 billion, okay? Essentially programs that will beat, cure, help, basically fix any of the internal issues that we have. The big one, of course, being cancer, which is just a normal repetitive process of cells, creating new cells. Unfortunately, they go a little awry, they create something a little off, and then boom, you get evolution, just not in the way we like. Now, with that said, there's this program that the federal government is starting to talk about. Came out not too long ago, about a week ago. Trump is very excited about it. It will help cure people of a lot of impairments that basically, to be very fair, put them onto disability benefits. Most disabled people that I talk to, most disabled people that I work for, 100% want to go back to work. They want to have their old life back. They want to have the money that comes.
They sure do want to have their old life back. But this fucker wants to mess with the money they put in.
From a job. They want to have all of that. Very small percentage, less than 1%, actually want to just play video games all day, watch TV, and do nothing. There is that aspect. But you tend to see Republicans blowing that up into a bigger thing, and you seem to see Democrats coddling that group of individuals. So, both sides, they play their part in the game that they want to play. Let's get right to the video, though. Let's talk about it. This is about Stargate. And Stargate will effectively, over a long enough period of time, end Social Security disability benefits forever.
Well, thank you very much, and it's an honor to be here today. We have first full day as president. We're back. And we had a great first term, but we're going to have an even better second term. And I think we're going to do things that people would be shocked at. We're starting off with tremendous investment coming into our country at levels that nobody's really ever seen before.
Classic Trumpisms. The biggest it's ever been.
The fact that I won the race. And
hugest forever.
In their investment.
I love his confidence.
And it's
just
money and high quality people. So my first day back from having a nice life, it's my honor to welcome three of the world's leading technology CEOs. And in the case of Larry Ellison, it's well beyond tech.
Yeah, billionaires.
knowledge. He's sort of CEO of everything. He's an amazing man, an amazing business person.
Business person. Wow.
Largest AI infrastructure project by far in history. And it's all taking place right here in America. As you know, there's great competition for AI.
Okay. Just to summarize, to get things rolling, because Trump tends to take a little while to get the ball going. We're putting like $500 billion into an AI program that's going to essentially use programs like CRISPR and DNA codex machines to figure out how they can go ahead and stop certain things from happening in the human body. They will.
I don't trust that.
They'll ultimately be able to go ahead and make sure replication of DNA is consistent without cancer. They will ultimately be able to, grow different body parts or trigger parts of the body to regrow parts of the body, or grow new sections that basically need to be repaired. Of course, using all kinds of things, turning cells into the proper cells they need to be, or grabbing stem cells from however they're going to grab them. So the point is, this is, and I know some religious people will be like, this is a terrible idea. They're putting computers in charge of our medical health. This is the future of human health. And remember, human health is evolving towards, so basically, we were like, okay, well, we're going to go ahead and put a splint on their leg with a stick that we find and then, tape it, right? And now we're at the point where
he's giving all this money to Elon Musk. Such a conflict of interest. It's disgusting, in my opinion. Big time.
Right? Which is a giant MRI machine. Well, it's not giant, but what it can do is giant. It can find cancers before they even become stage 1. Once we incorporate that into essentially med pods, which they now have, they have med pods that you get into and they do surgery and all that kinds of stuff. What happens now is we'll have a super scanning machine that's also a med pod that can go ahead and fix a lot of stuff. But what they're talking about is using artificial intelligence with essentially quantum computers to do mathematical equations to figure out how to fix a lot of the problems of where our body went wrong or where an injury occurred and how to regrow it. So this is the beginning. If you were wondering where the start was of the ending of disability benefits in America, this is it. And here's the kicker. You're going to see a lot of pharmaceuticals fighting this because pharmaceuticals do not want there to be cures for things. Artificial intelligence will find cures for things. Pharmaceuticals cannot profit as much off of cures for things. So let me.
I don't know. I think they should. RSO oil is pretty amazing. The endocannabinoid system is pretty amazing.
Just get to the important part here. Hold on. Let me just scroll past that guy, scroll past this guy. All right, here we go.
Finally, homemade Manjaro makes your pants drop in just 1 week. I've developed a...
I don't have too much to add, but I did want to say I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America. I think this will be the most important project of this era, and as Masa said, for AGI to get built here, to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, to create a new industry centered here. We wouldn't be able to do this without you, Mr. President, and I'm thrilled that we
I think it's disgusting to have such a conflict of interest.
get to. I think it'll be an exciting project. I think we'll be able to do all of the wonderful things these guys talked about. The fact that we get to do this in the United States is I think, wonderful. So thank you very much.
There's so many positive things about what it's going to do for medical research.
Okay, look. Do you notice that? This is a funny part of it. Trump's like, where are you going? Where are you going? I want one question from you, Mr. AI guy. I got one question for you. Walk me through. And the AI guy is like, shit, I don't know what to say. I love it. Hold on, let me reverse a little. Let me give you a little bit of that. It's too good. Hold on. Let me give you a little of that. Right here.
Of this era, and as Masa said, for AGI to get built here.
All right, now watch this. Watch when Trump drags him back into the podium. He's leaving the podium. He's already gone. He's like, I'm out of here. But Trump's like,
it'll be an exciting project. I think we'll be able to do all of the wonderful things these guys talked about. But the fact that we get to do this in the United States,
Kid's like how old? 22?
Is I think wonderful. So
he's leaving the podium. He's like, bye.
There's so many positive things about what it's going to do for medical research and for solving things, cancer and all the different problems. How will AI help us with the fight against the various problems, diseases, etc.?
These guys can maybe share more about some of the work they're doing there. I think they'll jointly be some of the leaders about driving progress here. But I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate. We will be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer and that one and heart disease, and what this will do for the ability to deliver very high quality healthcare that costs, but really to cure the diseases at a rapid rate. I think will be.
I don't trust Elon.
Among the most important things this technology does.
Very good. Thank you.
Notice how he runs away?
So we're currently working on.
Larry Ellison jumps in.
No. I'm not. I'm not.
So here's the point.
I'm not.
Just grossness with the mostness. I can't believe that is. Beep, beep, beep.
Give me 7 minutes a day and a chair, and I'll help you lose that beer belly. We start on February 3rd.
I don't know where to start, but let's start with remembering that 67 people lost their lives last night, and you're seeing on your screen that image of the rescue operations that are still underway at the Potomac. I want to go to Aaron Gilchrist, who is with us, as is NBC Aviation analyst Jeff Gazzetti. Aaron, after a moment of silence, a mountain of criticism.
I think that's an absolutely fair way to put it, Jose. You and I have covered many instances. I've been in Washington since the first Obama administration through these different presidents that have been here. And this is the first time after a tragedy where 67 lives were presumed to have been lost that we've had a president come to the podium, offer words of condolence, and then criticize it's seemingly the pilots in the helicopter, the air traffic controllers. It is remarkable. It is absolutely unusual and remarkable to have the president say, as he did, that he believes this was a confluence of bad decisions, that he was critical of the helicopter's movements. You heard the Secretary of Defense say that there was certainly an elevation issue that with the helicopter. The president went on to say that to suggest that DEI policies and programs in the previous administration somehow played a role in this, to the extent that perhaps the people who were operating these aircraft or people in the control tower weren't smart enough to be doing the job. He did say that this is a country in mourning, Jose, and certainly that is the case for so many of us, as we know now that 67 lives have likely been lost in this air collision.
President Trump speaking from the White House press briefing room. After a brief moment of silence, he pretty immediately made this political, blaming DEI and the Democrats on that mid-air collision without providing evidence. He was a little bit all over the map, talking about DEI policies in the FAA, but then questioning the helicopter and the altitude and why it didn't, in his words, stop or make another move. I want to go to our experts, including our CNN aviation correspondent, Pete Montine, and CNN's Renee Marsh. Pete, bottom line, are DEI policies at the FAA to blame?
I put my head in my hands, Pam, when the president said that. This is something that has been pushed by the far right for a few months now, that DEI policies are to blame in a degradation of safety in aviation in the United States. But frankly, the president is getting out ahead of his skis here. What he has said is not only unprofessional, unpresidential, inconsiderate of the status of this investigation, but frankly, it is just unhinged. That he could even say with any sort of certainty that diversity, equity, and inclusion policies had any part to play in this accident. Remember that 67 people are dead. I hate to get so upset here, but this is something that investigators will really need to pick apart piece by piece, and that is going to take some really significant time. We're not even 24 hours after this crash. We're barely even 12 hours after this crash. And he is saying with a lot of certainty that the blame is on DEI, and the blame is in some ways on air traffic control.
And signed an executive order blaming Biden.
air traffic controller hiring. I have to feel for the air traffic controllers in the tower at Reagan National Airport who had to essentially sit there helplessly and make the call to first responders to say we have a serious aircraft crash at 8:48 last night. Let's parse out some more of this because it's really significant here that President Trump also put some of the blame on Democrats. He said that Transportation Secretary, now former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, engaged in BS. You can use.
Wow.
He actually used the full word live on television. The fact of the matter is that Transportation Secretary Buttigieg was very hard on aviation safety. There was a day-long safety stand-down because of the rise of near collisions on the runways at commercial airports nationwide that really took off in 2023. I did a sit-down interview with Buttigieg. He was well-versed on the topic. He knew the points. He knew where the blind spots were, and the FAA and the Department of Transportation from the top down of the Biden administration was taking that problem very seriously. He also was incredibly hard on airlines and consumer protections. The big bottom line here is that there are so many vacancies in the federal government when it comes to aviation safety. There is no administrator of the FAA right now. President Trump has not put somebody forth for that. There is no administrator of the Transportation Security Administration. The Trump administration needs to put somebody forth for that as well. Sean Duffy is the Transportation Secretary. He spoke articulately. I will point out that I did not hear from NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy, who was in the press room. That is really significant, especially during something like this. It is a huge tragedy, and I do not use that word lightly.
It is a huge tragedy. We still don't have the answers, as our Caitlin Collins asked him, President Trump, are you getting ahead of this investigation? Because we don't have those answers. And when he was pressed further about how he can blame DEI, when he also can say in the same sentence he doesn't know if it's the air traffic controller's fault, raising questions about the helicopter pilot, he said it's just common sense. But again, what we need to remember here are there are 67 families who are mourning because of this mid-air collision, who are looking for answers, who don't want politics, they want answers, and they are mourning the loss of their loved ones. And that is what we need to remember in this moment.
And following the breaking news on the devastating mid-air collision between an American Airlines passenger.
Here's why you should definitely publish your book. I believe this quote by Toni Morrison sums it up.
Jet and a military Black Hawk helicopter. First, I want to show you live pictures of the Potomac River. First responders have been working tirelessly since last night, overnight, to recover bodies from the frigid waters in the Potomac River. Tragically, all 67 people on board the two aircraft are presumed to have perished, making this the deadliest aviation disaster in the United States in more than 20 years. As this has happened
in more than 20 years. And he's got the audacity to blame others. Wow.
The President of the United States went into the White House briefing room and almost immediately began to blame Democrats for the diversity programs that were in place, suggesting, as he admitted without evidence, that perhaps...
Captain Cox, let me start with you because we are obviously in the middle of this crisis. Bodies are still being pulled out of the water. The investigation is just getting going. We hear the president say DEI policies may have contributed to this. What's your reaction to what we just heard in that press conference?
Bluntly, I think there's no foundation in fact for a statement like that. One thing that has to be remembered is that there are standards for everyone in aviation, notably in a safety critical position, be it pilots, be it flight attendants, be it dispatchers, be it air traffic controllers. So the standards have never changed. And to allege that somehow these pilots were substandard or the controllers were substandard without any evidence of that, I think is at the minimum, it's very premature and it's without foundation of fact. It is contrary to everything that world.
I think it's like, I just, it's so disgusting.
Wide accident investigation protocols and processes demand. We look for objective information and we look to determine facts. And that allegation of some reference to DEI does not have at this point any facts underneath it to support such a statement.
Yamiche, you were listening in. You have covered Washington for many, many years. As you were listening, do we know what the president was trying to accomplish and what stood out to you?
Well, it was striking. The president started off by being a consoler in chief, talking about the fact that he wanted to take a moment of silence for these families whose loved ones, as you said, are still being pulled from the Potomac River as we speak. But then he made a hard pivot, and that hard pivot was to attacking Democrats, attacking diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, attacking former President Obama and former President Biden, as well as the former Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. And I think
And dwarfism, people without limbs.
really, it's striking that President Trump said that the way that he came to the idea that diversity had something to do with this was because he has, quote, common sense. He was asked directly, do you have any evidence that shows that diversity programs led to this crash or contributed in any way? And he didn't give any evidence. All he said was that common sense led him to believe this. Now, we know that the president...
Common sense isn't all that common.
When he was campaigning, as well as his first few weeks of his presidency, that he's made attacking diversity, equity, inclusion programs a key part of his administration, and it made it a key part of his campaign. But I think in this moment, there's still a lot of questions of why he came to that, even though he's saying it's because of common sense. So I think there are a lot of people that I'm now in touch with who are frankly very surprised that the president went there, that the president talked about this. We still don't know very much about why this crash happened or the sort of identities of the pilots here. So I think it just begs the question that there are a lot of questions that need to be answered here. And President Trump, frankly, a lot of people are seeing that he wasn't giving a lot of answers. In fact, he was just sort of going back to the things that he's gone to, culture war issues, diversity issues, and in a moment where I think a lot of the nation was waiting for him to give more concrete answers on
Chris, you're there at the river.
Donald tried to play the blame game. He opened this up to make this political. Right, first and foremost, this is a tragedy with human lives lost. You know, the people on both vehicles, right? It's a major aviation tragedy, one of the biggest in American history, right? Certainly when it comes to ones that are accidents, right? At least that's what the reporting suggests. It's one of the biggest in modern American history. But Donald's the one that instantly tried to make it political. When he went out there and tried to blame wokeness and the Democrats and
When Trump came for our rights, the ACLU showed up.
See you in court. The ACLU already making good.
It's another day in the Trump administration. And by that, I mean it's another day of unforced errors and a level of unprofessionalism that would make even the most chaotic workplaces look like models of efficiency. And today's episode involves Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is the newly confirmed Secretary of Homeland Security.
She's the one who shot the puppy. She shot the puppy. Said she couldn't train it, so she shot it. Not the first one either that she's done that to.
She somehow managed to turn her swearing-in ceremony into a farce by being 40 minutes late because of a late Bible. You might say, what do you mean a late Bible? Yeah, there
40 minutes late.
was a Bible that was late arriving. And in fact, she was so late that Vice President J.D. Vance, who was supposed to swear her in, just left. He just left. He's like, I can't do it.
What?
Why did she not show up on time? According to her spokesperson, it's because her father's Bible was delayed getting there. It wasn't her flight. It wasn't her car. It wasn't an unforeseen emergency. This is so crazy. This particular Bible is so sentimental to Kristi that she's used it.
The puppy wasn't, though, that she shot.
For every swearing in that she's ever had. And I guess that's nice if you're into that sort of thing. But if you're being sworn in to lead one of the most important departments in the federal government, maybe you could plan ahead. So Vance had a schedule to keep. He waited 25 minutes, then he left. Can you blame the guy? 15 minutes later, the Bible showed up.
So if protocol is that he's supposed to be doing that, then shouldn't that make her swearing in null and void?
Now, Noem didn't let a little thing like Vice President J.D. Vance leaving ruin her moment. So what she did is she called, every detail of this story is nuts. Kristi Noem calls Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and had Clarence Thomas swear her in at his home, because nothing says I'm ready to lead Homeland Security like a last-minute informal ceremony at a private residence.
Wow.
Of a guy who's extraordinarily corrupt. It's almost a sort of poetry. The head of an agency tasked with protecting the nation from threats is sworn in by a justice embroiled in ethics scandal after ethics scandal, including failing to disclose lavish gifts from billionaires. Truly a
Wow.
Autocracy. Now, Gnome's spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin, tried to spin it as heartwarming. Oh, she was honored to be sworn in by Clarence Thomas with her dad's Bible. She also...
Isn't he the one who, was it Anita Hill? That was a big controversy.
Took a bizarre swipe at Politico, saying, we wish that Politico would have paid as much attention to the Secretary of Homeland Security for the last 4 years. Maybe the last 4 years got less attention.
Or whataboutisms, I guess.
In that role, because it wasn't a nonstop parade of scandals, incompetence, corruption. And there was less for the media to pay attention to. Now, meanwhile, J.D. Vance's spokesperson also trying to put a positive spin on the whole thing, saying that Kristi Noem is going to bring great change to DHS, and she's going to secure the border. Nothing says change like showing up late to your own swearing in and then having to call in a favor from Clarence Thomas. And this is just what we are to expect. So as we continue to see the various swearings in and the whole thing here, I do expect that to a great degree, corporate media is just going to normalize and cover. The reaction to the Kristi Noem story, everything that all of the sane washing that's been going on, I expect it to continue. We do not have a corporate media right now that seems committed really to doing journalism. It's access and it's getting high profile interviews, and those are really the priorities. Now, I do want to address one other thing related to this. Some of you wrote to me and pointed out that the Trump White House has opened up an application for independent media outlets to be in the press briefing room. And many of you said, David, you should sign up. I did. I would be shocked if they approved me, but my commitment to you right now is that if through some bizarre situation, my request for a press credential in Trump's briefing room is accepted, I will fly to DC. I will ask you, what do you want me to ask Caroline Levitt about? And I will do it if they call on me. So I have dozens are saying, David, you've got to apply for this. I've applied, have not heard anything back yet.
It's just something.
I will let you know if I do. And believe me, I have no shortage of questions that I would love to ask these people. I want to introduce you to an amazing tool that has helped a huge number.
Looking to get stronger? Join Planet Fitness today.
We're stepping it up.
We're not slowing down.
We're going to feel this tomorrow.
Controversy, fake news. Kristi Noem is speaking out in her first TV interview about fatally shooting her dog because she says the animal was untrainable. Many say the revelation torpedoed her chances of being Donald Trump's running mate, but Noem is calling the controversy fake news. Kristi
And it's not fake news.
Noem is hitting back at the firestorm raging over her shooting her dog to death.
She attacked me, and it was a hard decision.
The South Dakota governor tells Sean Hannity she had to put her dog Cricket down after the animal ate the neighbor's chickens and tried to bite her.
And I had a choice between keeping my small children and other people safe or a dangerous animal, and I chose the safety of my children.
Noem first made the revelation in her new autobiography, No Going Back.
It was a dog that was extremely dangerous. It had come to us from a family who had found her way too aggressive. Sean, you know how the fake news works.
Guys, as you know, I make watch videos. I also make dog videos, which you might not know. I don't usually share them cross-channel, but I think this is an important one for you to watch. Thanks for watching. Guys, my name is Mark Goldberg. I'm a dog trainer. I'm a dog book author, and I write books with the monks of New Skeet, and I've been training
Just for all you dog lovers out there.
dogs since I was 11 years old, which was in 1969. And this is a very awful video to make, but I would like to comment about Governor Kristi Noem, who shot and killed Cricket, her puppy of 14 months, a wire-haired pointer puppy. Yes, at 14 months, a large breed dog can still be considered puppy-like. And she shot and killed this dog for basically annoying her and for embarrassing her. Now, the governor says that she shot the dog because it was untrainable. It had killed chickens. It disrupted a hunt. It was aggressive when she was grabbing things out of its mouth, i.e. the chickens. Now, I'm not making this up. Governor Noem has written a book which has been quoted recently. I don't think the book is out, but it will be coming out shortly. And she talks about this in her own voice. So I think we're going to have to reserve a little bit of judgment until the book comes out. But the book is now being quoted widely by the press. And I have one thing to say to Governor Kristi Noem. Shame on you. Shame on you. What kind of human being are you? What kind of person?
Yeah, kind of human being.
Person are you? What kind of message are you sending to the citizens of your state, South Dakota, by taking a puppy out back to the gravel pit and shooting your own dog because you didn't have the wherewithal to train that dog? Because your ego was too big. Because your feelings were hurt. Because your heart is a shriveled little lump of coal. The reality is that millions of people all across the country train their dogs not to kill chickens. And I've done it many times, and I could have helped you, and so could the average competent dog trainer, of which there are many in your state. I know a couple. I don't understand it. I think what we're talking about is power gone wild. I think we're talking about ego, and we're talking about somebody who didn't deserve to have a dog in the first place. But it's extremely troubling. Now,
Yes, it is. Now, a lot of people will say Fox News is Republican. So let's see what they have to say about it.
Is it possible to eliminate excess sugar through urine? Most people don't know this, but the real reason behind unbalanced blood sugar has nothing to do.
The governor of South Dakota is Kristi Noem, and she joins me here in New York City. Governor, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Welcome
Thank
to
you
New
for having
York.
me. Appreciate that.
In New York.
I don't know. I'm anxious to get back home.
Sure. Well, let's do this first.
Yes, all right. We'll wait till the interview's over.
Okay. In your new book, it's called No Going Back. You include a story about shooting your dog, despite your team telling you not to put that in the book. I have to say the decision didn't go down well to include
It's not only a dog, mind you guys.
the story about the dog. It's not gone down well. Many people are questioning your political future.
Well, I don't think you have the facts straight. This was a vicious, dangerous dog that was a working dog. And I had to make a choice between the safety of my children and an animal that was killing livestock and attacking people. So it's included because a lot of politicians run from the truth. They try to
be a hunting dog, so perhaps it was confused.
From tough decisions. It was a very hard decision for me. It was 20 years ago.
Was it a puppy?
No, it was an adult working dog. It was an adult working dog that was attacking livestock.
14 months old.
And killing
The dog
livestock.
was 14 months old.
It was a year and a half old, the dog was, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you think it was good politics to include that story?
That has been a story that's been out there for years, Stuart. My political opponents have used it for years, so I want people to know the truth on it.
Do you still think you could...
Truth is shitty.
This book is about...
Could you be the vice president of Donald Trump?
I tell you, the only person who decides that is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the only person who will decide who his vice president is.
And have you
I trust him to pick the person.
Since the dog story emerged recently?
Yes, I talk to Donald Trump often, absolutely. And I will tell you one thing, is that he needs somebody who will help him win. And I have told him that I have supported.
Very, very pretty, this woman, by the way. Absolutely very, very beautiful.
Him from the very beginning. When he was in the White House, I was on offense every day in South Dakota. I was fighting for my people. He was helping me bring solutions to them. And I need to get him back in the White House so I can continue to do my job and continue to protect freedom and liberty in South Dakota. So he knows that I just want him to win and that I'll do whatever I can to help.
If you were writing the book...
I don't think they have freedom and liberty on the Indian reservations. I think that they're suffering.
Today, would you include the dog story?
You know, this is a wonderful book. Did you read the book?
Not yet.
Oh, you should. The first chapter.
The question stands.
The whole first chapter.
If you were writing it today,
yes, I'm
would
proud
you
of this
include
book.
the dog story?
I'm proud of this book. If you read the first chapter, it's all about when its writing started. When you turn on the news today and all you see that's happening on these college campuses and what's going on with supporting Hamas and the pro-terrorist organizations, the first chapter in this book covers the riots that happened at the RNC at the White House and how that started with Antifa and the fact that this president that's in the White House, Joe Biden.
But Antifa stands for anti-fascism, so no, it wasn't.
will not shut this down, and that they're chanting hatred towards the Jewish people and exterminating them. That's what people should be talking about, Stuart.
Your political
So I know that
judgment
a lot of people are using attacks and trying to take me down because they're scared of me. Listen, I've run 12 campaigns and all I've done is one. I win everything that I do. And what
support you on shooting the dog.
I'm honest. Well, I've heard a lot of people. I've heard a lot of people that say, listen, this was 20
I've heard nobody support you on it.
years ago.
We're
50
consumed
states
with emails. We
50
put this on the
states
show.
have a law on the
You're going to be
books.
on, and we've
Oh
been
my
consumed
goodness.
with emails saying, "I won't vote for this person. I won't vote for Trump if he puts
He was sworn in.
her in the vice presidential spot."
Well, I'll tell you, Stuart, I'm sorry you're not hearing from real Americans that live on farms and ranches, because every state has a law in the books that allows for animals that are killing livestock and attacking people to be handled this way.
Okay.
And so I made a decision as a mom, and I'm a grandma, that the safety of my children and the safety of people was what I needed to decide
Why
on.
does she think people are scared of her? Around shooting things?
On basis, protecting them from a very dangerous animal.
Okay, I'll move on to something much more positive. We've seen you in commercials for South Dakota.
Yes.
They're a success, I believe. You brought in how many? 78% more plumbers.
Yes.
60% more electricians.
Yes. We've got
your commercials.
Those commercials that we've been running was to bring workers to our state. Our state is growing and thriving. Our wages are going up. New businesses have moved in. They love the freedom and the liberty we have in South Dakota. And yes, you probably saw the electrician commercial where I am a lousy electrician and shut off the lights on the Capitol, and because
Shut off the lights on the Capitol? Is that like some kind of AI or something? Or like computer generated?
of that, in the last 6 months, we've had a 78% increase in licensed electricians that have moved into our state that have gone through our licensing board. We've had an incredible increase of plumbers that have come in to meet our needs. Now I've got a new ad up that's talking about home builders and construction workers, and it's just been incredible to see the amount of feedback and people that are moving to our state to take opportunity of those jobs and to live like we do in South Dakota.
Do you still think that you are in line to be Trump's vice president?
No, it's up to Donald Trump. He's the only person who will decide this. He's the only person who will decide. And I do speak to him.
May I ask what he said to you about being vice president?
I never tell anybody my personal conversations with
the dog story
President
come up in
Trump.
your conversation?
I talk to President Trump all the time.
About the dog?
About a lot of things. And right now, I tell you what, he is being persecuted in a political witch hunt in this court case. So I'm proud of him about how tough he is and how well he is doing.
Did you bring up
yes, enough, Stuart. This interview is ridiculous, what you were doing right now. So you need to stop. It is.
Okay.
It is.
We'll
Let's
stop.
talk about some real topics that Americans care about.
I'm afraid we're out of time.
Oh, well, of course we are.
We do thank you for being with us. I know
Do this 7 minutes a day until the end of February. We start this today. In a week, you'll feel better. In 2 weeks, you'll look better. In a month, your wife won't believe your results.
Did you bring up?
Yes, enough, Stuart. This interview is ridiculous, what you were doing right now. So you need to stop. It is.
What we've seen happen this week with Kristi Noem, the Republican governor of South Dakota, and the interview after interview in which her lies are exposed, or apparent lies are exposed, about her supposed meetings with Kim Jong-un, her supposed visits to North Korea, all of which for now we have no evidence of whatsoever. We are seeing the crumbling of an elected official, the likes of which we haven't seen for a while, and it is a self-imposed crumbling. This is self-destructive behavior.
Yeah, but didn't do anything. Did nothing.
This is a new level of disgusting. Donald Trump came out to hold a press conference after the devastating plane crash at DCA, at Reagan Airport here in DC, just a little bit down the road. And what did Trump decide to use this press conference for? Trying to cast blame on Pete Buttigieg and Biden. Now, today I
can't believe he signed a...
It is horrific and it is sad and it was avoidable. Above all else, it was avoidable. And over Washington, D.C., over the Potomac last night, what we need to look at is what the incoming Trump administration has done in the last week since they've been in power. Kylie, put up the first tweet. If Joe Biden fired 100 FAA employees and a plane crash happened just a few hours later, Fox News would bring Lou Dobbs back from the dead with
It's true.
wall-to-wall coverage, blaming it on Biden. And I think one thing that we're going to be observing over these next 4 years are these massive cuts and then death and suffering because of these cuts. And the Republicans for decades have campaigned and labeled regulations as something that are bad. And Democrats have an opportunity to rebrand this as consumer protections, because there are over 60 people that are dead now because
Yeah, that is true. They could rebrand this as consumer protections.
Of the stripping of these oversights and consumer protections.
The lack of thought following through. I'm going to cut all of these people designed to protect.
Yeah, with no plan in place, no nothing. Just a guy who dressed up in an FAA outfit and wow.
The people that are flying, and then just the lack of accountability, the foresight. People will be in danger if I make these cuts. When reality is, he doesn't care. He's not interested in that. He's interested in his petty grievances. And it is horrific, and it is sad, and it was avoidable. Above all else, it was avoidable.
And when you are the president of the United States, the buck stops with you. For the last 4 years, the right-wing media echo chamber and all of the crazy Trump every single thing that happened, it landed squarely on Joe Biden's shoulders and his administration. And as such, the following needs to happen the next 4 years. Let's look at these two side-by-side headlines out this morning. The first one, Trump fires heads of TSA, Coast Guard, and gets key aviation safety advisory committee. And then this morning's headline, passenger jet with 64 aboard collides with Army helicopter while landing at Reagan Airport near DC.
As they said, largest loss of aviation accident in 20 years.
So, in my opinion, you have these cuts in a place where you cannot cut. We have to have aviation safety. That's a place where we need to have an increase, if anything, and not a decrease. And so the fact that he's come in and flexing with his wife, Elon Musk, about we're cutting this, we're cutting that, we're cutting this. The ramifications of all of these cuts, not all, but because there is some frivolous spending, obviously, within the federal government, but these big agencies that they want to kneecap is very, very dangerous for public safety.
Well, and the fundamental problem with this is Trump knows nothing about managing a budget, aviation security. He just goes in with a pen and
nothing
starts cutting jobs designed to protect consumers with zero care to how it will affect passengers and the public at large. And this is the most predictable outcome that could possibly happen based on the cuts that he has made to aviation in the last 7 days. It is predictable beyond all else.
You know, Trump and everybody surrounding him.
I want to know how badly they threatened that guy to resign.
They lack empathy. And for them, these are just numbers, and they are all about the optics of dressing up and the shock and awe and the smoke and mirrors administration. And where this is so dangerous is a lot of these agencies are so functioning and
Okay, check this out. This chocolate literally fragments fat cells into tiny pieces and flushes them out of your body so quickly it went.
Provide guardrails for the public because they're funded. They're not run by corporations that are trying to cut them for the shareholders to make bigger bonuses. And this is going to be the oligarchy versus the protections that government, especially the federal government, can provide. Here's a tweet that was posted yesterday morning, just 24 hours ago. An FAA employee I know confirms agency already lacks sufficient air traffic controllers. The so-called buyouts and other attacks on federal employees won't help. Remember that fact when the flight delays / crashes commence and Trumpers start falsely blaming DEI or Biden. This was put out 24 hours ago. So people were already sounding the alarms about these buyouts. And I just want to point out that there is an exact copy of what the...
Later, he received a pardon, which we know that Donald Trump and his administration like to...
As a copy on their desk, the clerk will designate the amendment. An amendment to the rules of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform for the 119th Congress is offered by Mr. Garcia of California.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we are obviously all aware as a committee that the President of the United States should serve the American people, never their own financial interests. Yet we're facing some of the most serious conflicts of interests going into this administration in the
Yes, we are.
history of our country. Now, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, who are at least appearing to essentially be co-presidents in this next few years, are plotting to remake our government and our very social safety net. And they could get, of course, we know, richer in the process. Now, this amendment will make sure that we don't advance any legislation from this committee that enriches Donald Trump or his businesses. And unfortunately, as we know, because of the work of
It's terrible. Terrible conflict of interest.
this committee and House Democrats, this legislation could not be more important because we know and we saw Donald Trump trying to enrich himself and his family in his first term. Now, we know the committee Democrats showed that Donald Trump received payments from over 20 countries during his first term. 20 countries.
That should be bribes. I'm sorry, in my opinion.
Donald Trump's network of businesses made it possible for anyone in the world to funnel money to him through his businesses. Now, these countries, of course, included China, Saudi Arabia, and many others. Now, we actually have, because of this committee, receipts and documents that prove that he received at least $7.8 million directly from foreign governments. And by the way,
And to put that up, saying, if you send $1 million, you'll be passed right away, and don't worry about environmental, you'll get your permits. I mean, are you kidding me right now? I'm in shock. I'm just in shock about that being allowed.
that number is much larger, but of course we don't have all the documents and receipts because this committee's majority blocked us from getting all of them. We also know that 8 ambassadors stayed at President Trump's DC hotel at the time while serving in the office of the Trump administration in clear violation of the Constitution. The committee also found that Elliot Brody, a Republican fundraiser and lobbyist, spent $15,000 at Trump's DC hotel while actually lobbying the Trump administration. Later, he received a pardon.
I can't imagine that they will even speak out that Clarence Hill received all kinds of money and kickbacks, and that's okay.
Which we know that Donald Trump and his administration like to give out to people that donated to him. And we know that, of course, is a clear violation of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Now, we should all be concerned that this lobbying effort signifies a pay-to-pay scheme that capitalizes on President Trump's influence. And these conflicts of interest are a direct threat and a national security threat. Of course, this is on top of the fact this committee continues to refuses to investigate Jared Kushner, who received $2 billion with a B directly from Saudi Arabia just.
And yet here we are.
Months after leaving the White House, and has used that power to facilitate record arms deals and other pro-Saudi policies. As he enters his second term, this amendment is incredibly important so that we can ensure that Donald Trump isn't directly benefiting through his businesses by foreign governments and other people that are interested. Once again, this amendment would ensure that we work through this committee to ensure the president does not directly benefit. I urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Would my friend yield?
Yes, sir.
Just for some questions. Mr. Garcia, is it not true that when President Trump was elected in 2016, the then president of the Philippines, President Duterte, actually named a business partner of President Trump to be a special envoy to the United States?
Absolutely, sir. And as you know, it's much beyond that. Donald Trump has continued through his family and through his businesses, gain the influence of foreign governments and then trade them for policy proposals.
Is it not also true, Mr. Garcia, that a number of Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia among them, actually pointedly would stay at or rent rooms and facilities at the then Trump Hotel downtown in order, presumably, to curry favor?
Saudi Arabia and many other countries, yes, sir.
And did
so sick.
This morning on Take It Off Today, an incredible transformation on TikTok. Her weight loss video went viral with 12 million.
Donald Trump continues to implode on camera in the face of mounting backlash from stupid and divisive comments he made in the aftermath of a DC plane crash, which killed 67 people. Trump refused to take accountability and baselessly claimed that the crash was a result of DEI and diversity, President Biden and former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, even though the crash happened on his watch. And a preliminary FAA report indicates that the air traffic control tower was understaffed on Trump's watch. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, friends, Donald Trump continuing to be Donald Trump continues. This is who he is, a pathological liar, a malignant narcissist who refuses to take accountability, even though that's periodically, or at least historically, what we expected of people in his position. So once again, Donald Trump was confronted by reporters about stupid comments he made in the aftermath of the DC plane crash. This was his response.
Okay.
Mr. President, to be clear, are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have, I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. So we'll let you know that, but we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a great brain, a great power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
One might say the same thing
about him,
about the presidency. If a president isn't very smart, isn't very psychologically stable, doesn't have a great brain, then bad things might happen. For example, 67 people might die in the first commercial jet crash in 15 or 16 years, and that happened on Trump's watch. But again, now he's like, well, I don't have any proof of that, but it might be incompetence, and clearly incompetence is a product of diversity, so says Trump, without any evidence. But wait, there's more.
Families of the victims of the plane crash.
I don't want to comment on that.
So like all of these people that were scared before about like being associated with him from the most common basic level to the most elite level, they're all like, they're all in now because this is now a billionaire feeding frenzy.
We're nothing to them.
Is a kiss-ass race.
Man.
It is, how can I show how much fealty I have to Donald Trump in order to get my digs?
AOC's 100% right there. It's something that we are also very worried about. It is a feeding frenzy. It is a kiss-ass fest. And so she brings up two concerns there. So you have the oligarchs, which we'll return to, and also how everybody is just basically just like...
gross.
Yeah, whatever. She talks about how Oscar de la Renta was designing dresses for it, previously wouldn't have. All the people that might have not wanted to be affiliated with Trump in the first term, now it's just whatever. It's just him, ignore the fact that he's more dangerous now, more aggressive now than he was the first time around. If you were going to say this is unacceptable, it makes literally more sense now to say it than it did the first time around. But they're sort of bending down, and we'll talk about that. But she also wants to focus on the oligarchy and why that's so scary, why that's so worrisome. So let's go to a little bit more from her appearance with Jon Stewart.
And I think that what's really important for people to understand, and like now and every day of this administration, is that
people need to talk.
You're being ripped off. You're being ripped off, dude. Like everyone is being ripped off. And he goes up there and he says what he wants to say, but he's just the quintessential New York con man.
100% right. And look, everybody's been pointing out that
this one, thumbs up.
Trump is a con man for a very long time, but I'm glad that she's pointing out that we have to communicate to the people who supported him that they are being ripped off. And that's why I almost think, I've never said this before, I feel like AOC should come on our show because I feel we agree on that. I've been really trying to stress over the last year, communicating to the people who are either enthusiastically MAGA or the ones who've just fallen into it because they're frustrated with the status quo or whatever. All of the many
people go, yeah, but he's done so much, it's change for the country. Like what, though? Like what?
Ways that he is utterly screwing you over and ripping you off. And I'm glad that she's focusing on it there.
Okay, first of all, everyone needs to just add AOC to go on Damage Report. That's what you do. Obviously, you troll people. That's the best way to get someone to go on your show is to troll people.
Obviously.
Definitely say something about her appearance.
She will definitely be on your new show before she comes on.
Maybe.
100%.
Well, it is a race, and I will win this now that you've set it out. No, but I think it's really important, though, to understand that we can call Trump whatever we want, whatever is accurate. He is a criminal. He is a con man. He is a liar. He is a rapist. He abuses his role as president. He's a mob boss.
Well, at least they can say RAPE. We can't. We don't have freedom of speech.
Here's the difference, though, and I feel like the 2024 election has taught us something. You can drill down on all these names, you can call them all the things, you can talk about American democracy. People don't care. People are like, but is he delivering for me? The answer is no. The answer was no. No one can point to a single thing in his first term that made their lives better. In fact, many of
all they want to keep saying is, well, I had more money then. Like, really?
us can point to a life that is no longer existing because of Donald Trump and his lies and around COVID specifically. So this is where the rubber hits the road. It's like, it's important for us to call him out. It's important for us to say what it is, but it's more important for us to show how everything he is doing only benefits the rich, only and squarely and solely. And every time he does a wink and a nod, like he did in the inauguration speech to the working class, he says workers, he says, oh yeah, the workers, the auto workers. He doesn't mean unions. So he likes you so long as you're loyal to him. He likes you so long as you don't ask for more. He likes you so long as you know your place. If you're a woman, if you're a person of color, even if you're gay, if you're trans even, right? They like you even so long as you agree. Yes, I'm a second-class citizen. Yes, I don't deserve to organize with my fellow workers. No, I don't deserve a wage raise. No, I don't deserve.
He's against Teamsters and everything, and they all supported him.
To be able to bargain for better healthcare, all of that. So like that, I think is really important for us to be like, okay, how is your life improved? It has not. We need to point that out every single day.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's totally fine with you as long as you don't expect anything, as long as you stay isolated and alone.
But they, just keep saying over and over, he's making a change, making a difference.
As long as you only consort with people that are exactly like you, as long as you stay uneducated, they're perfectly happy to have you aboard. You won't get much from it. But anyway, and you're 100% right. And we're going to continue to point that. It seems like AOC is going to do
himself. He loves the undereducated.
that. We are going to do that as much as possible. Remember, he's in charge. We have high expectations, as one should, of a president. I know in advance he's going to fail by design and incompetence combined. And we're going to be reminding people of that.
Very well. So that's using my voice. And I appreciate the people here who use their voice. And I just really, really hope that from our mouths to God's ears. United we stand, divided we fall. Peace, love, and tacos for all.